Chapter 112. Since he had bought the land, Song Jinggong did not waste any time. He immediately called for people to work on the other side of the river. They were all people who did not own farmland. The spring plowing was not over yet and those who had land were busy. After Song Jinggong left, County Magistrate Cheng took the things back to the yamen with his men. As soon as he got back, he went to the study and looked outside through the gap of the open window. As he looked, because of the sunlight, his eyes were tired and all he could see was the warm colors. "Sir, there is another document from the next village." County Magistrate Cheng was in a daze for half an hour when the Deputy District Magistrate came from the front with a piece of paper in his hand. "Shuyang is here. Shuyang, why didn't we think of expanding the little Luo Shui while it's still dry? We can use the mud and stones on the mountain to build houses. When the time comes, the water will flow to the boats. 1,500 taels of silver to buy such a big piece of land. How much do you think it will cost to rent the warehouse a day? How much do you think you can earn by running the restaurant? How much do you think you can earn by renting it to others? How much do you think it will cost to buy goods at the docks and resell them? How much do you charge for stopping the boats? How much do you pay the workers at the docks a day?" County Magistrate Cheng did not take the document from the Deputy District Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng. Instead, he looked out of the window and asked. The Deputy District Magistrate also went with him today. He knew what the County Magistrate was thinking. If they built a docks there and operated according to Master Song's plan, they would be able to earn a lot of money. Because of the drought, the construction was faster and smoother and they could save a lot of money. They could use the local materials and save a lot of money. They might not even be able to spend 1,000 taels of silver. Everything would be solved. He had thought about this before. When Zhangjie Zhuangzi wanted to buy the land, countless people were waiting to watch the show. He also thought that he was losing money and was grateful to him. Now that he owed him a favor and the money was earned by him, he thought that Zhangjie Zhuangzi was making use of the drought to turn a poor place into a source of income. "Sir, I also don't know how much Zhangjie Zhuangzi can earn. The more prosperous this place is, the more they can earn. There is a mountain of gold in front of us but we can't see it. We can't take it back, right?" The Deputy District Magistrate knew that the County Magistrate was unhappy and was afraid that the County Magistrate would tear up the land deed and the document. Take it back? How would he dare? Even if he gave it away to another place, he wouldn't be able to take it back. This was good too. After all, doing business required paying taxes. During the summer, some laborers had nothing to do, so they went to help out at the docks. This way, they could earn more. When the ships came in, they could save on the transportation fees. This river was connected to the Jingshui River, and from the Jingshui River, they could enter the Weishui River. It extended in all directions and was convenient to go anywhere. If this money was earned by someone else, I would feel heartache. But to give it to Zhangjie Zhuangzi, that is because he is capable. After all, he has taken out 1,500 taels of silver. Do you think there are other places in Sanshui County that can earn a lot of money? It's just that no one noticed. Of course, County Magistrate Cheng did not dare to go back on his words. Not to mention that he still wanted to be apprenticed to a master, even if there were no masters among the ordinary Zhuangzi there, he did not dare to deal with them easily. In the yamen, from the cleaners to the yamen runners, Zhangjie Zhuangzi had given a lot of benefits. Everyone knew that once he made a decision, the people he sent out would definitely report to Zhangjie Zhuangzi first. The Deputy District Magistrate also knew this and agreed, "You are right. There is a docks there. In the future, when you are promoted, the people here can still get benefits. As long as you don't go too far away, you can come back by boat. You can also see the distance and enjoy the music on the boat. If Zhangjie Zhuangzi produces any good things, he can also get a boat to bring them to you. At this time, we should focus on the drought. In summer or autumn, you can help Zhangjia Zhuangzi to deliver the grain. Then, it won't be too late to ask. Even if you don't need it, the new district magistrate who replaces you can use it. Didn't we decide to send people to see if they are willing to do a good job? Otherwise. The deputy district magistrate did not finish his words. County Magistrate Cheng also understood that he had enough benefits and left some for the next district magistrate. He was prepared to promote the next district magistrate. If the higher-ups did not promote him and insisted on sending someone, it would depend on whether that person was willing to do things for Sanshui County and whether he was obedient. Otherwise, if an outsider wanted to establish himself in Sanshui County, it would be a dream. Once the words were said, both of them were relieved. County Magistrate Cheng took the document and looked at it. It was a request for the district magistrate to get something to dig a well. This was simple, so he signed it and stamped it. Just as he sent someone to arrange this matter, Song Jinggong rushed over again. The matter over there was going to be a preliminary arrangement. He found 2 people to lead the digging. He still had other things to discuss with the county magistrate. This time, he was here to deliver benefits. Zijin, you are here? How are things going over there? With the docks and the place over there, Sanshui County will have a better life in the future. Don't forget to thank the people on Zhuangzi on behalf of this district when you go back. County Magistrate Cheng greeted him and asked someone to serve tea. Song Jinggong sat down and paused for a moment. He said, "Sir, they have started working. I am here to ask for your help. Are you in trouble? Tell me." County Magistrate Cheng really did not understand why Song Jinggong wanted to find him. "Thank you, sir. It is indeed a little difficult. We don't have enough manpower. Do you know which places in this district are so dry that they don't need so much labor? I am willing to pay to hire people. If there are women in the family who can support the house, you can also find them to help cook some food." Song Jinggong chose 2 kinds of people. This way, according to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, was to repay the society. In the future, there would be other things to do like this. County Magistrate Cheng looked at Song Jinggong. After a while, he said, "This is not a problem. It is obviously to solve my problems. The more problems like this, the better. I will find someone to verify it immediately. When the time comes, I will send people to work for you. With more income, they will feel better. Sir, you really love the people. When the mountain and some scenic places are finished, you can find something for the people in Sanshui County to do," Song Jinggong continued. "What else? Do you want people to carry the poles up the mountain? That is fine." This was the only thing that County Magistrate Cheng could think of. There were all kinds of places at the bottom of some mountains. There was no distinction between high and low. It was mainly for enjoyment. Song Jinggong shook his head. "Sir, this is just a normal thing. What I want to say is to let some people in the county who know embroidery to embroider some things. When the time comes, some traveling scholars will write poems. These poems will be embroidered on a big handkerchief and be sold at the restaurant in Zhangjia Zhuangzi. The people there will also be sold here. They will be sold here for 5 days first and then be sold. In this way, the people who come here to play will have to go to Zhangjia Zhuangzi to see their poems. First, they want to see how much their works are worth. Second, they want to hear other people's comments. Good idea. Let the people of one place go to play in 2 places and bring their friends. Both sides can make a lot of money. At the same time, people in the county who rely on this can also earn a lot of money. But if someone writes a poem that is not good, can we wait for him to buy it himself?" Hearing Song Jinggong's idea, County Magistrate Cheng was so excited that he trembled. This business was calculated well. The 2 sides were so far away, but they could cooperate with each other. Not only could it let Zhangjia Zhuangzi earn a lot of money, but it could also help the people in the county to earn more money. If all the businessmen in the world could do this, how good would it be? Sir, you don't have to worry about the situation where no one wants to buy it. If no one wants to buy it, Zhuangzi will arrange for people to buy it. It is nothing more than paying the people in the county more money to make it. When the time comes, we will write down the names and addresses of the people who wrote the poems. During festivals, we will embroider it and send it over with a gift. Zhuangzi will specially find a place to put the things that are bought. Whether he comes to see it himself or becomes famous in the future, it will be a kind of income. Zhuangzi also said that the route from here to Zhuangzi will be fixed. The people who come to visit here will only take one road. Every once in a while, there will be a pavilion built for people to rest. Next to the pavilion, people who don't have a good life in the county can set up a stall. They can either sell tea or wine. It will also be more work. The pavilion will be built by the county. Seeing that the county magistrate was so happy, Song Jinggong directly told him his future plans. He believed that county magistrate Cheng would be able to use them in the future. If he left, he would have to see how the next county magistrate would be. If he did not treat Zhangjia Zhuangzi well, he would definitely not give him this political achievement. County magistrate Cheng could not say anything else. He could only nod and agree. When Song Jinggong left, he personally went to the gate of the yamen and walked in. He stood there and watched Song Jinggong's figure become smaller and smaller. When he could not see him anymore, he turned around and went back. As soon as he came back, he hurriedly found the deputy county magistrate and asked him to think of a way to save some money. He did not want to use it all at once, so that he could use it for other purposes in the future. After thinking about it, he called the chief secretary, Xiaofan, and told him these things. The next county magistrate was going to promote the chief secretary. If he did not tell him and waited until Song Jinggong came, county magistrate Cheng felt that he would misunderstand. When the chief secretary, Xiaofan, saw county magistrate Cheng, his face was stiff. After hearing county magistrate Cheng's words, he was also moved. If he did these things when he became the county magistrate, it would only take a year for Sanshui County's finance to double. At that time, he would also be promoted. It would be time for Sanshui County to elect a new county magistrate. The deputy county magistrate, Zhang Mingsheng, was also listening to them. He also thought that he would have a chance at that time. He was happy, but suddenly he became depressed and said, at that time, Sanshui County will become a popular place. I guess many people will want to be the county magistrate here. What should I do? Xuyang, you can't just wait. Once Sanshui County becomes rich, it will not be as simple as just two auspicious signs like mine. At that time, you can ask them. Maybe there will be a new way. County Magistrate Cheng pointed in the direction of Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Chapter 113. As the sun set, the sky and water were dyed red, and the wild geese were singing in the afterglow. The wild geese were singing in harmony with the wind. The geese were calling home geese, and the kind mothers were calling their children softly. The evening was shrouded in smoke. After summer, there was still a month of work to be done in the field. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. At night, some people who couldn't sleep would go outside to look at the night sky and the stars. Of course, the farmers who were tired from a day's work would not waste their time like this. Only some of the farmers had the leisure to do so. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ate steamed buns stuffed with chives for dinner. After drinking some spinach soup, they were full. They lay on the couch and soon fell asleep. When they were woken up by Pomegranate about 4 hours later, they found that there were still people outside who couldn't sleep and were wandering around. Xiaobao, everyone's energy is too exuberant. Find something for them to do. Now that they can't sleep at night, when the weather is at its hottest, won't they have to stay awake for the entire night? It will delay their work the next day. Wang Wan sat in front of the desk and was ready to study. She saw the light at the back window changing. It should be because the torches in the yard were blocked by people and then left. No entertainment will work. If you ask them to play mahjong, they will probably play all night. This means that there is less work during the day. The main thing is that there are more people in the yard. If we divide the work, there won't be much work left. Since they can't sleep, let's study. Zhang Xiaobao spread the paper and opened the book. He thought of the knowledge he learned from his father and began to review. He admired the energy of these servants. While grinding the ink, he said to Wang Wan, "You can find some things to do during the day. Let's go up the mountain to pick wild vegetables. If there is fern, let's see if we can find monk's head. It's a four-color flower. Its scientific name is platycodon. Pick more and pickle it with salt when we come back. Seal the jar and dry it. We can eat it in winter when there is no food." Okay, let's do that. It seems that we need to find more work for them in the future. If they are tired, they can sleep at night. Wang Wan thought it was a good idea. Those who were still wandering outside didn't know that the young master and young lady had found something fun for them. Early the next morning, most of the people in the two main families' courtyards took their food and drinks for the day and walked up the mountain. The task had been arranged. As long as it was something edible, they had to pick it back. In groups of 2 or 3, they had to be careful of snakes and insects. When the children who were originally playing in Zhuangzi saw that so many people had been mobilized, they thought that something big had happened and went forward to ask. When they learned that it was to pick mountain vegetables, they gathered together and discussed it. They also went up the mountain to pick. They didn't dare to go too far, so they looked for it nearby. They ate and played while picking, so they didn't feel tired. When night fell, the children first delivered the things to the main family. Although they were small, their speed of picking mountain vegetables was not slower than the adults. A group of children actually got 2 big sacks of mountain vegetables and put them outside the main family's courtyard, waiting for the people inside to come out and pick them up. The people in the courtyard should go out to work, so there was no need to give extra pay. The children had been busy the whole day, so of course, they couldn't take it for free. The housekeeper took out some salted duck eggs and gave each child 2. The children were satisfied with something, and 2 salted duck eggs were not a small amount. If they ate sparingly, they could eat for 5 or 6 days. They put the duck eggs in their pockets and left happily. The people in the courtyard came back later. They didn't know how far they had walked, but they were all listless. The dozens of sacks weighed more than 3,000 caddies. If they were to use salt to pickle them, they would need to use a lot of salt, which was naturally impossible. They had to pick some good ones and use salt water to brine them. The others were taken to a cool place to dry and hung in a ventilated place. They could be stored for a long time. Those people hurriedly ate dinner and were about to go to bed. At this time, they were instructed to learn to read. The 3 special class maids in the courtyard were responsible for teaching them. After learning for 2 hours, these people finally couldn't stand it anymore. They went back to their rooms one by one and fell asleep. This night, no one was energetic enough to sleep. How is it? This method is good, right? We have gained a lot of things and solved other people's insomnia problem. When they were learning in the evening, Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan. Good, but what about the mountain vegetables in 2 days? What do you want them to do? They can't go to the mountain to chop wood, right? You have to arrange something for them that they can do for a long time. Except for some festivals and during the farming season, they can help. Usually, they don't seem to do much work. Wang Wan found that since she found more people to work in the courtyard, there was less work to do. She and Zhang Xiaobao helped to plan most of the work. Efficiency increased, and there was a surplus of manpower. She wasn't stupid enough to let the people in the courtyard live a life of 9 to 5 in the morning and a life of nightlife. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't want to see so many people idle. It was easy to form a kind of lazy mentality. If they were idle, they could do something by themselves. It showed that they had a yearning for life. But if they were idle and didn't know what to do, it would be troublesome. They must have a goal, even if it was passive, and blindly follow the goal. When he heard Wang Wan ask him to think of a long-term method, he thought for a while and shook his head. No, we can't imprison them with a long-term job. We must let them feel the freshness of the work at all times. Pomegranate, Xiaohong, and cherries are exceptions. They have already regarded that job as an honor. They love it from the bottom of their hearts. If we change them, they will think that we are denying them. Let these people pick mountain vegetables for 2 days. When the time comes, they will pick lotus flowers. County Magistrate Cheng found so many lotus flowers and put them in the pond, right? Let them do that first. After 2 days, let them raise prawns and crabs. Don't let them be too familiar with it. After a few days, they will change to other things. The others will change with them. The disadvantage of this is that the animals we raise will not have a high output and will die easily. The advantage is that when they meet something they are not familiar with, if they want to satisfy the master, they have to learn. They learn from the people who did this before. Those people also have to learn from them. I know. In the process of teaching others, there will be a kind of spiritual reward. It strengthens the communication between them. At the same time, it will force them to treat everything seriously. Otherwise, when others ask them, they will not be able to answer. If others say it out loud, it will be embarrassing. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, Wang Wan also understood. They were using their money to train people. When a person developed the habit of working seriously, they would keep it in other jobs. In order to be able to teach others better, they could only learn hard, think seriously, and sum up some experience. The two of them wrote a few more lines. Wang Wan spoke again. In fact, we won't lose much money. The so-called loss refers to the difference between the expected output and the actual output. The transplanted lotus flowers don't cost money. There is a ready-made pond. We can get the prawn and crab seedlings from those who sell prawns and crabs. I think it's okay. In addition to these things, some of the vegetables in the backyard should be able to be grafted. The same goes for the fruit trees. There will always be new things waiting for them. Continue writing. We will go to sleep after a while. Unknowingly, the Dragon Boat Festival was coming. The spring plowing had finished a few days ago. They took care of it a little and waited for the harvest. The first batch of wheat had been harvested. The second batch would be later. At the same time, the construction of the restaurant in Zhuangzi had been completed. The supply of MSG to the 3 restaurants in the county had always been the same. They were preparing to use it on their own businesses. Of course, these businesses were not under the name of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Zhang family and the Wang family had always been pure farmers. The ancestors of the Zhang family had made some contributions, so they could be considered as the descendants of good and loyal people. As for the business, it had nothing to do with the Zhang family. Outsiders were outsiders. They occupied the land of the Zhang family and the Wang family. Even the mountain in Little Luoshui was bought by the head of the Zhang family and sublet. What the sublet did was unknown. The project in Little Luoshui was not completed yet. The river had to be dug, the dikes had to be repaired, the houses had to be built according to the specifications, and the wharf had to be built. These projects were carried out at the same time, which solved the problem of idle labor in the county. The paths and pavilions on the mountain, as well as the artificial lake below, had to wait until other things were done. On the day of the Dragon Boat Festival, those who picked wormwood and other medicinal herbs also took advantage of this time to pick everything that could be picked. Zhang family and the Wang family also bought a lot of things in Zhuangzi this time. It was Zhang Xiaobao who paid for these things to be hoarded. After a while, when the medicinal herbs shop was almost used up, they would be sold together. On the Dragon Boat Festival, Zhang family and the Wang family began to distribute zongzi to the villagers in Zhuangzi. The restaurant also opened on the same day. Strings of firecrackers rang out as if they were free. County Magistrate Cheng brought some people from the Yamen to congratulate them. Zhou Qiong did not lie. He also invited people from the province to eat and drink here for free. Song Jinggong's reputation spread far and wide, so he attracted many literary friends to come here to support him. These people knew about it 2 days ago. Every one of them took advantage of the time and worked hard at home to write poems, waiting to show off when they arrived. Tuqiao village was such a remote place, but because of the opening of the restaurant, it became very lively. This made the villagers of the three Zhuangzi happy together. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could not participate, let alone stand at the door to welcome the guests. The adults in the family had all gone, leaving only the two of them to play in the courtyard. Xiaobao, do you think there are any zongzi that children can eat? Just like us. Wang Wan looked at other people steaming or boiling zongzi. She was a little hungry, but she was worried that it would not be easy to digest, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao out of boredom. There should be, right? I don't want sticky rice. I'll just use ordinary rice with some minced meat in it. Then I'll wrap it up and steam it in a pot. When the time comes, it will be ready to eat. Zhang Xiaobao analyzed. Don't say any more. How can that still be called a zongzi? If that Zhou Qiong comes to ask about it later, we have to answer him correctly. Wang Wan lay on the chair, closed her eyes, and fell asleep. Chapter 114. Zhou Qiong, County Magistrate Cheng, and the others left in a hurry after lunch. Only Song Jinggong and the people he brought were still eating and drinking in the restaurant. It seemed that they were going to stay up all night. Those who couldn't hold their liquor had already fallen asleep after drinking too much, but they didn't leave. They were waiting for the night to wake up so that they could continue fighting. Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect Zhou Qiong and County Magistrate Cheng to bring much income to the restaurant. Usually, they would stay in the province for a few days, so it was impossible for them to come here for a drink. It was the same for County Magistrate Cheng. Going back and forth would take up almost an entire day. It wasn't worth it just to have a meal. The purpose of asking them to come here was to wait for the construction at Little Luoshui to be completed. After that, they would connect with this place and let those who were envious of the benefits know that these two places were under the protection of the county magistrate and an army officer. When the time came, they would weigh their weight. Those who weren't qualified shouldn't come forward. Those who were qualified should be dealt with separately. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been waiting for Zhou Qiong to come over and ask him questions. In the end, he left after eating and seemed to have forgotten that there was an expert here. This made the two of them feel much more relaxed. The Dragon Boat Festival passed by in a lively manner. This year, other than Zhang Xiaobao and Wang's Zhuangzi giving out zongzi to the villagers, the Ge's Zhuangzi also learned from them and gave out some. This year, the Ge's didn't have to hand in grain to the imperial court, but the villagers had to hand in grain to the main family, so there would be a lot left over. Moreover, the restaurant had opened and the three families were operating together. They couldn't continue to be stingy. After the zongzi were given out, the villagers of the Gu family puffed out their chests. When they met the villagers of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang again, they had something to say. County Magistrate Cheng, who came to support them, hurried back to the yamen and rested for a while. Seeing that it was already late, he called Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Mingsheng over and prepared a few dishes and a small jar of wine. Under the cover of the night, they began to discuss matters. Xuyang, how many days has it been? There hasn't been a single drop of rain. Let's not talk about the reduction in grain production. There are so many people and livestock that are running out of water. If we don't think of a solution soon, people will die of thirst. County Magistrate Cheng poured a bowl of wine for the Deputy County Magistrate and sighed. The Deputy District Magistrate held the bowl with both hands and waited for the District Magistrate to finish pouring. He placed the bowl gently in front of him and said worriedly, 6 days ago, there was some rain at the east of the district. It stopped in less than 2 hours and the ground was not wet. Now, there are many places in the district where the ground is cracked and we can't get much water from the wells. County Magistrate Cheng was also aware of this situation. He reached out his chopsticks and was about to pick up some food when he stopped. He drank a big mouthful of wine and exhaled. There's less water in the well. What if we dig deeper? Is it possible to dig out water? Yes, but the well is not like when it was dug. If we want to go down directly, other than some big wells, the other wells will not work. If we want to dig deeper, we have to dig all of them. My lord, it would be great if the well could be like the auspicious well where water comes out with a bang. Now, that well is still supplying water to many people. The Deputy County Magistrate drank a mouthful of wine with him and followed the County Magistrate's words. As he spoke, a glimmer of hope appeared on his originally troubled face. Both he and the County Magistrate knew how the auspicious sign appeared. The Zhang family's farmstead had used this to make an exchange with someone in the state. As a result, the well had been filled with water after a rumbling sound. Even now, the water had not decreased. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this, his eyes lit up. That's right, what can't Zhangjie Zhuangzi do? Why didn't he think of asking them for help? Since one well could produce water, there should be more wells. Xuyang, you have done a meritorious service. If this matter can be solved, the people of Sanshui County will thank you. Quickly, call Chen Dong and ask him to come to Zhangjie Zhuangzi immediately. Ask him to come here even if he has to beg. It concerns the lives of so many people. If it really doesn't work, I will go there and kneel for a long time to get the water out. County Magistrate Cheng had made up his mind. He didn't know how the people of Zhangjie Zhuangzi got the water out of the well. Perhaps they borrowed some magical power, which might also affect their lifespan. However, he had no other choice. He would ask when the time came. If it really reduced his lifespan by too much, he could only think of other ways. After all, it was not just one well. If his lifespan was reduced by a few days, he would build a longevity shrine in the county and tell the people in the county who worked so hard to get water for them at this time. He would also need to send a document to the higher-ups. He had to get the water out first and then send a document. Chen Dong happened to be on duty tonight. He came as soon as he heard the call. After the county magistrate finished speaking, he promised, "Sir, don't worry. I will rush there as fast as I can and let them know about this. I believe that Zhangjie Zhuangzi won't just stand by and do nothing. Go quickly. If they fall asleep and can't be woken up, just wait. When dawn comes, the restaurant over there will open. You can go there and wait. Maybe you can eat some dishes and drink some wine." County Magistrate Cheng told Chen Dong not to delay things and then let him leave. "Come, Xuyang, let's drink together. I really didn't want to eat just now. There is food here. Some people may not even have water to drink." County Magistrate Cheng, who was temporarily relieved, regained his spirit and asked his deputy to eat and drink. Chen Dong also knew that this was a serious matter. He took 2 horses from the yamen and didn't stop at all. He changed horses all the way and arrived at Zhangjie Zhuangzi in 3 hours. Seeing that the restaurant was still brightly lit, Chen Dong licked his lips. He really wanted to go in and drink a bowl of wine. At the same time, he also knew that they wouldn't take his money. Even if he gave it to them, they wouldn't accept it. But there was something more important. He endured the thirst in his mouth and came to the courtyard of the Zhang family. He knocked on the door twice. The night watchman opened the small door and saw that the yamen runner had arrived. The county magistrate had just left at noon. Could it be that he got lost on his way back and the yamen runner couldn't wait for him and came to ask? This was not something he could handle. He ran to the back and woke up the housekeeper. Steward Zhang had just fallen asleep. Others could sleep earlier, but he couldn't. He was in charge of many things. He got up reluctantly and walked to the living room. The yamen runner, Chen Dong, was already waiting there. The tea was served and he drank 2 bowls of it. Then he told the purpose of his visit and waited for Steward Zhang's reply. At least he had to ask the expert. Steward Zhang estimated the time and said to Chen Dong, "Wait here for a moment. I'll go and ask. Whether it's successful or not, I'll come back and tell you." After that, Steward Zhang left the living room and walked to the courtyard of the little child. He knew that the little child and his wife just happened to wake up at this time to study. Otherwise, he would have to ask the yamen runner to come back tomorrow morning. When Steward Zhang arrived, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were eating. Children grew up quickly and became hungry quickly. They took time to eat something. After Steward Zhang repeated the matter, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other and reached an agreement. They said to Steward Zhang, "You go and tell the yamen runner to draw a map of the wells that need water and send it here. Don't worry about anything else. Also, tell him that there may not be so much water coming out of every well. Also, this kind of thing will shorten one's life. This is the only time." Steward Zhang took the order and left. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at each other again and sighed at the same time. This time, they had to do a lot of things. It had to be said that it was life-threatening. Otherwise, if the higher-ups asked them to blow up the other 2 big places and their surroundings one by one, they couldn't stand it. "Xiaobao, how about artificial rain? Recently, there are always clouds floating above, but it doesn't rain. I'll try to make some clay bombs. What do you think?" Wang Wan suggested. "Okay, when the time comes, you can blow me up. I'll have a bucket of water in each hand and pour it wherever I want. Even if you can make clay bombs and the launching tools are simple, I can't make dry ice." Zhang Xiaobao said and reached out to touch Wang Wan's forehead to see if she had a fever. "Don't touch me, I'm just saying. People need to have some hope, and work hard with that hope. I believe that you will be able to create dry ice in your lifetime, or even liquid nitrogen." Wang Wan slapped his hand away. "Dry ice? Do you believe that if you push me too hard, I will become a dry corpse tomorrow? Eat quickly, it will be cold soon. This is fungus soup, it's expensive." Zhang Xiaobao knew that Wang Wan was just saying it casually to ease the atmosphere. Anyone would know that artificial rain was impossible at this time. After drinking the soup and eating something, Wang Wan said, "How should we arrange it? We can't let others find out this secret. We can only blow it up when others are not paying attention. Then it will be night time. We have to arrange a few people. Erniu is one, and his brother Dainiu is another. Who else can be absolutely reliable? Huzi is also fine. I don't know about others. Just the 3 of them. We have to spend a lot of money to buy materials, and we can't ask for reimbursement from County Magistrate Cheng. This matter is settled. Read the book." Zhang Xiaobao didn't have a good candidate at the moment, so he could only trouble the 3 of them. Steward Zhang told Chen Dong what the young master said. Chen Dong was happy when he heard it. He got up and wanted to go back to tell the good news to the county magistrate, but he was stopped by Steward Zhang. He said that if he went back, the county magistrate would be asleep. It would be better to wait until dawn, when the county magistrate would wake up. During this time, he didn't need to live in the yard. He found a night patrol and asked him to take Chendong to the restaurant to eat something and have a good rest. Horses also needed to eat and rest. When Chendong arrived at the restaurant, he was given 2 dishes, 1 meat and 1 vegetable, as well as 4 side dishes. There was also a small pot of wine and a bowl of rice. Because this was a joint venture between 3 families, they had to keep a separate tab and count it as a special reception fee. Chendong was not in the mood to enjoy. He hurriedly finished his meal and went to sleep. The next day, he woke up without being woken up. He didn't even eat breakfast and directly rode back. When he arrived at the yamen, he didn't care whether the county magistrate was awake or not. He ran inside and shouted, "Sir, it's done. It's done." Chapter 115. Boom. After the first thunderous boom, several more thunderous booms rang out in Linhe village of Sanshui County. At this time, it was 4:00 in the morning. The people in the village were awakened from their sleep, but they thought it was going to rain or thunder. They couldn't bear the sleepiness and went back to sleep. Only some old people who didn't sleep well wanted to see what the rain looked like. They put on their clothes, opened the door, and stood inside the door to look outside. The sky was still dark, and the stars were still twinkling. Apart from the coolness of the night, there was no trace of moisture. Many dogs were barking, but nothing else had changed. Why is there thunder? Why is God striking down these thunderbolts? Sigh. An old man who had already opened the door and was looking outside mumbled a few words, and turned to walk back into the house. "Old man, is it raining outside? My ears are getting old, and I can't hear anything." An old lady's voice came from the house. "No, go to sleep. I wonder what evil thing that wastrel did. God is going to strike him with lightning." As the old man spoke, he moved back to the straw mattress and squatted down with difficulty. He took off the clothes draped over his body and casually rolled them up twice before placing them where the pillow should be. He then pulled over half of the blanket and fell asleep with his back facing the old lady. In the darkness, the old lady blinked her eyes and helped the old man tuck in the blanket around his neck. She lay there with her head up and thought for a while. Then, she sighed and waited for the old man's snores to start. Then, she also fell asleep. The next morning, the children in Linhe village woke up first. They dragged their water barrels to the well to get water. Every day, the water in the wells would be the highest in the morning and the lowest in the evening. It wasn't like this in the past. Usually, the water in the well would rise as they fetched water. If they really wanted to get the water to the bottom, they would need a few adults to take turns to carry the water with willow rollers. It would take more than 2 hours for the water to reach the bottom. After a while, it would slowly rise again. They thought it was the same today. They dragged the heavy wooden buckets and rushed towards the well. Some families had 2 or 3 children. The older ones dragged the buckets, while the younger ones ran to stand at the mouth of the well. This was also considered a position for them. It was no exception now. A group of children were practically running out of the house. The older children had to look after the younger ones and make sure that they did not fall into the well. This was not like a winch. There was always a bucket hanging at the mouth of the well to block it. The well was an open well, so a rope had to be tied to it. There was a hole at the bottom, and there was a tarpaulin covering it. As long as the water fell into the well, the weight of the bucket would cause the water to wash away the tarpaulin. When the bucket was lifted up, the weight of the water would press the tarpaulin to the bottom of the bucket. Some water would leak out, but most of the water would be lifted up. This kind of well usually did not have any safety measures. Some used a wooden board, and some just left the mouth open. If someone fell in, even an adult could not save them, let alone a child. Once they were out of the house, the children would run towards whichever side of the well was closest to their house. When they were about the same distance, they would run towards whichever side had fewer children. A family had 3 children. The 2 older ones were girls, and the younger one was a boy. One of the girls ran towards the well while the other girl had to look after her younger brother. When she and her younger brother reached the mouth of the well, they saw her younger sister standing there in a daze. "Chow, what are you doing? Be careful not to fall into the well." As the older sister, she had to take good care of her younger brother and sister. She looked at the straw curtain at the mouth of the well and worriedly asked her younger sister. Chow came first, and the others had not arrived yet. She first looked into the well and vaguely discovered that there was more water inside than a few days ago. It was much higher than a few days ago, and there was a white light in the darkness. She was very certain. When she heard her older sister's question, she quickly said, "Older sister, there's more water. Quickly bring some up to see." As the older sister, she found that there was a different smell in the surroundings, and it was very unpleasant. Seeing that her younger sister was still standing there, she moved closer to look and felt that the water was indeed much higher. "It's true. Help me pull the rope. I'll put the willow in to see." As she spoke, the older sister used all her strength to throw the wooden bucket next to the well down. When there was a sound, she immediately pulled it up. Otherwise, when the water was full, she wouldn't be able to pull it up. When the small bucket of water was pulled up, the 3 siblings looked inside curiously. "Oldest sister, second sister, this water is too muddy." After the younger brother looked, he said to his 2 older sisters, "Let's not worry about it for now. Let's occupy the place and wait for father to come and fetch the water." The older sister had also seen the water. It was a bit muddy, but it was better than nothing. At this time, the other children arrived one after another. There were 2 boys in the family who didn't need an adult to come and could directly go and fetch the water. They were bold. Even if they had to be spanked by their parents after getting the water, they were still willing to do more for the family. When they saw that there were already people standing in front of them, they urged them. If they wanted to get the water first, they would usually have to quarrel. Today, the 3 siblings in front of them were very easy to talk to and gave up their position. These 2 boys were a pair of twins. They were both 10 years old this year. Since others had stepped aside, they naturally wouldn't be polite. They carried the buckets to the mouth of the well. After estimating the distance, they placed the buckets to the side and threw the still wet willow into the well. They cocked their ears to listen to the movements inside. When they felt that it was about time and should be half filled with willow water, they pulled the rope together. When they reached the well, they directly put the back of the willow down on the edge of the well. The front of the well was facing their own bucket. When they tilted, the water inside flowed into the wooden bucket. The boys' thoughts were worse than the girls'. They didn't even consider whether the water was muddy or not. After pouring the willow water in, they continued to fetch water. After a few rounds, they finally filled up the wooden bucket they brought with them and dragged it back home. As they dragged on, their parents arrived. They happened to see their 2 children walking back after fetching water. They approached them in 2 steps. Without saying anything, they directly lifted one of them in front of them. They squatted down, straightened their knees, and pressed the child on top of them. They opened their palms and began to smack the child's buttocks. "What did I tell you? I asked you to occupy a spot, but you took your brother to fetch water. If you fell, how would your mother and I live? I'll beat you to death, you disobedient child." "Dad, I'm the younger brother. Today's water is higher than usual. I fetched more water first. Why are you hitting me?" The child who was hit wailed. It wasn't that he was in pain. Usually, when he fought with the other children in the village, it was more painful than this. The main reason was that he was afraid of being hit by his parents since he was young. The father raised his hand and took it back. He looked at the other son. He had no choice. After so many years, as long as the two children stood together and couldn't see the birthmark on their bodies, he couldn't tell who was the elder and who was the younger one. Especially when the two children usually played together, they were the same and always wore different clothes. The other child saw his father's gaze and took 2 steps back. "Dad, I'm the younger brother." "Elder brother, don't hurt me." "Elder brother, how can you lie through your teeth?" "Well, anyway, I've suffered a lot for you. I'll be the elder brother this time," the other child quickly said. The father patted his head with his hand. "Stop talking. You're the elder brother, and I'm the younger brother. Later, you're not allowed to change clothes. Go home and let your mother recognize which one is the elder brother. Prepare yourself." The father really had no choice. He often hit the wrong child, and when he went home, his wife would complain. The child who did something wrong would secretly laugh at the side, and the child who didn't do anything wrong could only cry and feel wronged. He was not as good as his wife. Whether it was listening to the voice or just a casual glance, no matter how the two children changed clothes, even if their faces were smeared with mud, he could still recognize them immediately. He had never missed. "Dad, don't worry. Elder brother and I will never change clothes. Elder brother, this is all your fault," the two children said to their father at the same time. It was not the first time they said this. It was instinctive. The father didn't really want to hit his two sons. He was just worried that the two boys would always go out to do things by themselves. If they were really in danger, he would never forget if one of them was missing. At the same time, he felt that his two sons were sensible and knew how to help the adults draw water. Looking down at the water in the bucket, he found that it was much more turbid than usual. Only then did he remember what his son said just now. The water in the well was higher than usual. Looking at the water again, his eyes suddenly widened. Of course, he knew when such a thing would happen. It was when the well had just been dug, and the water inside would gush out with mud. The water would rise, and it would be equally turbid. A few adults would take turns to draw water out until the bottom was seen and all the mud that could enter the water was removed. Only then would clear water come out. Of course, other than this, when the earth moved, the water in the well would be very turbid. However, the chickens in the village wouldn't jump and the dogs wouldn't bark. It was impossible for the earth to move. Could it be that someone had dug another well? At this time, some adults from other families came over and also discovered this situation. Some of them were quick-witted and thought of the thunder they heard in the morning. They excitedly said, "Auspicious sign, this is auspicious sign. I heard that water came out of a well that had been dry for many years in the county town after a few thunderclaps. Our well also had thunder first, right?" After hearing what he said, the others also thought of it. All of them stopped fetching water and prepared to head to the county city to report it. Before they could leave the village, there were people saying the same thing in other places with wells. Then even a village has auspicious signs. Most of the water in the well had risen, and there were so many thunder sounds. Some smart people directly said that this was a miracle for the village. Chapter 116. After discovering that 7 of the 9 wells in the village were full of water, the people of Linha village were very happy. Now they didn't have to worry about running out of water. They could even transport the water to the fields to make up for it. The positions occupied by the children were also not important. The 7 wells were full of people. One by one, they took off their shirts, bare-chested, and began to take turns to draw water. The water they drew was directly transported to the fields. As for the remaining 2 wells, one was missing a piece due to years of disrepair, while the other had not changed much. This situation was immediately reported to the county. They wanted to make an auspicious sign or something, but they were persuaded by the sinister county magistrate to keep it a secret. "Sir, don't think about this. Take a rest." The county magistrate's face was also ugly as he advised County Magistrate Cheng. The registrar, county deputy, and the bailiffs who knew about this matter also had no smile on their faces. They knew that behind the happiness of the people, someone was using his life to support it. What auspicious sign was this? What water was this? It was clearly tears of blood. They all believed Chen Dong's words. The masters of Zhangjie Zhuangzi, for the sake of the people of Sanshui County, actually used his life as the price to activate the divine power. The county magistrate, county deputy, and registrar were the most conflicted in their hearts. They wanted to let the people in the county have water to drink, but they were also afraid that the two masters of Zhangjie Zhuangzi had an accident. They couldn't decide between the two. The bailiffs couldn't care so much. They only hoped that the people of Zhangjie Zhuangzi were still alive and well. When they heard that the people of Linhe County wanted to make an auspicious sign, they couldn't help but want to beat them a few times. "Well, Xuyang, there are other things today. Help me take a look. I will go to the back to check on some of the previous omissions." County Magistrate Cheng was the happiest, but also the saddest. He arranged for people to go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi. A village had water, but he had to worry about the masters of Zhangjie Zhuangzi. After the county deputy agreed, County Magistrate Cheng returned to his courtyard without another word. He dismissed the servants and found incense and candles alone. He brought them to the study room and personally ground an ink stick. He wrote the names of the two of them on a piece of paper and placed it on the table in the study room. He lit the incense and candles and then knelt there. "This unfilial student greets the two of you. I wish the two of you a long life. I swear that if any of the 60,000 elders in Sanshui County dare to disrespect the two of you, even if it means risking my life, I will not let them off easily." After that, County Magistrate Cheng kowtowed 3 more times before standing up. In the next few days, not only were the wells in Linhe village filled with water, but many of the wells in other villages were filled with water as well. The wells that originally had more water, and the wells that didn't have water were filled with water. From time to time, someone would report this to the yamen as an auspicious sign. The more the yamen heard, the more upset they felt. "Milord, why don't we send someone to Zhangjie Zhuangzi and ask them to stop for a while and transport some water from other villages to those villages that are suffering from drought? Then, when the people have water, what should we do? This is exchanging lives for lives." A pregnant yamen runner found County Magistrate Cheng and knelt there, crying and begging. Of course, he got the news from Chen Dong. His family had received a lot of benefits from Zhangjie Zhuangzi. His wife ate well and slept well. Zhangjie Zhuangzi even specially sent a woman to teach his wife some movements. He even taught her a few songs to sing, saying that it was good for the unborn child. If it were someone else, he would think that they were just messing with him. But Zhangjie Zhuangzi specially made it, so he didn't dare to have any doubts. How could he not remember this kind of care? At first, he thought that if one day Zhangjie Zhuangzi killed someone, he would pretend that he didn't see it. But now, he thought that if Zhangjie Zhuangzi wanted to kill someone, he would do it himself. When County Magistrate Cheng heard the bailiff's words, he did not know what to do for a moment. Chen Dong had come back and said that it was only this one time, which meant that the two masters of the Zhang family's farmstead would not die because of this one time. However, in the past 2 days, as the wells in some villages had more water and dried up, he felt the bailiff's anxiety. He originally wanted to have a long life, but Zhangjie Zhuangzi didn't agree. He didn't know the master's name, and he didn't know what the master looked like, so he could only give up. Looking at the yamen runner kneeling there, County Magistrate Cheng suddenly had an idea. He said to him, "How about this? Tomorrow you bring some of the county's products that Zhangjie Zhuangzi doesn't have and give them to them. Also, help me ask if they want to stop." If they stop, I will issue a notice and ask the people to get water from other places. But if they say that they don't lack water, I will also issue a notice and ask the people not to go out at night and not to check if they hear any noise. What do you think? Seeing the Yamen runner like this, County Magistrate Cheng didn't know what to say, especially the next county magistrate. If the next county magistrate wasn't promoted by Sanshui County, the officials sent by the higher-ups would have a hard time. The people sent by the higher-ups hated the local power the most, but they were also afraid of the local power the most. A capable official could handle the local power in a short time and make everyone listen to him. A weak official could only ask for a transfer or join in the evil. If the next county magistrate wasn't Registrar Zhao, would he have the ability to take in Zhangjie Zhuangzi? He would be tired to death. The Yamen runner naturally didn't know that the county magistrate was thinking so much. When he heard the county magistrate's words, he left happily and prepared to go to Zhangjie Zhuangzi tonight to ask. Wang Wan, do you think the moon is at its roundest today? Grandpa made mooncakes for me. Zhang Xiaobao was especially energetic tonight. He lay on the couch and couldn't sleep. He looked out of the half-open window and said softly. Wang Wan was already sleepy and wanted to sleep. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she opened her eyes and said, Comrade Zhang Xiaobao, I beg you, don't say any more. There are still many days until the 15th of August. I'll make mooncakes with you then, okay? Oh, thank you. Actually, it has nothing to do with the 15th of August. Today is my grandpa's birthday. Look at how round the moon is. Grandpa must be looking at me on the moon. Zhang Xiaobao continued. His voice was very soft, but it was enough for Wang Wan to hear. Wang Wan stared at the window and seemed to want to close it with her mind. She turned her head and saw Zhang Xiaobao was still staring at the window. She said, There's no one on the moon, right? Well, don't look at me. There's someone on the moon, but it won't be your grandpa. There's Chang Yi Wu Gang, and a living thing at home, not a rabbit. Which one do you think your grandpa is? Could it be the Apollo of the lunar kicking plan? Comrade Wang Wan, let me ask you, why are there so many graves in places with water? Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic. Xiaobao, you are a good man. The country is sorry for you. Don't hate the country. After all, these departments are composed of people, not machines. You have learned so much psychology. Don't you understand? I'm here with you. Take it as compensation. Wang Wan knew that Zhang Xiaobao would fall into a special thought when he thought of his grandpa. At the same time, he had made arrangements for the other side, so she said these words gratefully. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head. What qualifications do you have to represent the country? How do you know that I love the country? What I love is a national complex. What I love is a kind of heritage. The Chinese nation is not a certain republic. What I protect is a kind of spirit, not a specific thing. Some people said that the four ancient civilizations were ancient India, ancient Egypt, ancient Babylon, and ancient China. Some people said ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient India, and ancient Egypt. Some people said ancient Egypt, ancient Rome, ancient Maya, and ancient India. Some people said ancient Lulan, ancient Egypt, ancient Maya, and ancient Rome. These were not important. What was important was whose civilization was still being passed down. India? Their history needed to be filled in by the history of other countries. Maya? They only had words left, but they had lost the people who could interpret them. Egypt? They had almost lost their own words. They did not know how they originated. Babylon, it was conquered by the pagans. Who still remembered it? Rome? There was no arena. It was long forgotten. Lulan? Time passed. Who chased after time? Only one place still existed. From the records of Yan Huang to the mountains of reeds. The country I recognize is this. I am not proud of the glory of my ancestors. I am sad because I can't inherit it. Who dares to talk about civilization with China? Who dares to talk about food with China? Xiao Bao, the well exploded. Why did you remind them to use the fortune-telling compass to measure it? Just as Zhang Xiaobao was about to say something radical, Wang Wan suddenly interrupted and asked something unrelated to what Zhang Xiaobao was talking about. Zhang Xiaobao did not answer immediately. He stood there panting. After a while, he smiled at Wang Wan. People say that a good wife can let a man have no worries. I didn't understand before, but now I finally understand. When you are in high spirits, she knows how to pour cold water on you. When you are in low spirits, she knows how to cheer you up. When you are in low spirits, she knows how to. Xiao Bao, what is that compass used for? Is it a compass? Wang Wan interrupted Zhang Xiaobao again. Oh, you're talking about that thing? I really don't know much about fortune-telling. I didn't learn anything about fortune-telling back then. There really was a person in there. In the end, he misjudged a department head and was locked up. But I know one thing. That compass corresponds to the water patterns and magnetic fields. Usually, some fortune-tellers would find a compass and put it in a messy place. He thought that it was God's will that he couldn't predict the future. In fact, that place is usually a place with more water patterns. If you don't believe me, you can take a look. As long as you use that thing, you can dig out a coffin in a messy place. The orphanage was like that. They wanted to dig a fixed cellar, but after digging for a while, they found a coffin. At first, they didn't care about it and moved it to another place. You know what a fixed cellar is? It is an underground house built with bricks and cement. It is used as a vegetable cellar. But in the end, they found that it was full of water. The vegetable cellar was 2.5 meters deep, and 1.5 meters was water. In the end, they couldn't use it. Later, they wanted to make a well, which is a relatively old well. The one that uses leverage and air pressure. It is 3 meters away from the vegetable cellar. In the end, they drilled 12 meters and there was no water at all. Zhang Xiaobao finally recovered from the state he shouldn't be in and started talking about the compass. I know about this. There are some well-preserved ancient corpses. In fact, it is because there is water at the place where they are buried. The coffin itself is sealed well, but the water pressure underground is too high. It presses the water into the coffin and squeezes out the air inside. When the air is gone, the surroundings are sealed again. The water level drops, and the water seeps out. The seal is sealed again, and the inside of the coffin becomes a vacuum. When people dig it up, there is no oxidizing effect. The person inside is preserved very well. Wang Wan added. At the same time, she knew why Zhang Xiaobao asked people to use a compass to predict the future when they blew up the well. It wasn't for fortune-telling, but for water patterns. Chapter 117. In Sanshui County, water was flowing out of many wells. Some wells even collapsed, but there was no change in a few wells. The drought was still going on and had not been completely solved. It was just that they did not have to worry about the people dying of thirst due to the lack of water. County Magistrate Cheng originally wanted to make a longevity memorial for the two masters on Zhangjie Zhuangzi, but he was opposed by Zhuangzi, so he could only keep this matter in mind. There were some good things happening in the county. At the same time, some rich people heard that water was flowing out of many wells. They went to take a look and smelled a familiar smell. They thought it was firecrackers, so they went to buy hundreds of thousands of firecrackers. They found a dry well and threw them into it. In the end, there was only a short burst of sound, and then there was no other reaction. Looking at the smoke floating out of the well, they were sure that firecrackers could not be used to blow up the well. After smelling it again, they felt that it was not the same, so they could only give up. Originally, he wanted to find a way to help people get water out of the well to make money. The dock that Song Jingong was in charge of was still in full swing. It seemed that it would be finished by late autumn. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Shannon East Road, Hunan Road, Hedong Road, and Guanyi Road all had varying degrees of drought. Guanyi Road was slightly worse, but Shannon East Road and Hunan Road had the most severe drought. Hedong Road was also affected. Fortunately, there were several main rivers in Hedong Road and Guanyi Road, so they might be able to hold on until the arrival of the rainy season. If there was only drought, there was nothing to be afraid of in Hunan Road. Crop failure was inevitable. However, they were able to use the water from the Yellow River. Since spring, there were more locusts in these two places than in other places. At first, the people did not notice it. There were locusts jumping around every year, so this year was not a big deal. Who knew that with the drought, there would be more and more locusts? Some of the bigger ones even grew to 2 inches long. When they flapped their wings, they flew in front of people like little chicks. Seeing these locusts eating the crops, the people lit incense burners outside the fields and kept kowtowing. But no one said that they were going to chase them away or let their poultry eat them. In the end, the locusts covered the sky and covered the earth. Not only did the people in the prefecture not care, they even reported this matter to their superiors, asking the emperor to issue a decree to build a temple of locusts here. Li Longji clearly knew the danger of these locusts, but he couldn't do anything about it. The other ministers also didn't stop it, except for Yao Chong. He jumped up and down, first promising the emperor that he would take responsibility, then followed the other ministers to threaten him. In the end, he obtained a non-support and non-opposition agreement. He personally went there to check the situation and get rid of those locusts. At this time, Zhangjia Zhuangzi in Sanshui County also followed suit. The 10,000 dan of grain was divided into 2 portions. One portion was given to Su Si to stop at the market and quietly transport to Hunan. The other portion was given to Erniu to find a cart to transport it to the county seat. The cart took several li to transport it to the county seat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were prepared to personally go and take a look. It could be considered a trip for the childhood sweethearts. In the end, they were stopped by the people in their family. Usually, when the two of them did something, the adults didn't care. This time, they wanted to go out, but no matter what, they didn't agree. They were afraid that the two of them would sneak away, so they arranged for 10 people to take turns to watch over them. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this news, he understood that it was time for him to take action. He arranged things in the county seat and took half of the bailiffs to prepare to go to those 2 places to provide disaster relief. In fact, it was to deliver grain. Cherries also hatched a lot of chicks and gave them to the farmers to raise. She took more than 6,000 chickens and Xiaohong's ducks and geese and also set off. Some of the idlers in the courtyard also followed to help feed the chickens and pick the eggs. This time, Cherries and Xiaohong only brought enough feed for the poultry to eat for 2 days. Along the way, they had to choose places with grass or places with a lot of grasshoppers. According to the young master's instructions, as long as the eggs were laid, they would exchange them with the local people. They could buy them with money or with cloth and silk. Even if it was a year's worth of grain, they would exchange them. Some children caught various insects to feed the poultry, but they also gave them eggs. Everything depends on Erniu. Whether or not our family can continue to enjoy this kind of treatment depends on Erniu's response. We have a lot of grasshoppers here. Some are hiding in the mountains. Let's fry them and eat them. Call Danyo back from the county seat and let him try to make a cake. When the time comes, we can exchange the grasshoppers with the children on Zhuangzi. This thing is good. It's high in protein. Make some salt and pepper. After it's fried, we can eat it together. Don't eat the staple food. We can eat grasshoppers every day. I've decided to beat a 5-year-old child when I'm 3 years old. Zhang Xiaobao had been holding back his anger because his family didn't allow him and Wang Wan to go there personally. He waited for others to leave before he started to come up with ideas. Eat it every day? Then you eat it yourself. I won't accompany you. No matter how much protein grasshoppers have, how can they compare to rice and flour? I don't know how you're a liar. Wang Wan also wanted to go out and see what other places in this era were like. In the end, she was locked up at home. She was also depressed. Zhang Xiaobao had no other choice. If he really wanted to run out, it was very easy for him and Wang Wan. However, if he ran away, his family would definitely be worried. It wasn't easy for him to finally have family. He definitely wouldn't do that. Seeing that Wang Wan didn't want to accompany them to eat grasshoppers, he found a compromise. Then how about we use flour to wrap grasshoppers and fry them? What do you think? So you're competing with a grasshopper? Why don't we let them catch more and bake them into powder? We can make some pastries for the children in the village to eat to replenish their nutrition. When we grow up, they can become the most loyal guards. When we expand the territory, when we open up the wasteland, the strength of the seedling protection team will be stronger. Wang Wan heard about 4 deaths in the past few months. She felt a little distressed. There was a Zhuangzi in the Gu family. He was 6 years old, but he died of an illness. Life was really too fragile. At that time, the courtyard sent all the resident doctors and used a tail of ginseng, but it only delayed his life by a few days. In addition to the medical reasons, there was also the children's daily nutrition problems. Healthy children had a stronger resistance to diseases. Usually, it was enough to see some children play and exercise, but the intake of protein was less. People nowadays didn't eat grasshoppers unless they were hungry. If it was in the past, grasshoppers would be a good thing. Zhang Xiaobao also knew what Wang Wan was thinking. He thought for a while and said, "It's useless to just eat grasshoppers. When this matter is settled, we can build a school and find some students who failed to pass the exam to teach the children. At that time, 3 meals a day will be prepared. Naturally, the children will be healthier. As for the grasshopper powder, why don't we add our monosodium glutamate and send it to some pancake shops as seasoning? The taste will definitely be different from pancakes or other noodles. We can also add some fish powder. Forget about monosodium glutamate, we can just add something else. Providing raw materials is the least cost-effective. It's better to sell it in our own shop in Sanshui County. It's not a big deal, we can just arrange it casually. It seems that before they come back, the 2 of us will have some free time. Let's think about how to help your father pass the exam. Okay, starting tomorrow, we will find my father to go outside and enjoy the scenery. You have to cooperate. I'm not very familiar with poetry. You have been exposed to a lot of training when you were young, so I will rely on you in this aspect." Zhang Xiaobao wanted his father to take the county entrance examination. He could hint some political and economic ideas, but not poetry. "Okay, tomorrow morning, we will go out and learn something with your father. We will hint at him then." Wang Wan promised. County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang set off that night when Erniu came with so many carriages. He had been paying attention to the disasters in those 2 places recently. He knew that if he went there now, he would definitely be recognized and his grade would be raised. With such a large group, it would take at least half a month to travel from Sanshui County to those 2 places. On the other side, Cherries and Xiaohong were also urging the group to move faster. The chickens, ducks, and geese were not very obedient, especially when they encountered water. The ducks and geese always wanted to go in and play. Fortunately, Xiaofan had a smart goose, furry. It could understand whatever Xiaofan asked it to do. It was busy, leading nearly 10,000 birds to eat as they moved. The people from the inner courtyard who followed them were also busy. They had to watch the left, right, and back of the group. Otherwise, it would be easy to lose a few birds. This was all money. When they encountered the fields on both sides of the road, as long as there were grasshoppers, Xiaofan and cherries would lead the birds to eat. With the meat, the birds naturally did not want the grains. They lowered their heads and ran around. As they ran, they could eat all kinds of insects that were chased over. Even if the locusts were flying a little lower, the chickens would jump up and eat them. Half a month later, County Magistrate Cheng's group arrived first. It could not be said that they had all arrived, as the carriages transporting grain were still behind. County Magistrate Cheng was preparing to contact the Prime Minister first, which was Prime Minister Yao Yu. He had already received the news that Prime Minister Yu had also come out of the capital and would be here soon. He was just in time to meet him. The only thing he was worried about was whether the grain would be transported in time. Xiaofan and cherries were also a little anxious. They were moving slower. The people were fine, but the birds were not very obedient. They always ran to a distant place to take a look, and then continued to move forward with the group. They were already not slow, but they still had to walk for more than 10 days. They did not know if they would be able to see Prime Minister Yu by then. Xiaofan, you lead the group slowly. I have to hurry. Otherwise, when we reach the place and they leave, we will not be able to go back and explain to the young master. At least, we have to let that person with the surname Yao know that we have put in a lot of effort this time. As they walked, Cherries was anxious and discussed with Xiaofan. Today was the 3rd watch, tomorrow was the 7th watch. Chapter 118. Okay, Cherries, you go. I'll take care of the poultry here. Cherries, if you really meet the right Prime Minister, aren't you afraid? Xiaofan also knew that she was too slow. She was clear about the situation in Zhuangzi. She was hoping that this time, she would be able to secure the position of Baihu. It was not only a matter of money, but also status. If the Zhang family said this, then they were people of high status. Therefore, she agreed to Cherries' suggestion. But she was also worried that Cherries would be scared when she went there. That was a high official, very high. Scared? What's so scary about that Yao guy? Is he more powerful than my family's young master and young lady? My family's young master and young lady are just a little younger. Otherwise, would that Yao guy dare to speak in front of my family's young master and young lady? Does he know how to hatch chickens? Does he know how to make fungus? Can he predict when there will be a drought? He's just occupying a good position. Cherries was more extroverted than Xiaofan. She disdainfully asked Xiaofan a few questions. Every time she asked, Xiaofan shook her head. After shaking her head a few times, Xiaofan added, he won't plant cucumbers in the winter. With the young master behind us, there's nothing to be afraid of. Yes, there's no need to be afraid of him. Then I'll go first. You have to hurry behind me. You can earn more money for Zhuangzi. After saying this, Cherries got on a carriage. Under the beckoning of the carriage handle, the carriage gradually disappeared from the sight of Xiaofan and the others. In Zhangjia Zhuangzi, it was already dusk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan took the things they had written to see Father Zhang. Father Zhang was not good at managing the family, but he had some knowledge. In the beginning, his ancestors followed the army and won glory. After several generations, he was favored by the family to walk the path of an official. She looked at her son's and daughter-in-law's handwriting, commented on it, and explained to the 2 children what she had taught them yesterday. The day should be over, and there was no need to say too many words to encourage the 2 children. Every time this happened, Zhang Wang clan would listen to the side. She would listen to what she could understand and watch what she didn't understand. Seeing the two children's serious appearance and the happy and expectant expression on her husband's face, she knew that her son and daughter-in-law had learned a lot of knowledge. She was happy. "Father, I've been learning for the past few days. I haven't gone out to play with you. Why don't we go out and have a look today?" Zhang Xiaobao was worried about his father's poem during the county-level examination. He had learned what he had learned that day, so he suggested that they go out to play. Usually, Father Zhang was not willing to waste this time. However, these past few days, he had asked someone to watch over his son and daughter-in-law, so his two children did not have much fun. He felt a little guilty. After hesitating for a while, he saw that his wife kept winking at him, so he could only agree. The four of them brought some snacks and wine. Without calling any servants, they went to the side of the pond where the ducks and geese were kept. There were ducks and geese that returned home late playing in the water. They were all relatively small and were raised by the farmers. The children who were keeping the geese were nowhere to be seen. The four of them spread out the blankets they brought and sat around the pond. In the middle of the pond, there were snacks and wine. Zhang Wang clan was naturally responsible for pouring wine for Father Zhang. Only the two of them drank some wine. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each held a piece of beef tendon and ground their teeth. "Husband, the scenery here is so beautiful. Other places are still dry, but here there is no need to worry at all. Husband, compose a poem for this wife to listen to." Zhang Wang clan at this time changed from her usual tough attitude and gently said to Father Zhang. Okay, then I'll compose a poem. Let's drink first and let your husband compose a poem." Father Zhang did not expect that his wife would ask him to compose a poem at this time. He was not prepared at all. He could only drink first and at the same time, try to think of what sentence to use. "Xiao Bao, look at those withered flowers. Can you still dye the leaves red?" Wang Wan began to perform at this time with Zhang Xiaobao. The two of them had long planned to help Father Zhang compose a poem during each season. Even if they said a few key points for Father Zhang to remember, it would be easier for him to write it during the exam. Zhang Xiaobao did not know much about poetry. Looking at Wang Wan's lips, he slowly said, "Why dye it red? It's already evening. Even if there are many sorrows in the heart, thinking of the flowers that have long left the branches, even if you urge a horse to travel to the ends of the world, you still have to know that the flowers that have fallen are not so heartless. At least, it will help new peanuts to grow in the coming year." "Oh, so that is to say, the falling flowers are not heartless. Waiting for them to turn into soil, they can still protect the flowers from blooming?" Wang Wan continued. In fact, the two of them wanted to say that the vast and mighty sorrow of parting is at the end of the day. The falling flowers are not heartless. Turning into spring soil, they protect the flowers. However, Father Zhang did not know this. While drinking wine, he looked at the two children sitting there. Suddenly, he heard the words of the two children and an idea came to him. He said to the Zhang Wang clan, "Qiao, let me tell you. Yes, under the setting sun, there is no need to worry about urging a horse to look to the ends of the world. How can the falling flowers be heartless? Instead, they become spring soil and protect the flowers. Husband is indeed amazing. Before the cup of wine is finished, you have already written a poem. Husband, drink slowly. Let me peel a prawn for you to eat." When the Zhang Wang clan heard this, she was happy. Her husband was the most capable. While urging him to drink, she peeled a boiled prawn and brought it to her husband's mouth. Father Zhang's face turned red when he saw Weiwei, but he did not know how to explain. He could only finish the cup of wine in one gulp and eat the prawn. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each gnawed on a piece of beef jerky and grinded their teeth. The Zhang Wang clan watched as her husband drank the wine and ate the prawn. She said to the side, husband's ability is indeed extraordinary. Look, the lotus in the pond has already bloomed. Why don't you compose another poem for me? It will be easy for me to teach you this. Okay, husband will compose another poem with wife. Let's drink first. Father Zhang was a little scared. This kind of impromptu poem was not so easy. He prepared to drink to delay the time. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan quickly took out the beef jerky in their mouths and looked at each other. Wang Wan spoke first, Xiaobao, this season is really good. It's already June. In June, I heard that the lotus will bloom, but hearing it and seeing it is different. Why do you think? Well, I think so. After all, it's already June. The scenery is different from other times. For example, spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Look, the lotus leaves are so big. With so many of them together, it seems like the water and the sky are the same color. It's so green. With the sunset, I think it's redder than the lotus. What do you think? Zhang Xiaobao knew about this poem and directly hinted at it. Father Zhang was knowledgeable, but he lacked inspiration. Just now, he had been thinking of how to come up with a poem to satisfy his wife. After drinking 2 bowls of wine, he heard his son and daughter-in-law's conversation. Inspiration came to him again. Madam, listen to your husband. That. After all, in June, the scenery is different from the 4 seasons. The lotus leaves that reach the heavens are green, and the lotus flowers under the sun are red. No, the last line should be the lotus flowers under the sun are red. Husband is really different from those people. You can compose 2 poems at once. It's a pity that the sun is about to set. It's really regrettable. Husband, let me make some radishes and dip them in sauce for you to eat. Jiang Wang clan praised again. At the same time, she dipped a very small radish in sauce and fed it to Father Zhang. Her eager expression showed that she still wanted Father Zhang to recite a poem. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan saw their mother's expression from the corner of their eyes. They looked at each other and communicated with their lips. I remember that Du Fu wrote a poem called Sigh of the Summer Night. Why don't we take it out? It's not easy to guide. Wang Wan spoke first. How long is it? Zhang Xiaobao also asked with his lips 24 lines. It contains a lot of things. Wang Wan replied. Then forget it. I don't have the ability to guide. Something simpler. Zhang Xiaobao immediately rejected after hearing so many lines. Then what should we say? I got it. Little Lise. Wang Wan was a genius after all. She learned more things than Zhang Xiaobao. What? Eunuchs? Zhang Xiaobao tried hard to think. Which eunuch was good? There was one with the surname Sima, one with the surname Zheng, and one with the surname Tang. What eunuch? Don't belittle eunuchs. Li Shangyin, do you remember? Wang Wan reminded. Oh, so it's. What does he do? Zhang Xiaobao pretended to be enlightened. He squinted his eyes and asked again. The sea, the moon, and the pearl have tears. Oh, I have an impression of this. This feeling can become reminiscence. This is not suitable for my father to say to my mother, right? My mother misunderstands easily. Very easily. Zhang Xiaobao knew such a familiar sentence. What nonsense are you talking about? His whole life is reminiscence. Also, the sunset is infinitely good. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao with her big, cute eyes. Oh, you should have said so earlier. Is this also written by him? I know. Look at your husbands. Cuckoo, that. Wang Wan trembled when she heard Zhang Xiaobao call her that. She looked at the water and calmed down. Well, when I come to the pond and look at the reflection of the sunset on the water, why do I feel a little sad? This sunset is very good. Unfortunately, it's dusk and we have to go back. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Wang Wan looked at the water and calmed down with difficulty. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao say that it was calm, her emotions fluctuated again. Father Zhang didn't know what his daughter-in-law was thinking. When he heard his son's words, he immediately thought of a poem. This time, it was closer to the original. Wife and children in the pond, feeling unwell at night. The sunset is infinitely good, but it wants to be dusk. Xiao, what do you think? Good, what husband says is good. Jiang Wang clan was not stupid. Why did her husband say these 3 poems that were related to what her son and daughter-in-law were saying? She looked at the 2 little guys who were looking at the pond as if nothing had happened. It was even more suspicious. Chapter 119. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. If it was another family's child, she wouldn't have said anything, but how could she not know her own child? Her son was a little dependent on his mother. Every day, as long as he came together, he would always come to her side to take a look. If she was awake, he would greet her and kiss her. If she was not awake, according to the servant girls, Xiaobao would always help to tuck in the blanket or quilt before turning around to leave. It was the same at night when she was sleeping. He would first come to check on her, then stay for a while when she was awake. When she was asleep, he would greet her before leaving. This was why she liked her son so much, even though she knew that he was different from other children. Who would treat their mother so well when there was a monster in their family? But these 2 children were not bad to her husband either. They were very serious when they were learning. Her husband had said that this was not the first time. If such students were placed in front of any teacher, they would feel that their ancestors were emitting smoke from their graves. They understood as soon as they were asked, and answered as soon as they were asked. The only worry about teaching such students was that there would be nothing to teach them in the future. Who would believe that such children were indifferent when they heard their father recite poems? Thinking about what they had just said, a special thought appeared in the Jiang Wang clan's mind. Husband, after listening to your poem, you don't seem to like the setting sun very much. Why don't you go and see old madam and old master first? This concubine will play with the children here for a while before returning. The Jiang Wang clan ordered Father Zhang to leave. Father Zhang didn't think too much about it. When he heard his wife's words, he felt that it was the right thing to do. He drank another bowl of wine, got up, and walked towards the courtyard where his parents were. One reason was that he really wanted to see his parents, and the other was that he was afraid that his wife would ask him to recite more poems. This kind of thing was not something an ordinary person could do. After Father Zhang left, the Jiang Wang clan said to her son, Xiaobao, tell your mother, what do you mean by, a fallen flower is not heartless? Mother, what did you say? Zhang Xiaobao stared blankly at his mother. Her expression was as cute as it could be. Her chubby body, round face, big eyes, and fluttering eyelashes made anyone want to hug her and kiss her. Tell mother, tell me a poem, I want it now. Jiang Wang clan resisted the urge to kiss her son and asked with a sullen face. A poem? What else could it be? Vast and mighty sorrow of parting in the daytime, the whips point east to the horizon. The fallen flowers are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. That's all, Zhang Xiaobao said helplessly. If it was someone else who asked him, he would definitely play dumb. But since his mother asked, he couldn't bear to do that. Anyway, he had a lot of things to do, so it didn't make much of a difference. As expected, the fallen flowers are not heartless. They turn into spring mud to protect the flowers. This is a real poem. What about the next one? Jiang Wang clan heard her son's words and sighed. Her son was the best in the family. If she told others, who would believe her? Also, her daughter-in-law was just like her son. She hid her talent well. You say it, it's your turn. Zhang Xiaobao nudged Wang Wan. Granny, the next one is actually about another place. Hangzhou's West Lake. There are more lotus flowers there. After all, the scenery of West Lake is different in June. The lotus leaves are green, and the lotus flowers are red under the sun. Xiao Bao and I heard other people talking about the scenery, so we made it up. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao had compromised, so she had to say it too. But she was afraid that others would misunderstand, so she explained it again. Jiang Wang clan didn't want to ask about the third one. She already knew the capabilities of her two children, especially her daughter-in-law, Wang Wan. The fact that the rich family didn't need to buy land had already explained everything. Ever since these two Zhuangzi had two children, they had changed. Their business dealings and all kinds of schemes made her feel scared. The difference from what others thought was that these two children were her own, especially Xiao Bao. If there was something delicious, he would think of her first. If there was something useful, he would also bring it to her first. It didn't matter if they were monsters or gods, as long as they were her children, it was fine. Xiao Bao, cuckoo, don't say these things to others in the future. Jiang Wang clan was afraid of losing her children, so she tried to persuade them. Okay, I won't say it. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan replied at the same time. They weren't fools, so they knew what to show to others. That's good. Go back and sleep early. It's hot, so remember to ask Pomegranate to help you drive away mosquitoes. Jiang Wang clan kissed her two children's faces and felt relieved. She wasn't as worried as others. It was good that her children were good. Other people could become prime ministers at the age of 12, so what if her son became prime minister at the age of 8? That person with the surname Gan could be promoted at such a young age, so why couldn't her children be even younger? Isn't it too scary? Zhang Xiaobao asked Wang Wan when he came back. Who are you scaring? You've already done so, so don't think about it this time. The only good thing about the people here is that they're superstitious. It's fine if we're a little more powerful, but we can also increase the confidence of the people in the inner courtyard. You have to know that they don't care whether you're a monster or an immortal. They just want to know whether you can bring them more benefits, both material and spiritual. Wang Wan was very clear-minded. It wasn't like she hadn't met an 8-year-old child who had helped her solve quadratic equations in 3 variables, and it was the kind that did it verbally. Young people weren't just for show. They were really capable people, and there were quite a number of them with an IQ of 160. She couldn't just catch every one of them, right? She could only nurture them. Oh, I'm just asking. I don't want others to worry. Let's sleep first. We still have to study when we wake up. We can't be uneducated. Zhang Xiaobao mainly wanted to find someone to talk to, and Wang Wan happened to fit his requirements. Alright, let's sleep. Wang Wan agreed, and the two of them lay on the couch again. 2 hours later, the two of them were once again woken up by Pomegranate, and went to the study table together. Zhang Xiaobao finished grinding the grindstone, and found that Wang Wan was still motionless. He nudged her and asked, "What are you doing? Didn't you sleep enough just now? Then continue sleeping, one more day won't make a difference." Who said I didn't sleep enough? I was thinking about how I can help you improve. I want the kind of fast speed. Looking at you, I know that you'll definitely choose to take the county scholar exam. That's not a simple matter. At least you have to know how to compose poems. You can't just rely on copying. People might not choose a place where you can copy. For example, if you were asked to write about a bug, how would you write it? You can write about anything, whether it's a flat land or a mountain peak. But would people think that it's a bug? That's a bee. It doesn't seem to be a perfect classification yet. What do you think you should do when the time comes? Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand to the side and frowned as she spoke. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that if he wanted to learn these things quickly, it wouldn't be easy, especially when it came to poetry. This required a lot of accumulation. When he was young, he had never put in any effort in this area. When he grew up, he had been scamming people. Although he earned a lot of money, he didn't learn the basics. He couldn't say whether it was regret or fate. He wanted to take the county scholar exam, so he could only slowly work hard and accumulate some knowledge. Seeing that Wang Wan was thinking, he asked, "Then do you have any ideas? After all, you learned it yourself, unlike me. I learned all the practical things in prison. Who knows that the most practical things here are the least practical things back then? Don't worry, I'm thinking. I got it. Do you know the rhyme of a fisherman?" Wang Wan thought for a while and finally thought of something. "I don't know. Is it a fisherman in a lone boat, fishing alone in the cold river? Don't tell me you want me to draw something. This won't do. I don't have any foundation and am not interested in this area. I might not be able to learn it even if I studied it for a lifetime." Zhang Xiaobao denied. "What drawing? You are talking about the river. I'm asking about the rhyme of a fisherman." "It's the rhyme of a fisherman. It's the rhyme of a pair of couplets. It's the Spring Festival couplets with horizontal scrolls. The sky is against the earth, and the rain is against the wind. The land is against the sky. Have you heard of it?" Wang Wan said to Zhang Xiaobao. "Yes, I know. I heard a few lines when I was eavesdropping on other people's lectures. I remember this. At the end, it's thunder and mist. The sun is against the sky. Am I right?" Zhang Xiaobao immediately reacted. "Yes, it seems like you were very serious when you were eavesdropping when you were young." Wang Wan praised. She had already heard Zhang Xiaobao talk about his childhood experience. Zhang Xiaobao understood this time, but felt that something was wrong. He thought for a while and said, "It's the Tang Dynasty now. What's the use of asking me to write couplets? I'm writing poems." "You are so stupid. Are there no couplets in poems? For example, modern poems are strictly required to have a couplet, especially metrical poems. The couplet itself is like that. Do you understand?" Wang Wan knew more about this than Zhang Xiaobao. After all, she was a master's student. No matter what she studied, some things were written in textbooks. Moreover, her family was not ordinary. She had to learn all kinds of things since she was young. Perhaps she did not have the special talent of Zhang Xiaobao, but when it came to basic education, 10 Zhang Xiaobaos added together could not compare to her. Zhang Xiaobao also knew that Wang Wan's family was rich and powerful. She learned a little bit of everything. Seeing Wang Wan's serious expression, he knew that the person who accompanied him here would not harm him. He could only admit, "I don't know. I will listen to whatever you say. At least in this aspect, can you tell me how to practice?" "Yes, it's good to know your own shortcomings. First, recite the couplet of the old man. I could recite from beginning to end at the age of 4. I even won first place in the city's competition. It was not because of my family's power, but because of my own ability." Wang Wan admired Zhang Xiaobao's attitude. He admitted what he did not know. Such people were the most terrifying. They would work hard to learn to regain their self-esteem. Zhang Xiaobao asked sincerely, "Do you still remember? Teach it to me. After I learn it, I will find a way to let my father know." "All right, learn from the beginning. Heaven versus earth, rain versus wind. Nyo Nu is on the left and right of the Milky Way. Chapter 120. It was a hot summer day. After lunch, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were still lying on the chairs in the courtyard. Pomegranate even specially went to the pond to get a big lotus leaf for them to use as an umbrella to cover their heads. Knowing that the two little ancestors didn't need to be served too much, Pomegranate went to get her wood ears. She had already saved up a lot of wood ears, but Zhang Xiaobao didn't allow her to sell them. Pomegranate didn't know what the little young master was planning, so she just followed his instructions. "It's so hot, I can't sleep. Xiaobao, what do you think we should do at this time?" Wang Wan was bored and played with her two hands. The main reason was that the weather was too hot, and doing outdoor exercise was not good for the body. Zhang Xiaobao was lying on the side and felt a little bored. It wasn't that he couldn't sleep. If he went into the house and put some ice next to the couch, he could sleep if he wanted to. However, he didn't do much exercise in the morning, so he couldn't just stay here. He had to think of something. "Say something, you have a lot of ideas." Wang Wan waited for a while and didn't get a response from Zhang Xiaobao, so she urged him. Zhang Xiaobao was sitting there in deep thought. His little hand was holding his chin, and his eyes were staring straight at the entrance of the courtyard. "I got it, let's go swimming. It's cool and can also exercise. You can choose one of the 6 ponds." Zhang Xiaobao finally came up with an idea. Wang Wan also felt that it was a good idea. She got down from the chair and began to look for people to accompany them, especially people who knew how to swim. Otherwise, they wouldn't be allowed to go out. Pomegranate rushed over. When she heard that the two little ancestors wanted to swim in the pond, she was frightened and quickly went to discuss it with others. The Jiang Wang clan and the 2 ancestors of the family also came, saying that they could make a big wooden basin for the 2 children to play in. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want to. They weren't children who didn't know anything. After some bargaining, they finally didn't want to make a wooden basin. The small river in front of the courtyard was specially divided. First, they let the people on Zhuangzi go there to see if there were water snakes. After a while, they used a shovel to dig and get rid of the creatures that could cause harm to the children. They also made a pile of fine sand and put it in. Then, they boiled pots of hot water and mixed it with cold well water until it was warm. Only then did they put it in that part of the river. After working for a full 4 hours, they finally finished making an artificial swimming pool for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were shocked. When they saw that the people in the courtyard were busy, they felt that it was a waste of manpower. A kind of warmth lingered in their hearts, especially Zhang Xiaobao, who kept smiling. As he smiled, his eyes turned red. "Xiaobao, let's go. We can go play now. Tomorrow will be better." Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's hand and led him to the middle of the river. "It would be nice to have a pair of sunglasses," Zhang Xiaobao said to Wang Wan, who was floating in the same position as him, while lying on the water. Wang Wan wasn't like Zhang Xiaobao, who didn't wear anything and just floated like that. Since she came here, she asked Cherries to make underwear and a large underwear for her. When she heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she also felt uncomfortable under the sun. She raised her hand and wiped the water on her face. Only then did she feel a little cooler. Then, she said, it would be best if the sky could be cloudy or cloudy. From today onwards, we can play in the water for the whole summer and autumn. Every part of our body can be trained and our lung capacity can be increased. I think so too. It's a pity that the place is a little small. If it really doesn't work, we can build a swimming pool. You lie down, I'll go down for a while. As Zhang Xiaobao said, his body sank. He swam between the water and the ground, which was not comfortable at all. As long as he stood up, the water was just up to his neck. It was so shallow. Pomegranate followed Zhuangzi to the water. A person who was good at swimming watched from the side. At first, he thought that the two young masters just wanted to play in the water. Who knew that after the two little ancestors entered the water, they swam in all kinds of postures. The person who was good at swimming was confused. He had never heard that the two young masters could swim. Could it be that they practiced when they were bathing? Pomegranate didn't think so much. No matter what the two young masters did, she could accept it. Not to mention swimming, she felt that it was reasonable for them to fly in the sky later. At the same time, Pomegranate also felt relieved. She didn't need to worry about the two little ancestors. They were different from other children. Even if they fell, they would never cry. At night, they even knew to use wine soaked in medicine to rub themselves. Wang Wan lay down for a while and also swam back and forth a few laps. When she was tired, she lay down on the water with Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, let's play with the couplet. You're bad at this. You say the first line, I'll match the second line." "Okay, my first line is swimming fish in the water." Zhang Xiaobao worked hard to learn. If there was an opportunity, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Then I'll match the second line, walking beasts stare at the shore of the pond." Wang Wan immediately matched. "My first line, green leaves Weiwei reflects the sunshine." Zhang Xiaobao matched the first line. It was simple, he just had to randomly say one. "My second line, green worm pupa and pupa together at night." Wang Wan found it difficult to match the second line, but she still managed to match it. "The toad in the field lies down. The child on the ridge chases. The cunning rabbit builds its nest in the forest. The clever fox hides under the tree." Say it, the first line. "Why aren't you saying anything?" Wang Wan was still waiting when she saw Zhang Xiaobao turn around and dive into the water with his face down. "Hurry up and say it." Wang Wan reached out and touched Zhang Xiaobao. "Say what?" "Pomegranate, bring some beef jerky for Cuckoo to eat." Zhang Xiaobao stuck his head out and shouted at Pomegranate who was on the shore. Pomegranate turned around and left. Wang Wan didn't know why, but she touched Zhang Xiaobao again. "Why did you bring me food? I'm not hungry." Match the couplet. "You're not hungry? If you're not hungry, why do you always eat me? When I say fish, you get a beast to watch. When I say tree leaves, you say worm. When I say toad, you say child. When I say rabbit, you say fox. I'm eaten by you. What else do you want to match?" "That's not right," Zhang Xiaobao complained. This was too much of a bully. "How can you play with me like this? I won't eat you, okay? I'll protect you. Hurry up and match." Wang Wan didn't realize that she was talking about eating Zhang Xiaobao's food. She laughed and sank into the water. She swam up and held Zhang Xiaobao's stomach to persuade him. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. "It's useless to just talk about the first line. Go back and slowly practice it. Language is something that needs to be accumulated. It can't be learned overnight. Later on, let's go to the school that was just built 2 days ago and see how the two teachers are teaching. Don't delay the children in Zhuangzi. If it's not good, we can change. We don't need to go, right? Once the two of us arrive, the two teachers will be nervous. Even if they teach well, it's easy to make mistakes. Wait for the children to learn for a few more days. We can ask them what they are learning and test them to see how well the two teachers are teaching." Wang Wan said as she turned her body and rested her head on Zhang Xiaobao's stomach. Zhang Xiaobao put his hands behind his head and let his ears out of the water. He thought for a while and said, "That's fine. Then let's wait for a few more days. Let's give the two teachers some time to adapt. It seems that the children in Zhuangzi like to study. No one sneaks out to play. It's better than the children in Zhuangzi. It's not like what you said. I liked to study when I was young. I always learned faster than the other children. I even skipped grades. No matter how hard my classmates worked, I was always the first. Wang Wan retorted. Yes, you are a genius. It's a pity that you didn't major in law. Look at how good you are studying physics. Maybe you can even become an academician in the Academy of Science. You can use it here. Zhang Xiaobao said as he yawned. The two of them chatted like this. The person who was good at swimming on the shore was stunned. He looked at the young master who was being used as a pillow by the young lady and could even talk with his arms under his head. His body was not heavy at all. If it was him, he could also do it deliberately. However, the young master looked so casual. It could only be said that the young master was not afraid of water at all. Instead, he was very familiar with it. He looked at the young lady cuckoo again. How did she practice? Could it be that she was like those babies who could float on the water during a flood and not sink? It was 1 in a million. At this time, Pomegranate also came back with something. Not only did she bring beef jerky, she also brought some fruit juice. She followed the young master and young lady's instructions to make 2 cups. There was a thin pole connected to the cups. According to the young master, it was called a goblet. The fruit juice was placed in the goblet. A thin bamboo tube was inserted into the goblet, and one could drink it with one's mouth. The only difference was that the young master and young lady complained that the goblet was not transparent. It was different from what they said. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had swum enough. It was not good to stay in the water for too long. They swam to the shore and lay on the chairs that were moved here. They picked up the fruit juice and drank 2 mouthfuls. Looking at the fields in the distance, they really had a special feeling. Xiaobao, do you think that the fields of the ordinary farmers near our house had a bad harvest this year? If we go and buy them, will they sell them? I'm not saying that we will drive them away after buying their fields. What I mean is that we will connect those fields with our own and let them become farmers. We are different from other owners. We will not exploit that little bit of food. We can provide them with new ways to become rich. After the fields are taken, they can be unified and the output can be increased. They can also do some things in the winter. For example, they can find new technologies in the future and build greenhouses. That piece of land is not bad. Especially a very low-lying place. The area is not small. We can make an artificial lake. When the time comes, we can work together with the restaurant. If they don't want to stay in the restaurant, they can set up tents by the lake. Prepare a charcoal fire for them and let them barbecue by themselves. Gentlemen stay away from the kitchen because they can't bear to kill, not because they can't cook. Wang Wan had a piece of beef jerky in her mouth. Her eyes were looking at the place in the distance that did not belong to Zhang Xiaobao and Zhuangzi. She suggested to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao's eyes were also looking in that direction. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he nodded and responded to Wang Wan, "Well, what you said is really good. It's a waste to give it to others. It's just right for us to give it to them. In a while, find someone to ask them if they are willing to sell the land. Tell them that we will buy it and let them cultivate it. We won't ask for more rent." Chapter 121. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan both had an idea and sent someone to ask. At night, the person who went to ask came back, but his expression was not good. He said to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Little young master, little miss, I went to ask. It just so happened that they were not at home. There are only a few people who can't make decisions at home. I waited there, and when they came back, before I could tell them why I was there, they told me happily that they had sold the land today for a good price, and that they would not have to leave this place in the future. They would only have to pay 10% more rent than before." Who bought it? Just a bit earlier? Hearing this, Zhang Xiaobao was stunned. If he didn't know that when he talked to Wang Wan, Pomegranate and another person in the inner courtyard couldn't say anything, he would have thought that there was a traitor. In reply to young master, I heard that they came from the capital. I heard from those people that a steward came with a few maids and male servants. The steward's surname is Li. I heard that this time, he bought more than 3,000 mu of land in the surrounding area. I didn't hear anything else. The person who sent the message replied to Zhang Xiaobao. Good, thank you for your hard work. Go back. If you want to sell it, then sell it. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any other choice. The other party was one step ahead, so his and Wang Wan's plan was ruined. It seemed that he would have another neighbor in the future. He just didn't know how he compared to Zhuangzi of the Gu family. After the person left, Wang Wan pouted in disappointment. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, Li, this surname is not ordinary. Could he be a relative of the imperial family? That's troublesome. Who knows if they have any ideas about our land? Our family's 100 households are still there. What if they use this as an excuse to annex our land? Want to annex my land? Dream on. I'll fight it out with them. If they really want to use this as an excuse, then don't blame me for being ruthless. I'll show them what it means to be ruthless. I hope they have nothing to do with Li Longji. Otherwise, I'll interfere. Zhang Xiaobao was also a little nervous. If he wanted to contend against power, he would have to take many detours. Otherwise, a single word from the other party could crush him to death. Wang Wan was worried that Zhang Xiaobao would make a risky move. She asked, what do you want to do? Could it be that he was going to use explosives to blow people up? That won't do. If we blow them up, our house will collapse too. I'm not going to do such a thing. If someone really wants to buy my land, I'll help them kill the poison. Lime is so cheap. If I buy it, I'll put it in the land and let them manage it. Flush it with water? Then they would be able to rush out of the saline alkali soil and plow the soil? I'll plow in the lime first. If they can think of transporting soil from other places, then they are smart. But it must not rain. If not, the lime will dissolve in the water. It's not easy to manage a piece of land, but there are many ways to ruin it. Zhang Xiaobao was very angry. He could imagine how sad his grandparents and parents would be if someone bought his land. This was his bottom line. It was not easy for him to have family in this life, and they were still alive. He will not allow anyone to bully them. Wang Wan was listening at the side. She finally understood. International swindlers are not ordinary people. They can think of all kinds of bad ideas. If they really bury so much lime, this land will be barren. It's just like what he said. If they want to manage a piece of land, it's too easy to destroy a piece of land. I'm just saying it out of anger. What if they are not from the royal family? We can still wait and see. If they really are, we can just exchange benefits. If it doesn't work, the two of us can go and discuss it with them. If two children go and talk about it, they won't be so difficult, right? After Zhang Xiaobao said some harsh words, he calmed down. He felt that since they were pursuing benefits, then he should give them benefits. They can cooperate and earn money together. Zhou Shihu was like this. It was not a big deal to have one more. When the time comes, they can borrow each other's strength. Making enemies was not the goal, but the essence was to pursue benefits. The wise men united, borrowing strength to fight strength, using money to make money. Monopolies are not suitable for the era of power. Giving out something can be exchanged for something else. Wang Wan felt that Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion was not bad. If someone really came to snatch the land, they should give some skills. We can't give out fungus. This thing is too precious. Give out the method of growing cucumbers in winter. I'm talking about what if those people really have a background and want to take over our land. Yes, if the worst really comes, give them this method. Not only them, but also the other big families in the capital. At that time, we don't need to plant anymore. We can just wait to buy it and eat it. We can study other things. After all, Zhang Xiaobao was not a child. He had to endure. Sometimes, it was not a bad thing to suffer losses. The two of them first prepared for the worst. The rest was simple. No one knew that when the other side just bought the land, there were two children who analyzed some possible situations and found a way to deal with them. After waiting for another day, Zhang Wang, Gu San, and Zhuangzi's main family also knew about this matter. They did not think as comprehensively as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They only thought that this was a relatively normal thing. Zhang Xiaobao asked people to buy 100 taels of quicklime the next day. Everything depended on the Li family's reaction. If they were too greedy, Zhang Xiaobao would have to fight to the death. If they could be reconciled, the quicklime could be used for disinfection and construction. Although the lime was only slightly dissolved in water, it was still very lethal, especially to the soil. It could even harden the soil. The good thing was that it could be used in dry and humid places. When it was mature, it could even be used to treat some diseases. Only Wang Wan could understand Zhang Xiaobao's actions. But the family did not know. When everything was ready, Zhang Xiaobao was relieved. Wang Wan, however, was lost in thought. Wang Wan, what are you thinking about? Read the book. At night, Zhang Xiaobao had already turned the pages of the book. When he found that Wang Wan's eyes still did not change, he touched Wang Wan with his arm and asked. Turn the page. I haven't read it yet. I'm helping you think of a way to make money. You bought so much quicklime. In case you don't need it, you can't throw it away. Moreover, it will absorb the water in the air for a long time and become the quicklime. Wang Wan did not read the book at all. The things bought with 100 taels of silver were piled up in several warehouses. She could not let these things go to waste. The quicklime was like an atomic bomb to her and Zhang Xiaobao. If they could use other ways to solve the problem, they absolutely could not take it out. But at the same time, quicklime could be used in other aspects. In addition to drying, disinfection, building houses, painting walls, and other applications, the most direct application was welding. She was also thinking about this. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's voice, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, do you think we can make a brazier if we find a jar that is better sealed? Put quicklime and carbon together, and then find a way to turn them into calcium carbide. Then we can use it to make brazier. Then we can make better sealed things in the future. Is there a good sealed thing now? That thing is the one who made the welding? Zhang Xiaobao was not clear about these things. He had not systematically studied these things. The source of all his knowledge was from his own research. But he had never checked this information. When he heard Wang Wan say so many things, he was confused for a while. Then he asked, how does calcium carbide come out? Does it use electricity? That is to say, we have to study electricity first. Why do we have to use electricity? There are two methods. We can use high temperature to heat the carbon and lime. As long as they reach a certain temperature, it will be easy to reach a certain temperature. That is, add oxygen. Wang Wan was clear about this matter and explained it to Zhang Xiaobao again. Add oxygen? Where does the oxygen come from? I know this too. Heat potassium permanganate, but where is potassium permanganate? Zhang Xiaobao was still full of doubts. In theory, yes. In fact, the most important thing is to reach a certain temperature. We can find a way to make the temperature reach this level. Other people can make steel. Besides the forging method, we can also increase the temperature. For example, we can use the method of blowing charcoal. If we don't try, how do we know if it will work? Wang Wan once again guided Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao still did not understand. He knew about blowing charcoal, but what about the container? Where can we find a suitable container at such a high temperature? Then what are we going to use? It can't be melted by the heat, right? Stupid, of course we use ceramics. What about the pressure? Can ceramics withstand such a high pressure? I know you want to make a container, but I am afraid it will explode. Zhang Xiaobao was now able to follow Wang Wan's train of thought. The pressure is easy to solve. You just need to make the walls of the ceramics thicker. Some parts will break directly, some will explode, and some will remain. As long as there is a little bit left, then our plan can be carried out. If we can get one result out of 1,000 experiments, then it will be a success. Wang Wan also understood how difficult it was to do this, but she did not want to give up until she had tested it. Even if all the experiments failed, she could still gain some experience. Alright then. I'll send someone to get it done early tomorrow. It won't cost too much. If it's really done, I believe it will allow our village to develop even more. Keep it a secret. This kind of technology cannot be leaked no matter what. Zhang Xiaobao did a simple calculation of the cost of firing ceramics. He felt that as long as it was not a famous type of ceramics, the cost could be easily supported. When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she felt that his support for her was not small. She was also happy. She thought for a while and said, but we can't always use ceramics. When testing the pressure, we can use some of the original materials here to gain additional benefits. Well, I will listen to you. Just be careful and don't get into trouble. Zhang Xiaobao entered a field that he was not clear about. He could only trust Wang Wan. Chapter 122. In order to make more advanced things, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked someone to draw some blueprints the next morning and ordered them to order pottery. When the servant left, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to study how to increase the temperature. One was to provide air. Neither of them knew how to build a blast furnace. According to the literal meaning, they asked someone to build a big furnace, especially a small building that was more than 2 stories high. The upper part of the building was easy to store some raw materials, while the lower part and the surrounding area were empty. It was specially for putting fuel. There was no coal, so they could only use charcoal. At the same time, in order to increase the temperature, they also sprinkled some cooking oil inside. This was the only way they could think of. Using this method, the refining might fail or succeed, but the biggest possibility was that it would explode. Therefore, this furnace was built in the most remote corner of Zhuangzi. Xiaobao, do you think it will succeed? What if it can't withstand the pressure and explodes? No matter how Wang Wan looked at the blast furnace, she felt that it was unstable. Other people's blast furnaces were made with heat-resistant materials. Their counterfeit version was really not safe. Zhang Xiaobao also did not think that it would succeed on the first try. This was not a scam. If it worked, it would work. If it didn't, it wouldn't. There was nothing to discuss, but he still had to do it. I don't know either. I think the possibility of failure is the highest. It's nothing much. Any progress will end with failure. What I mean is to invite those who are good at making ceramics and let them work harder. Also, there's the blacksmith. It's just temperature and some things to add. Well, ask them to pay attention to safety. There is hope as long as people are alive. If things are gone, it's just a matter of material conversion. For us, it's just a matter of money. Wang Wan also felt the same. Even if they knew that it would fail, they still had to do it. The speed of making things was not slow. A few days later, some equipment was sent. Some were made of iron, and some were made of ceramics. For this, Zhang Xiaobao took out hundreds of bolts of silk, which was only a few dozen taels of silver. It was not much. The experiment also began after the arrival of these things. Accompanied by the sound of explosions, the purchased equipment broke down one after another. For 2 days, other than knowing that no one was injured, there was no other good news. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would take some time to come over every day to take a look. They were afraid that someone would be hurt. It was fine if the equipment exploded. It was just money, but people were very precious to them. As the sound rang out again and again, everyone became numb. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were hoping that one of them would succeed, while the others were doing it mechanically. This was not in line with the nature of scientific research, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had no other choice. They were all here to work, and they couldn't possibly expect them to be scientists. When another explosion sounded, the blast furnace also blew up. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan asked everyone not to go over first. After an hour, they came closer to watch. "Little master, all the things are broken, and only this one is left. It's still fine. Can this be used?" A man on Zhuangzi picked up something from the ruins and carried it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan looked at it and found that it was suitable for an iron furnace. It was sealed well and did not explode. They called a blacksmith and asked, "Why is this still intact?" The blacksmith was more experienced. After checking it, he replied, "The wall of this is a bit thick. It should be made by an apprentice." It was not done well at all. When the apprentice made the seal, his craftsmanship was also a bit poor. He used lead as the seal, instead of directly using the iron method to seal like some good blacksmiths. "Oh, so that's how it is." He used lead as the seal and made the wall thick. Good, good. Now that the welding can't be done, we can only continue to build the blast furnace. But this thing is very useful. Find the apprentice and let's see. At this time, Steward Zhang heard the little master's whisper and said to the blacksmith. He did not know why the little master wanted such a useless apprentice. His words frightened the blacksmith. He begged, "Steward Zhang, he's just an apprentice. He's not bad at all. He's also very filial. Please be magnanimous and let him go." The blacksmith thought that Steward Zhang was going to make trouble for the child. Even if the apprentice was not Zhangjie Zhuangzi, it was still very easy for such a big Zhuangzi to deal with an ordinary person. For a moment, Steward Zhang did not know what to say. He looked at the little master standing next to him. Zhang Xiaobao felt that Steward Zhang was not coordinated with him and could not understand his intention. Wei Wei shook her head and waved her hand. When Steward Zhang saw the little master's 2 movements, he immediately thought about it. What did it mean? Normally, it meant to refuse. Of course, the little master and little madam refused. But in the past, the little master and little madam would not do this to others. The 2 little ancestors never did things that were ruthless. They were good to the people in the yard. They were good to the point that they left oil lamps for the people who kept watch at night and provided at least 4 meals for the people who worked hard. They were also good to the villagers. The gifts given during the holidays were all paid for by the little master and little madam. They were not bad to outsiders either. Those yamen runners actually cared about everyone. Yesterday, they even sent 5 coins worth of ginseng to a yamen runner's house. The yamen runner's father was sick and needed the ginseng. 5 coins. That was bought with 800 copper coins. They let someone ride a fast horse from the manor and rush all the way to the yamen runner's house to deliver the ginseng. The little master could do this, so why couldn't he tolerate an apprentice? This was absolutely impossible. Then why did he shake his head and make a gesture? "Steward Zhang, please do me a favor. That apprentice is the son of an old friend of mine. If you really want to find fault, just find me. I'll take the blame for him. When the blacksmith saw that Steward Zhang was standing there silently, he was really anxious and almost knelt down to beg. Steward Zhang hummed and dealt with the blacksmith while looking at the little master. Zhang Xiaobao was angry. You, a steward, can't understand the master's intentions? What are you doing? Usually, they would come to his yard at least once a day. If it were Xiaohong, cherries, or pomegranate, they would have known. Helpless, he could only pick up the charcoal from the ground and write the words, Zhao Lai, on his clothes. As soon as he finished writing, he blurred it with his hand. This did not affect Steward Zhang's judgment. When he saw the two words, he understood. He said to the blacksmith, Blacksmith AI, don't be anxious. They are not looking for trouble with your apprentice. Look, other people's things are broken, but your apprentice's is fine. They want to find your apprentice and ask him properly. Not only will they not harm him, they will also give him benefits. Really? Don't tell me they are tricking him here and will deal with him later? The blacksmith was obviously still worried. Steward Zhang's face darkened and he glared, Blacksmith AI, what are you thinking? Do you think that I, Zhangjia Zhuangzi, will go back on my words? I wouldn't dare, I wouldn't dare. Zhangjia Zhuangzi has never done such a thing. Very well, when we go back later, I will ask my apprentice to come here. When the blacksmith saw Steward Zhang's expression, he no longer doubted him. There were so many people around, how could Zhangjia Zhuangzi trick someone to come here? In the afternoon, the apprentice came. When he came, he was still worried. He didn't know what he was going to face. Housekeeper Zhang personally brought him in. First, he asked someone to serve him tea. Then, he said many words of praise. Steward Zhang, did you ask me to come here for something? The apprentice finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. Actually it's not a big deal. The thing you made is not bad, and the master has taken a fancy to it. He wants you to make another one according to this drawing. The seal will still be the same as you thought, with lead. At the same time, you have to make it thicker. Come and take a look. Steward Zhang took a piece of paper from the side and drew something on it. He gave it to the apprentice for him to see. The apprentice could understand this, but after seeing it, he didn't know what it was for. He looked up at Steward Zhang in confusion. What's wrong? You can't make it? Steward Zhang asked. Yes, this thing is very simple. I can make it in 2 days. But I don't know what this thing is for. The apprentice quickly agreed. After seeing the drawing, he found that it was very simple, especially when he didn't consider how to make the walls thinner. That's good. This is your wage. Manager Zhang took out 2 big strings of copper coins from the side and put them on the table, making a clattering sound. The apprentice was scared and quickly stood up. He didn't dare to look at the money. It turned out to be 2 strings of copper coins. If it was a normal exchange, it could be exchanged for 2 taels of silver. In terms of spending, it could be 2.5 taels of silver. How could it be so much money to make such a thing? What's wrong? You think it's too little? I'll give you this small amount of silver. Steward Zhang threw a silver bean that was about 5 copper coins on the table. The silver bean fell on the table and kept spinning, making a slight sound. The apprentice couldn't help but look at the silver bean. He clearly knew that this amount of silver wasn't as much as the 2 strings of copper coins, but he still liked the feeling of holding the silver in his hand. Enough, enough. It's not enough, it's too much. Take some of this back. I don't need so much. That amount of silver is already a lot. The apprentice waited for the silver bean to stop spinning and said with a little panic. Steward Zhang nodded with satisfaction. It's enough. Take all of it. Remember to make that thing well. And no matter who asks, you can't tell others how to make it. Except for Zhangjie Zhuangzi, you can't make the same thing for anyone else in your life. You can't do it yourself. Do you understand? Yes, yes. Steward Zhang, don't worry. I'll forget about it once it's done. The apprentice immediately understood that the money also included a seal. Chapter 123. After the apprentice left, Steward Zhang still had a lot of questions in his heart. Why did the young master spend so much money to get someone to do this? Why did he have to seal his mouth? Could it be that this thing was related to something important? After thinking for a while, Steward Zhang still couldn't figure it out, so he had to give up. Thinking that the young master wanted to get a few rabbits, he immediately ordered someone to arrange for them to be bought. He didn't know what was so good about these rabbits. The rabbits were brought first. Zhang Xiaobao called Wang Wan to the place where the rabbits were kept. He said to Wang Wan, "Didn't you always ask why I can dodge the sniper's attack? In fact, there are only two reasons. One is that I love life too much. I have to live to fulfill the last wish of the headmaster, so when I encounter danger, I always have a premonition. The other reason is that I learned from an old man in prison. He asked me to watch the rabbits. When the rabbits change directions while running, they give people an illusion. During the process of changing directions, you can feel several postures. One is to move left and right, one is to suddenly accelerate, one is to suddenly stop, and the last one is to turn over. Turn over? It's stupid. Usually, when rabbits run like this, it's when they encounter danger. It turns over and waits to be caught. In the beginning, Wang Wan listened carefully and nodded from time to time. However, when she heard the later part, she felt that something was wrong. Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said, "When a rabbit turns over, it's not waiting to be caught. At that time, it's a fight to the death. Whether it lives or dies, it's decided in an instant. When a rabbit kicks an eagle, it can kick the eagle to death. Usually, there are three situations. One is that the eagle doesn't kick, and the rabbit dies. Two is that the eagle has already caught the rabbit and the eagle die together. The last one is that the eagle is kicked away. As for whether it would die or not, that would depend on the eagle's body. Basically, an eagle that was kicked by a rabbit wouldn't live for long even if it didn't die immediately. What I learned was not only how to avoid snipers, but also how to deal with enemies and paralyze them." This time, Wang Wan did not refute. She knew about this as well. Although it was rare, if it really did happen, eagle would definitely not be able to survive. Even the weakest thing could kill a strong enemy. This could also be called an asymmetrical war. As long as I have a few atomic bombs and hide them well, you won't dare to do anything to me. The smaller the country, the greater the deterrence. Xiao Bao, what does your master do? They actually let you observe these things? Wang Wan was now curious about the people in Zhang Xiaobao's prison. Nothing much. He's more than 120 years old. He used to be a little monk on the mountain. After that incident, everything was broken. He was also an orphan, so he could only walk around and see. He was satisfied with just a bite of food. After that, he started to read people's fortunes. Oh, so he didn't calculate correctly and was seen through. Wang Wan said. Wrong. He was locked up because he calculated correctly. If he didn't calculate correctly, he would be fined some money. He had to read the fortunes of a provincial capital's executive deputy mayor. In the end, he said that the evils of heaven can be forgiven, but the evils brought on by oneself are the hardest to bear. Zhang Xiaobao explained. He said bad things about others, so he was locked up. If it were me, I would also lock him up. Wang Wan also disliked this kind of thing. Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan and shook his head. No, the executive deputy mayor was taken away. There was a set time and place to explain the problem. In the end, the deputy mayor wasn't fighting alone. He had a small family. When the people in the family heard about this, they blamed my master. Why didn't he help when he knew of the danger and sent him to prison? Oh, I see. Forget it. Let's watch the rabbits. Wang Wan couldn't do anything about this matter. If she hadn't come over and knew about this matter, she might have done something. She would only get people out of prison. She couldn't attack people's families. Otherwise, her family would also stop her. After all, she wouldn't get any practical benefits from attacking others. It wasn't worth it to make enemies for no reason. She understood that society was so realistic. From ancient times to the present, from her own country to foreign countries, nothing had changed. When the presidential election could be controlled, what was democracy? Wang Wan observed the rabbits while Zhang Xiaobao asked people to look for coal. This thing had been discovered long ago, but he didn't know where to find it. When it was used, it wasn't very active. However, he wanted it. Heat, happiness and disaster needed it. Xiaobao, is this rabbit sick? Why doesn't it like to move? I've been staring at it for an hour, and it hasn't moved much. Wang Wan turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and asked. I'm not a doctor. I don't know if it's sick. There are so many rabbits, why do you have to stare at it? I didn't find you a rabbit to let you learn medicine, but to let you observe how their center of gravity changes when they run. After hearing Wang Wan's words, Zhang Xiaobao felt a little helpless. At the same time, he complained to the housekeeper. Why did you get a sick rabbit? Well, I won't look at it. Let's look at the other rabbits. Let the veterinarian on Zhuangzi come over and take a look. At least it can't die in front of me. It's so pitiful. If it really can't make it, remember to leave the rabbit's skin for me. I want to make a small cushion. Wang Wan said with a look of pity. Zhang Xiaobao and Pomegranate heard the whole sentence and didn't know what to say. If they had to use a word to describe it, it would be bloody kindness. Pomegranate had long been numb, but Zhang Xiaobao felt a little scared. After sleeping together for so many days, they were still alive. He had to say that they were lucky. Xiaobao, what's wrong with your eyes? I pity it because it's still alive, but it's dead. Are you still going to pity it? Then don't sleep with me at night. Be careful. Wang Wan glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and knew what he was thinking. She felt that she was not understood, so she said angrily. Zhang Xiaobao naturally understood this principle, so he quickly explained, I don't mean anything else. I just feel that your way is correct. I'm actually thinking that if this rabbit meat can't spread any diseases, we can eat it together with other meat. When rabbit meat is put together with other people's meat, the taste will change. Another morning arrived. The apprentice brought the drawing over in the morning and promised that he wouldn't tell anyone about it and would forget about it immediately. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief and leave. After Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew about this matter, they hurriedly ate breakfast and came to the place where the drawing was placed. The two of them looked at it and were satisfied. It's a pity that we don't have corn. Otherwise, it would be better to use that to make it. Wang Wan touched this thing with her hand and said regretfully. But we have rice and soybeans. These two things can also be used to make popcorn. Why don't we make some soybeans ourselves? We can just buy rice from outside and sell it for 1 copper coin per big bag. Isn't that cheap? Zhang Xiaobao was also happy at the side. Seeing that Wang Wan insisted on corn, he suggested big popcorn. A big bag of rice wasn't much in practical use. However, when it was sold, it looked like a lot. 1 bag of rice for 1 copper coin. Not only would people not think it was expensive, but they would also think it was cheap. If they wanted to make more money, they could glue the big popcorn with sugar and cut it into small cubes. 1 copper coin for 2 cubes, which were sweet and crispy. Wang Wan didn't object to Zhang Xiaobao's price. Unlike salt and grains, popcorn wasn't a necessity for survival. If they were willing to buy it, they wouldn't think it was expensive. 1 copper coin for 1 big bag could last them for half a day. It really wasn't too expensive. Now that you agree, we can start to make the popcorn. I don't know how much the pressure resistance of this thing is. Find someone to hide far away and try it. Don't let anything happen. When Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan's expression, he knew that she also agreed to sell the popcorn at 1 copper coin per bag. 1 bag of popcorn was already a lot. It couldn't be 0. 5 copper coins per bag, right? When the popcorn was made, they had to find someone to experiment with it. They asked someone to find a long bamboo pole and insert it into the cradle behind the popcorn machine. They used this to shake it. Every once in a while, they would ask someone wearing thick clothes to pop the popcorn over there to see how the popcorn was. If it was a little off, then they would continue to add time. If it was just right, then they would remember this time. It would be the same in the future. After several experiments, they finally found the right time. No one was injured, which made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan very happy. After popping more than a dozen pots in a row, they filled 2 gunny bags. Apart from leaving some for the 2 main courtyards to eat, they were given to the farmers to taste. In total, there were only a few caddies of rice. The cost was low, so they didn't care how much they gave away. The person in charge of popcorn knew that it was a secret without needing to be told. He brought the popcorn to his place and wouldn't let others see it easily. The farmers didn't know that the cost of popcorn was low. When they ate the sweet and crispy popcorn, they felt that the main house had given them a lot of money. In their eyes, popcorn became precious. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had a big box in front of them. Inside was a big box filled with popcorn. Both of them couldn't stop eating. It wasn't because the popcorn was delicious, but because they had a nostalgic feeling while eating. Xiaohong and the others have been gone for a long time. I don't know if they encountered any trouble. Until now, they haven't sent back any news. It's the same for County Magistrate Cheng. This feeling of not being able to get any news is really uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaobao put his head into the box. After eating a mouthful of popcorn, he raised his head and said helplessly, "That's right. This information is just information. Whoever has more information, and who has more information in time, will have more ways to deal with it." What's that saying again? Oh, it's what I want to know the most is what's on the other side of the mountain. Wang Wan could also understand Zhang Xiaobao's feelings. What can be used to transmit information quickly? I'm talking about the current world. Zhang Xiaobao said to himself. Carrier pigeons. Unfortunately, I don't know how to raise one. I didn't learn how to do that, Wang Wan replied. Chapter 124. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were feeling anxious, Xiaohong was also feeling the same. Originally, the people they brought were specifically responsible for delivering messages back and forth. Who would have thought that along the way, the chickens, ducks, and geese would lay eggs as they ate? Those who had been affected by the disaster were envious. With so many chickens, if they could bring them back, their families would not have to worry about food and drink. They felt that it was impossible to steal a whole group of chickens, but stealing 1 or 2 shouldn't be too big of a problem. Thus, along the way, there were always people who wanted to steal chickens, ducks, and geese. Those who came with Xiaohong and cherries did not dare to relax for a moment. They took turns guarding the chickens, so that there was no one left to go back and report. Even so, they still felt that there were not enough people. Those who wanted to steal, regardless of whether it was day or night, were looking for an opportunity. Some even knew how to hide and not be discovered, but some actually brazenly followed behind the group, wanting to find a chance to steal. This made Xiaofan feel a lot of pressure along the way. The chickens, ducks, and geese were not lost, but there were fewer eggs. These things did not care where they would lay as long as there were eggs. Those who followed them would steal the eggs, or rather, snatch the eggs. Xiaofan saw this more than once. Just as her chickens finished laying eggs and were still warm, there would be people following behind to hold the eggs in their hands. When the people on the Zhuangzi asked for the eggs, the people on the Zhuangzi would say that the eggs were his. Why were they still warm? Of course, it was because he kept them in his arms. People like them were scared and said that they would report it to the authorities, but they were not afraid. At that time, they would have already eaten the eggs. Besides, Xiaofan did not have the leisure to do so. She thought of getting people to beat them up, but seeing how each of them looked like they were malnourished according to the young master, she could not bear to do so. She could only endure it. After hurrying for a while, they finally arrived at their destination, Hunan Province, Luoyang. As soon as Xiaofan arrived with so many chickens, someone came to greet them. The Prime Minister arrived a few days in advance. Originally, he wanted to take a look and organize people to eliminate the locusts. Then, he would capture a few officials to take care of them. After that, he could go back. There were many things in the imperial court that he needed to deal with. But at this time, County Magistrate Cheng arrived, saying that he had come himself with 5,000 dan of grain. He wanted to give it to the Prime Minister for free to help with the disaster relief. 5,000 dan of grain was not a lot for such a large place, but it was still hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain. If it was cooked into porridge, how many people could eat it? This was especially true for those who had not harvested a single grain. This was life-saving food. It was a life-saving gift. Normally, with Prime Minister Yao Chang's status, there was no need for him to receive a 7th-ranked county magistrate. But the grain made him moved. When he arrived, there were already people selling grain. The price was 3 times the usual price. If he wanted to arrest them, he would say that they were hoarding. Those people had backgrounds, or they had transported the grain from other places. They spent a lot of money to transport the grain, so the price was really not expensive. Therefore, when County Magistrate Cheng Lingxiang saw the Prime Minister, he trembled and said a few words. Then, he began to claim credit for Zhangjie Zhuangzi. When the Prime Minister heard this, there was no expression on his face, but there were waves in his heart. So much grain was actually provided by a Zhuangzi. In addition, that Zhuangzi had sold a lot of soy sauce to lower the price and was willing to pay to buy a worthless mountain to support Sanshui County. This merit was not small at all. According to the county magistrate of Sanshui County, that Zhuangzi had shown auspicious signs and made meritorious contributions when renting the mountain. He had been granted 100 families' land. Although it had not been returned yet, he had taken out so many things at once. It was enough to offset the taxes of those years. County Magistrate Cheng looked at the Prime Minister's face as he spoke. His expression did not change, but his eyes flashed a few times. He knew that he should put in more effort, so he continued, "Sir, in addition to these, Zhangjie Zhuangzi also bought a lot of soybeans from outside. There was a problem with the soybeans in Sanshui County. It was all thanks to Zhangjie Zhuangzi's soybeans that the county was stabilized. Sir, the locust plague is so severe that Zhangjie Zhuangzi heard about it and has already sent people to bring over 10,000 domestic animals. They will be here soon to help this place eat the locusts. Those chickens, ducks, and geese are still laying eggs. Who knows how many will be lost along the way. The old master of the Zhang family often says that they cannot disappoint their ancestors. Their ancestors could fight for the country, so they can also share the country's worries. Even if they use up all of their savings, it is worth it. At the very least, they still have 100 families' land. If this land is also taken away, even if they have to farm their own land, they will still do their utmost to do something for the country. Sir, Sanshui County is also suffering from a disaster. There is a great drought. Zhangjia Zhuangzi gave the little water they had to the neighboring Gu family's Zhuangzi to let them plow in the spring. It is all because of this lowly official's incompetence that I am unable to protect the safety of the people in the county. After County Magistrate Cheng said these words, Prime Minister Yao, who had been silent all this time, had no choice but to open his mouth. If it was some powerful family, perhaps doing this could be classified as putting on an act. However, that Zhuangzi was able to take out so many things. No matter what, it could not be said that they were seeking fame or putting on an act. Hundreds of thousands of caddies of grain and nearly 10,000 domestic animals had all come. The 100 families' land did not seem to be comparable to these things. Those domestic animals that laid eggs, with such haste, it was easy to imagine how many fewer eggs would be laid. That was all money. Buying soybeans to stabilize a county, producing auspicious signs, and giving water to others could all be considered fake. After all, he did not see it. However, the grain and domestic animals could not be faked. If there was, there was. If there wasn't, there wasn't. I heard that County Magistrate Cheng's county has produced auspicious signs twice. On the 30th day of the previous year, he personally delivered grain and oil to the common people. During the great disaster, he was busy all day. During the spring plowing, he came up with a new type of plow named Tsuyuan. From this, it can be seen that County Magistrate Cheng is truly a good official who makes decisions for the common people. Yao Chong was indeed very busy. However, no matter how busy he was, when he received people, he had to have some information in hand. Otherwise, it would not be justifiable. After saying these things one by one, he was quite impressed with County Magistrate Cheng. County Magistrate Cheng did not feel the slightest bit surprised. He had long known that the imperial court knew about his matters here. All of this was driven by Zhangjia Zhuangzi behind the scenes. Naturally, he wanted to fight for more benefits for Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Therefore, he said, Sir, you may not know, but those things given out on the 30th day of the previous year were all sent to the yamen by Zhangjia Zhuangzi. As for the Tsuyuan plow, this official only mentioned it, and Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people made it. Without Zhangjia Zhuangzi, there would not be the current Sanshui County. In the end, County Magistrate Cheng said such frightening words. Without Zhangjia Zhuangzi, there would not be the current Sanshui County. This was not a small matter. Yao Zai responded and did not say anything else. However, in his heart, he kept thinking, Zhangjia Zhuangzi, what kind of Zhuangzi is this? Every matter in Sanshui County seems to be related to Zhangjia Zhuangzi. Could it be that the Zhuangzi's Zhuangzi is muddle-headed? Sir, this official still needs to go and help receive those domestic animals. When I arrive, I believe that I will be able to clear out a peaceful place for this place. County Magistrate Cheng had said all that he needed to say. At this time, he had to leave. That's fine. Then County Magistrate Cheng will have to work a bit harder. Zhangjia Zhuangzi is not bad. Prime Minister Yao said lightly. These words made County Magistrate Cheng happy. The Prime Minister, such a high official, actually praised Zhangjia Zhuangzi. When Zhangjia Zhuangzi's domestic animals arrived, that shocking scene would be remembered by everyone. He gave his thanks again and then turned to leave. As soon as County Magistrate Cheng left, Prime Minister Yao shouted, Someone, investigate Zhangjia Zhuangzi for me. Ask the commoners and the surrounding villages. Ask the villagers of Zhangjia Zhuangzi carefully and see if it is as Cheng Lingxiang said. Someone at the door responded and then quickly left, leaving Yao Chong sitting there and carefully thinking about Zhangjia Zhuangzi's matter. He had already guessed a few things from County Magistrate Cheng's words. Zhangjia Zhuangzi wanted to protect the 100 households' food, but the price was really too high. After doing so many good things, if they were exchanged for money and he wanted to use the 100 households' food to earn it back, it wouldn't be enough even after several decades. Why was this so? Naturally, he didn't know how much importance Zhangjie Zhuangzi's old master attached to this. He also didn't know that the Zhang family's old master had an incredible grandson. In order to help his grandfather achieve this wish, he had made countless arrangements. One matter after another added up. It could be said that he could turn his hand over the clouds and turn his hand over the rain. Not only could he obtain the benefits of reputation, he also had a lot of money. If he knew that Zhangjie Zhuangzi was the one who sold the other several 100,000 grains for 3 times the original price, who knew what he would think? If he knew that those poultry had come to eat locusts and lay eggs in exchange for things to go back and operate, how would he evaluate them? These weren't important. What was important was that they had done good things, and many people knew about it. Cherries, who hadn't been granted an audience, hadn't been idle these past few days. She paid a visit to a few low-ranking officials and had them pass on a message. When the time came, Zhangjie Zhuangzi would provide them with a lot of eggs in exchange for things that they didn't need for the time being. When Xiaofan arrived with the team, Cherries, a few local officials, and County Magistrate Cheng were waiting to welcome them. It was a big scene. Perhaps they were full, or perhaps they felt a trace of unusual atmosphere. Those poultry all obediently lined up in a messy formation under the lead of Fluffy Goose. They swayed as they walked on the road under the gaze of others. There were nearly 10,000 birds lined up for 2 miles. That piece of land made people dizzy. It was really shocking. Some well-informed people knew that these poultry were all owned by the same Zhuangzi. They couldn't say whether they were envious or jealous. How much could the eggs they laid every day be sold for? Stop, Fluffy Goose. Xiaofan came in front of Cherries and County Magistrate Cheng and gave the order to the goose at the front. At this time, Fluffy Goose really showed respect. It stopped and called back a few times. Those chickens, ducks, and geese also stopped. This scene was even more shocking than before. Whose chickens, ducks, and geese could be so obedient? How were these still poultry? They were clearly like people. Prime Minister Yao was also watching. He really didn't dare to believe the scene before his eyes. At the same time, he firmly remembered Zhangjie Zhuangzi in his heart and wanted to see for himself. Chapter 125. In the beginning, the common people in the disaster-stricken area were not willing to help catch the locusts. Some even invited a few larger locusts into their homes. They wanted to raise them, so naturally, many of them were raised to death. Prime Minister Yao finally managed to convince the people above and the court officials with great difficulty, but the progress on the ground was not fast. He ordered the local officials to organize manpower several times before there was a slight improvement. Unfortunately, after such a long period of recuperation, the locusts had already increased in number. It made people worry that they would spread to other Taoist palaces. In recent days, the common people had moved to catch the locusts, but the results were not great. Just as Yao Chong was preparing to issue an even stronger order, Zhangjie Zhuangzi's army swayed and rushed over. This made his heart feel much more at ease. Xiaofan greeted Cherries and a few officials, then impatiently directed the poultry to rush into the fields or the wilderness. The chickens, ducks, and geese rushed the entire way. Especially in the last half of the day, they didn't eat anything decent at all. With the lead goose in front of them as an example, one by one, they directly rushed forward. Especially those chickens, they spread out their 2 legs, lowered their necks, and flapped their wings. They ran very fast. Whenever a locust appeared in front of them, they would take one down. Their small mouths moved, their necks extended, and a locust was swallowed into their stomachs. Those flying locusts were not in a hurry to chase. They only wanted to eat the ones in front of them first. The local people usually gathered to catch locusts at night. They lit a fire, and the locusts would desperately throw themselves into the fire. During the day, the only tool they had was a bag in front of a long pole. They used this to catch the locusts. In the beginning, the speed was a bit faster, but as the number of locusts in the bag increased, they had to deal with them. Naturally, it would take quite a bit of time. These chickens, ducks, and geese were different. Once they caught them, they would eat them directly. If those locusts flew in front of the poultry team and continued to fly, they could be considered lucky for the time being. Those that flew in the wrong direction directly fell towards their natural enemies below. Without waiting for them to land, they would be eaten from the air by these sensitive poultry. Humans and some animals had to rely on stomach acid to digest their food. Poultry, on the other hand, had to grind their food with peons. There was sand in the peons that they usually ate, so their digestion speed was much faster. Some of them even pooped while eating. Especially when they were rushing all the way, they were always in a half-hungry state and had lost a lot of weight. At this time, seeing that there was so much food to supplement them, they ate with all their might. The need for food had reached an almost abnormal level for these domestic fowls that were raised like this. It could eat 2/3 of its body weight or the same amount of food in a day. One could imagine the number of locusts that such a large chicken would need to eat. There was a chicken that was already powerful enough to fly more than 2 meters high. When it ate the locusts, its body also consumed energy. After only half an hour, the chickens, ducks, and geese had become small dots in people's eyes. They passed by the fields, and there were not many grains on them to begin with. People did not eat such things, but there was a lot of meat in front of them. At the same time, wherever they swept, they could not find any locusts. Occasionally, there would be a few pieces of locusts' wings that were not swallowed, mixed in with the chicken feathers and blown away by the wind. The Prime Minister, the officials, and the people who came to watch the show were all shocked by this scene. So many poultry rushed over and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not only did they eat the locusts, but they also left a lot of feces along the way. Seeing this, the people were happy. They would save a lot of trouble in the coming year and would not have to waste time looking for fertilizer. When Cherry saw this scene, she remembered that it was the young master's order and immediately started to recruit people from among the people. Under the supervision of the people who came from the inner courtyard, she recruited some people to be responsible for picking up eggs. Every 50 eggs picked up, they could take one home. This could be accumulated. If they picked up 50 eggs in one go, they could directly exchange them for one egg. If they picked up 150 eggs in 2 days, they could also exchange them for one egg after a few days. Or they could not exchange the eggs and directly exchange them for other things. Cherries would think of a way to get them. There were nearly 10,000 poultry, except for a few males, and the rest were all females. There were also many roosters on Zhuangzi, but they were not sent. Usually, they could lay more than 6,000 eggs a day. Because of the good food now, they could break through the 7,000 mark. The price they had to pay per day was less than 200 eggs. Originally, Cherries was afraid that the people would not be willing to do it. After all, to pick up the eggs, they would need the poultry to lay them. However, she could not imagine the extent of the people's demand for food. The drought was a foregone conclusion. Even if all the taxes and levies were exempted in the autumn, the local people would not have a good life. Usually, they had nothing to do, so they followed behind. Even if they exchanged one egg every 2 days, they would have 15 eggs in a month. These eggs were not much in the past, but in the current situation, it was not a small amount. When they heard the price Cherries offered to exchange for other things, the people chose to keep the eggs. The price Cherries offered was the usual exchange rate, but not the price that the people were in urgent need of food. It didn't take long for Cherry to find 100 people. The others who came later didn't have a chance. If there were too many people, they wouldn't be able to get an egg even after a few days. These 100 people were selected from whichever family had the toughest life. That family was chosen. The others who were not selected did not complain when they felt bad. They came from afar to help, and they found the people who lived the worst life. They wanted to scold them, but they could not. They also had their own methods. It was not a big deal that they did not get to pick up the eggs. They began to go to other places to catch locusts. Even the children at home helped. Some of the plants that did not grow food were cut down and made into simple chicken nests. They found cherries and the others to discuss. When night came, they would let the poultry come here to sleep. They even provided locusts for supper. Xiaofan, cherries, and the others were puzzled. They did not understand why these people were so kind. Some people in the inner courtyard came to explain. They said that these people were thinking about the feces. Because this year's harvest was destined to be poor, some livestock owners had to sell their livestock in order to survive. If people ate less, the local fertilizer would be much less next year. In order to have a good harvest next year, they had to think of ways to save feces and wait to be composted. Hearing this, Xiaofan, cherries, and the others pitied the local people, even if they came to help and make money. Cherries was one of the first people to follow Zhang Xiaobao. She was bold and responsible. She immediately gave orders. Have someone return to the farmstead on a fast horse. Have the farmsteads transport the farmstead's poultry that are also about to lay eggs back here at the fastest speed. Bring the half-grown chicks as well. Tell the farmsteads to compensate them with 1 egg every 2 days. Send all of them here? Compensation? Miss Cherries, this compensation is a little too much. They don't need to raise them, so they can save a lot of food. Hearing Cherries' order, a person in the inner courtyard felt that the main family had paid too much. He also knew that the reason why they did not send those poultry here was because they were afraid that it would be difficult to settle the account. In Zhuangzi, there were 234 households in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. 196 of them raised chickens, ducks, and geese. They were all hatched by Cherries. Now, it was just the first 2 batches that could lay eggs. Listen to me and do as I say. I'll take care of everything. That's not how the accounts are calculated. Farmers raise chickens to get eggs, not to save on feed. They have to be compensated. Hire a carriage and move fast. There's still a lot of land here. It's impossible to eat all of it with just these chickens and ducks. Cherries had already been authorized when she came. She was the most powerful. No matter what decision she made, others had to follow unconditionally. Even if she said to kill all the poultry, others had to do it. If she did something wrong, the young master would take care of it. However, no one dared to disobey. She would beat them up first and bring them back to the main family. Seeing that they could not persuade her, the people in the inner courtyard had to obey. They found a few horses and took another person. At the same time, they changed to a Mercedes-Benz and quickly went back to prepare a carriage and gather the poultry. When the 2 thought of the more than 200 chickens, ducks, and geese in each household, they felt a headache. How many carriages would they need to find to transport them? Looking at the 2 people in Zhangjia Zhuangzi's swift movements when they jumped on the horses and their horsemanship, Yao Chong glanced at the personal guard beside him. The personal guard immediately said, "Master, those 2 people must be from the military. Looking at the way they jumped on the horses just now, they must have at least 10 years of experience. Looking at their posture when they were riding the horses, they must have been in battle." Yes, I heard from County Magistrate Cheng that Zhangjia Zhuangzi found some people in the inner courtyard. It seems that these 2 were found later. These people usually do some chores, but they can charge and break through the enemy lines at critical times. Go back and check which place they are from. These 2 people are not old yet. Someone must have benefited from them. Yao Chong seemed to be talking to himself. When the dust settled after the two left, he turned his eyes to the poultry that he had eaten all the way back from another place. He said to the official beside him, "Record this down. Tonight, I will submit a memorial to the Zhuangzi and Zhang family of Tuqiao village in Sanshui County, Fengzhou. Help the old man of the Zhang family this time. He put in so much effort to get grain and poultry. The local people and officials are all watching. It can't be hidden even if you want to." Yao Chong really did not understand why Zhangjia Zhuangzi valued the 100 households so much. Since that was the case, and they had helped him a lot, he should give them some benefits. If he forced it, it would chill the people. The 10,000 chickens, ducks, and geese were not just for show. The surrounding prefectures and counties would know and send people to invite them to eat the locusts. "Master, I feel that Zhangjia Zhuangzi is doing this on purpose. He is making a big fuss to force you to give him a reward. Why don't we postpone it?" The official also knew that this matter was troublesome. Zhang family and Zhuangzi were using righteousness to pressure others. No one would feel comfortable in this situation. Don't talk nonsense. They moved first. At that time, I was not here yet. Everything will depend on what the people who went to investigate have to say. Yao Chong was even more confused. Chapter 126. One day later, the two men sent back by Cherries arrived in Zhuangzi. They were only a little slower than the 600-mile rush. They first found the steward and told him about the matter. One of them couldn't help but raise an objection. The steward naturally went to find the young master. Zhang Xiaobao was playing Go with Wang Wan. He was bullied again and again, but he still enjoyed it. "Young master, Cherries wants to transport all the domestic poultry raised in the villages in Zhuangzi. Of the two men who came back, one of them is absolutely not allowed to do so. What do you think?" Steward Zhang watched the young master play a Go piece and said. Wang Wan was about to play a Go piece when she heard the voice stop. Zhang Xiaobao turned to look at Steward Zhang. He thought for a while and said, "Let the one who raised the objection stay in Zhuangzi. He doesn't need to go back. Send someone else to replace him. According to Cherries' arrangement, it has to be fast. Well, give those two men 2 kilograms of oil." Steward Zhang didn't understand. Was the young master satisfied with the one who raised the objection, or was he not satisfied? Keeping him here obviously meant that he wasn't satisfied. Why did he give him oil? "Young master, the master doesn't have to accommodate his subordinates." "What are you?" Steward Zhang thought the young master felt that it wasn't good to keep him here and wanted to make up for it. He had to teach the young master how to treat his subordinates. Kindness wasn't the right thing to do. Zhang Xiaobao signaled for Wang Wan to continue playing. He turned his eyes back to the Go board and said to Steward Zhang, "I'm not rewarding or punishing him. I just feel that he will disturb Cherries. I'm rewarding them because they worked hard. In the future, arrange a new position for the one who raised the objection. He's not suitable to work with others." "Then what position is suitable for him?" Steward Zhang couldn't understand the young master's words and asked. "That's good. There are many things that you need to take care of. I'll teach you some things. That person is suitable for the position of supervisor, which is the position of censorate. He doesn't need to be correct every time, as long as he can think from a different perspective. There is no such position in Zhuangzi now, but there may be one in a few days." Zhang Xiaobao was in a good mood and gave Steward Zhang some advice. Steward Zhang thought about it and agreed. When he felt that the little Gongzi had thought it through thoroughly, he asked a little worriedly, "Little Gongzi, what if this person thinks that he did something wrong and doesn't dare to speak up in the future?" In fact, what he wanted to say was that this person thought that he had been punished and became timid from then on. Wouldn't that mean that there was one less useful person? That can only mean that he still needs to learn more. A person who can change at any time is not useful. Let him do more things and practice more. Zhang Xiaobao saw Wang Wan put down a chess piece, so he also put down a chess piece and said to Steward Zhang at the same time. Steward Zhang didn't have anything else to ask. While admiring the little Gongzi's ability, he went back to help arrange things. There were so many poultry that it was impossible to transport all of them with just a few carriages. They had to find more from other places. More than 2 hours before the two people arranged by Ying Tao returned, two people arrived at the Zhang family's manor. One was a man, and the other was a woman. Both of them were less than 30 years old. They also rode 4 horses. As soon as they arrived, they released their horses to a family and asked them to help feed them. Along the way, the two people saw that many of the fields in Zhuangzi were short of water. However, when they arrived at Zhuangzi of the Gu family, they found that the crops in the fields here were growing well. It was as if there was no drought, which made them very surprised. When they crossed the small bridge, they first sighed at the restaurant downstream that should have been built in the water. When they saw the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Wang family, they were not only surprised, but also felt that they were dreaming. The rice seedlings grew messily in the fields. They should not have been growing well, but they were so lush. Compared to the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Gu family just now, it was like comparing a strong man and a thin beggar. The two people thought at the same time, no wonder the Lord asked us to come here and check. The difference between the rice seedlings in Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family can be felt from the rice seedlings. The two of them remembered their mission this time. They followed the ridges and walked into the depths of the manor. When they arrived in front of a house, they saw a 6 or 7-year-old child kneeling in the middle of the courtyard. His face was facing the outside of the courtyard, and at the same time, he saw the two of them. "Child, why are you kneeling outside? Did you break something in the house and get punished? Talk to me, I'll give you money to buy a new one." The man of the two people asked first. According to the many things he had encountered, this child must have broken something. After asking, he waited for the child to thank him. However, the child who was kneeling there looked at the two of them, curled his lips, and did not give them a single cent. When the man saw this, he was stunned. He took out a few copper coins, shook them in his hand, and said, "Are you afraid that I'm lying to you? Do you see this money? Take it." As he spoke, he threw the money over, and it fell right beside the child. It was unknown how he used his strength, but the child could reach the place where the copper coins fell and did not roll elsewhere. The child smiled and did not pick up the copper coins at all. He asked the two people, "Tell me, what do you want to do here?" One who is unaccountably solicitous is hiding evil intentions. I advise you to leave quickly. The Wang family's Zhuangzi is not that easy to enter. The man was choked by the child's words. He turned his head to look at his companion. The woman quickly said, "Child, we are not bad people, I know, you are good people. You came to my house when you had nothing to do and saw me kneeling here. You thought that I broke something, so you gave me some money to cheer me up. Then, you asked me something you wanted to know. I am very grateful to you. I answered whatever you asked me, stupid. After answering you, I would have to kneel here for 10 days to half a month. I have seen a lot of people like you. Have you ever seen a bad person call himself a bad person? When you enter the prison of the Yamen, you will probably cry injustice. What I said just now has told you a lot of things. Hurry up and leave, so that you can give an explanation when you go back." The little boy didn't wait for the woman to finish her words and continued. The two of them felt that they weren't facing a little boy, but an old fox. Of course, they were not willing to leave like this. The woman smiled, "Child, you are so smart. Did your parents teach you? What a pity, your parents must not have taught you well. Can you read? Well, let me tell you something. I can read, but I can't recognize many words. Because I made a lot of mistakes, I was punished to kneel here. The headmaster said that I always wanted to play when I was in school. Are you satisfied? Let's go, I'll tell you something else. The man and woman were really frightened by the child in front of them. It seemed that he knew everything. The man had to ask again, "What did you tell us?" "We don't know anything." "Play dumb." "The first thing I want to tell you is that I, this little child, must have been taught by someone to be wary of people like you. The second thing I want to tell you is that the little children of the farmsteads can go to a teacher to ask for knowledge. You will think, why would a child like me be so vigilant on Zhuangzi? Also, the farmers can go to school. Who built this school? Think carefully and you will be able to guess how many things the farmers will give to the teacher." As the child spoke, he stood up and rubbed his legs. When he felt comfortable, he knelt down again and continued to lower his head. The two people outside felt as if they had seen a ghost. How could this be? Could it be that someone deliberately arranged this? "Child, how can you still stand up? Aren't you being punished?" The woman wanted to find a place to break through. "Yes, I am." "Think carefully. Why do I have to go to school? Who found the teacher for us? Did they want to punish me until I can't stand up? When I was talking to you just now, I thought about one thing and stood up to rest. Now I am thinking about the second thing." The child spoke with a proud face. "Then can you tell us about it?" The man continued to ask. The child shook his head. "Look around Zhuangzi yourself. Don't expect to ask others. The farmers of Zhuangzi, Zhang family and Wang family won't say. Look around as much as you can." When the two people saw that the child was unwilling to say anything, they could only give up. Of course, they couldn't go in and pick up the copper coins that they had thrown over. Following the child's instructions, they turned around and left, preparing to personally look around Zhuangzi. As soon as the two of them left, the child who was kneeling there suddenly stood up. He had no time to care about the copper coins on the ground. He first ran into the house and said to his parents, "There are people from the outside who came to the farmstead to inquire about things. I told them to go and see for themselves. There's no need to tell the master. Those two look like rich people. Go quickly. When you are done, go back to school. Study hard and don't let the master worry." The child's mother stopped her needlework and said to her child. The child turned around and ran towards the master's house. After thinking for a while, he went out of the door and turned back. "Mother, you tell them. I will keep an eye on those two people." When the child ran away again, the mother picked up the first aid tool at home and pulled the bell. When there was a response from the other side, she told the story on another bamboo tube. The two people didn't know that the news in Zhuangzi had spread so quickly between the Zhang family and Wang family. As they walked, they suddenly felt that something was wrong. The whole Zhuangzi was too quiet. Other than the croaking of frogs, they couldn't see anyone else, let alone hear voices coming from the courtyard. Chapter 127. Jade is worthless if it is not carved. If one does not learn, one will not be righteous. The three principles are the righteousness of the monarch and his subjects. A man and a woman were walking in this quiet environment. Just as they were feeling uncomfortable, they suddenly heard a voice in front of them. They listened carefully and found that it was a group of children talking. As they walked closer, they could clearly hear what the children were saying. The two of them listened, and the more they listened, the more shocked they became. What was this thing? When the three words were put together, it sounded catchy and seemed to contain a lot of knowledge. It seemed that this was the school that the child who was kneeling in the courtyard was talking about. Where did they find these teachers? Why haven't I heard of the things they teach? The woman listened for a while. It seemed like she was talking to herself, but it also seemed like she was talking to the man. I've never heard of it either. I feel that Zhuangzi is different from other places. Everything makes people feel puzzled. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be no one on Zhuangzi. But look, let alone people, there isn't even a dog. The man also couldn't understand what was happening. This wasn't Zhuangzi, but a place where people could be eaten at any time. It was full of mystery. Even the children were different from other places. Naturally, they didn't know that someone had already notified them in advance. The people on Zhuangzi were all called back. If one looked carefully, they could see that a few large tools were thrown in the field because they weren't easy to carry. What the children were reciting was the three-character classic. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know it, but Wang Wan remembered it clearly. 2 days ago, she changed some of the content and had someone send it to the school. When the teachers saw it, they were shocked. Don't look at how easy it was to memorize and recite. If one really wanted to understand it, there was a lot to learn. Even if one became an elementary scholar, they would still be able to learn from it. The teachers who failed the imperial examinations wanted to know who wrote this book the most. However, no matter how they asked, the people who sent the three-character classic said that they didn't know. This made them feel admiration and anger. The only thing they could do was to understand the three-character classic and teach it to the children on Zhuangzi. In the main courtyard of Zhangjia Zhuangzi, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were instructing people to build a swimming pool for them. It was 5 meters wide and 10 meters long, which was the size of a swimming pool. First, they asked people to dig a hole. It couldn't be too deep because their parents wouldn't agree. But it couldn't be too shallow either. It had to be 1 meter deep, with sand and water. Xiaobao, you've cheated so many times. Have you never used cement? Wang Wan stood at the side of the construction site and watched as the people dug and flattened the surrounding walls of the pool. She felt that it was better to use cement, so she asked Zhang Xiaobao. I heard that it's burning stones and adding some lime or something. It should be like that. Then, it's burning again. After that, it becomes cement. Why do you have to use cement? If you really want a good swimming pool, you can just use those big bluestones. When we make more money, we can go there and transport marble. Zhang Xiaobao said some things, but he still didn't say how the cement was made. He changed the topic and led Wang Wan to think about natural stones. Wang Wan laughed at his answer. It's fine as long as you say you don't know how to make it. Why do you have to use bluestones and marble? You don't need to be so extravagant. There's a better place than that small river. You can fill it with water and let the sun dry it. It won't be cold, and you can also save firewood. Well, I don't know how to do it. I don't have the opportunity to learn. It's not shameful. Look at their speed. They can probably finish digging the hole before noon and fill it with sand in the afternoon. When it gets cold, it will be our training place. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care whether they could make cement or not. It seemed to be burning various things together. When they had more money in the future, they could find someone to try burning things one by one. One day, they would be able to make cement. Wang Wan and Zhang Xiaobao were the same. They didn't care much about cement. They were satisfied with having a pool to swim in. Looking at those people sweating like rain, she said, give them some bones to eat at noon. There are many bones in our warehouse that have been frozen for more than 3 months. Let everyone be happy. Have you thought about how to deal with the 2 people who came up from Zhuangzi? After Wang Wan finished talking about eating, she started to talk about important things. Those 2 people were really too stupid. They actually dared to ask about things so blatantly. If such people were to be spies, it seemed that they could really succeed. Who would believe that spies would be so stupid? Don't deal with them. Just ask them what they can. They must be sent by that person surnamed Yao. They have been here for nearly 4 hours. They woke up early in the morning and came here. I don't know if they are hungry. Based on the words of the people who came back 2 hours ago, Zhang Xiaobao analyzed the situation and felt that this man and woman were sent by the other side. He couldn't let these two people disappear from this world, so he could only let nature take its course. Everything that needed to be arranged had been arranged. Before the arrangements were made, even a child could remain vigilant, let alone those adults. Since you are not worried, then don't worry about them. Put the sand in the afternoon and fill it with water. It seems that we can't swim today. Maybe it will be hot tomorrow afternoon. It is so big. If we ask someone to boil water, we will need to add at least 1/3 of the water. Calculate, how much water do you need? Wang Wan was a little anxious. She chatted with Zhang Xiaobao to pass the time and gave Zhang Xiaobao arithmetic problems. Do you have nothing to do? Do you still need to calculate? It is about 0.85 meters, 10 meters long, and 5 meters wide. If we put in water, it should be about 42 tons. If we include the part that is absorbed by the sand, it should be about 45 to 48 tons. Don't you think we are too tall? Zhang Xiaobao was quite proficient in numbers. Since he had money, he naturally had to learn something about mathematics. You are not tall. You are already more than 2 years old. I don't think your parents are short. My parents are not short either. It is the same for my grandparents. We usually pay attention to exercise and eat well. It is normal for us to be a little stronger than normal children. Wang Wan compared herself to Zhang Xiaobao and realized that both she and Zhang Xiaobao were a few centimeters taller and heavier than normal children, but it wasn't too much. After all, they wouldn't hurt themselves just to increase their strength during training. Then will you look like a bodybuilder in the future? Zhang Xiaobao tried to find a topic. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You are pretending to be confused. Didn't you see what I looked like? When I went to catch you that day, I was wearing a dress. I don't know how many people felt sorry for me when the explosion happened. Wang Wan said and laughed. That's more like it. You are now working hard to grow in that direction. When I have nothing to do, I will take you out to show off. Whoever thinks you are good-looking and wants to take you for themselves, I will beat them up. Is this considered self-defense? Zhang Xiaobao certainly remembered Wang Wan at that time. In order not to be discovered by him, she even put on makeup and wore a miniskirt. Unfortunately, he was about to die at that time. Who could think of other things? Now that he thought about it, that figure was really good. Ordinary people couldn't imagine how much explosive power that body contained. What are you laughing at? You are not a good person at first glance. You are so young and yet you are thinking about the wrong things. There is no good man, except for my family. I won't sleep with you at night, rogue. Wang Wan was angry when she saw Zhang Xiaobao's expression. I'm a rogue? Who scared me at that time? How did you scare me? I don't know about other men, but the deputy director of your department has 2 women outside. If I sent 3 million to them, I would know who came to catch me. You are actually worth 3 million. A female warrior who can stand up for the motherland and risk her life to carry out a mission, the internal price is 3 million. So it was him. I found that there was something wrong with him. Don't talk to me like that. What 3 million? That's not it. Wang Wan finally knew who betrayed her. She clenched her small fists. She couldn't wait to go back and beat that person down. It's not 3 million. In my heart, you real warriors are priceless. I have never measured you with money. That 3 million was to buy your deputy director's personality and dignity. You can rest assured that if I die, someone will help to deal with this kind of person. Your deputy director will die of a cold, a minor illness. Zhang Xiaobao had never dared to molest a person like Wang Wan. Seeing Wang Wan's reaction, he regretted it. I don't know if the law still exists in your heart, but what you do can be measured by morality. Let's not talk about this. It's over. We can't swim in the afternoon. Where are we going to play after lunch? Wang Wan's excited mood calmed down after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. Zhang Xiaobao also didn't know where to go. Their training had reached a bottleneck. They couldn't continue to increase the training volume, otherwise, it would hurt their bodies. Wang Wan saw that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, so she suggested, let's go up the mountain. I have never been there before. Don't. Let's go to the fields and see the toads. If we want to go up the mountain, there will be a lot of people there. It will be a waste of manpower. Zhang Xiaobao quickly rejected Wang Wan's suggestion. It would be easy to make the people in the inner courtyard busy. Wang Wan thought for a while and sighed helplessly. Identity determined many things. She and Zhang Xiaobao had to consider other people. Otherwise, they wouldn't have built a swimming pool. Things like swimming in the river should never be done in the future. Looking at the fields is also good. Wang Wan thought of this and pulled Zhang Xiaobao to her room. The earlier they ate, the earlier they could go out to play. At the same time, she said to Zhang Xiaobao, those two should be hungry, right? Do you want to take care of their food? Yes, tell the restaurant now. When they see that man and woman order food, they will introduce the expensive dishes to them. The cheap ones are all gone. Zhang Xiaobao replied. Chapter 128. It was almost noon, and the people at the swimming pool were still using the last bit of time to finish the construction. No matter what, they had to finish the construction of the swimming pool before lunch. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan finished their meal and left on their wooden carriage. The people in the inner courtyard were already used to the two little ancestors' behavior. As long as the young master and young lady went out alone, they would definitely not go to a dangerous place. Otherwise, they would ask someone to follow them. This saved the people in the inner courtyard a lot of trouble. The two little ancestors were also sensible. Every time they wanted to do something dangerous, they would discuss it with others. When they did not discuss it, it was absolutely safe. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan went out this time, the people in the inner courtyard were not worried. Not only did the young master and young lady know the severity of the matter, but more importantly, the children in Zhuangzi had already left school and were running everywhere. Therefore, there were people everywhere in Zhuangzi. Moreover, there were also people patrolling the temple, who would help to look after them. The little tadpole is now a tadpole. I remember that when I was eavesdropping on other people's lessons, there was a lesson called Little Tadpoles Find Their Mothers. At that time, I thought, how good would it be if I was a little tadpole? I would be able to find my mother in the end. Let's go, don't look at the fields. Let's go to the restaurant and have some tea. Don't always make me pedal by myself. Don't you want to tire me out? Zhang Xiaobao said as he pedaled while looking at the fields on both sides. Later, he found that Wang Wan was not moving at all in front of him. She even raised her legs. This was not a bicycle with chains, and there were no bearings. There were only two pedals on each wheel. When one pedal, the wheel would turn once. It was a two-person bicycle. If one pedal, one would die of exhaustion. Oh, I'll pedal. When we arrive at the restaurant, let's sit on the first floor. Maybe we can see that man and woman and see what they will do during the meal. Wang Wan put her feet on the pedals beside the wheel and controlled the direction to the restaurant. The surrounding children who had just finished school were running around. Occasionally, someone would reach out and grab the snake's tail and swing it a few times to break the snake's bones. Then, they would grab the snake's head, open its mouth, and put it on their lapels for the snake to bite. With a pull, the snake's teeth were pulled off, and it became a harmless snake. The child hung it around his neck, preparing to take it back to eat with his father's wine. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arrived at the restaurant between the clouds and the water, there were already 4 water snakes hanging on the bicycle. When the bored waiter standing in front of the restaurant saw the arrival of the young master and young lady, he hurriedly went up to them and helped them to park the bicycle. Then, he took the 4 water snakes and guarded them as they walked inside. "Have the 4 teachers sent the dishes today?" Zhang Xiaobao asked as he walked inside. "Young master, they haven't sent them yet. Today's dishes are fried meat with bean sprouts, eggs, and cucumber. They will be ready in a while." "Young master, what do you want to eat?" The waiter followed beside him and answered. The 4 snakes hanging on his arms would occasionally wriggle. "You haven't sent them? That's great. Let's make these 4 snakes and send them to them. They must be exhausted from making the 3-character classic. Just make some tea for me and Cuckoo. After eating, let's eat on the first floor." Zhang Xiaobao yawned and walked towards the window with Wang Wan. At this time, there were quite a few people in the restaurant. The second floor was almost occupied by those who thought they were knowledgeable and came from rich families. Even if there was no water downstairs, they could still recite a few poems. Most of the people eating on the first floor were businessmen who came to buy popcorn. Popcorn would be sold once every morning and afternoon. Every time, each person could only buy a sack of popcorn. As a result, some businessmen who traveled a little farther had to buy once in the morning and again in the afternoon. They had to bring back 2 sacks of popcorn and sell them. Naturally, they had to find a place to eat at noon. Some people who were careful with their spending would bring some food to the restaurant and buy a bowl of wine for 3 copper coins and eat it directly. However, some people who didn't know how to calculate would eat in the restaurant. The restaurant specially provided a kind of rice. For 10 copper coins, a big bowl of rice, a meat dish, and a vegetable dish would be placed on a plate with a grid in the middle. Then, a bowl of egg shake sleeve soup with few egg drops would be served. For a time, the restaurant became a lot more lively. At night, more people came. Every 10 minutes, there would be a meal that cost 3 copper coins. A bowl of rice with a vegetable stir-fried melon slice, or a bowl of noodles with shredded meat noodles and fried soy sauce noodles. It was specially prepared for those who came to the market. If people who ate this kind of meal were willing to pay 1 copper coin more, they could even sleep in a wooden house with a rope made from wormwood. There were no pillows or bedding provided, only some hay. They couldn't even afford to pay 1 copper coin. There was a common bed in the market with hay underneath and a long piece of wood as a pillow. 3 sides were covered by straw curtains, and 1 side was empty. There was no mosquito coil made from wormwood, so they could sleep as they pleased. These matters related to the market were all the ideas of Su Si, who had already brought food to sell. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really didn't care about how he managed the market. Right now, Ergo was helping to support the market. It's a pity that we don't have cheap and simple lunch boxes. Otherwise, we could sell this meal to more places. Su Si is really a good person. He manages the market so well. In the past 2 months, Zhuangzi has actually earned 5 taels and 4 copper coins by relying on the market. Zhang Xiaobao sat on a chair next to the window. He raised his chin and tried his best to look outside. Wang Wan waved her hand at a shop assistant. The shop assistant was already used to this. He brought 2 special high chairs and brought them here to replace the young master and young lady's chairs. This way, the 2 of them were much more comfortable. After sitting on the high chair, Wang Wan pulled down the blinder under the window. When she could see the outside more clearly, she said, "Su Si is really a good person. Guangxi and Zhuangzi must be very regretful." The right to set the price is in our hands. In the past 2 months, we have been earning 5 taels of silver every month. This doesn't include some of the things we bought and hoarded. If we really add it up, we can earn 20 taels of silver. When more people come to trade in the future, it won't just be 20 taels. There will also be people in the market who will spend money in the restaurant. In a month, we will earn a lot. If we say that he is worth 100 taels, he is worth 100 taels. Guangxi was let go for 1 tael of silver. He will regret it. While they were talking, the tea was served. It was not made according to the production method here. There was no ginger or salt. Zhang Xiaobao specially taught people to make it. He didn't do it himself. However, he knew that international swindlers had to come into contact with some of the upper-class people. They had to talk about art and tea ceremony. It was impossible not to learn. The tea leaves that were served were stolen from other places before the Qingming festival. It was theft. They stole the shoots. If they were not caught, they would leave some money in a conspicuous place in the tea house. If they were caught, they would have to pay more money. Until now, there had been no cases of people being caught being sent to the authorities. The tea in front of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was Xinyang Maojian. The main reason was that the tea was produced nearby. It was in Hunan. They could send people to steal it. If it was West Lake Longjing, it would be far away. After pouring the tea, each person took a small cup and drank slowly. They either drank it in one gulp or took a few sips. When they felt that it was cold, they threw it away and refilled it. Can't you think of a way to get some tiguanyin and pu-er? I don't like green tea. Wang Wan drank a few mouthfuls. She felt that her mouth was a little dry and lacked some sweetness. She asked Zhang Xiaobao to think of a way. Zhang Xiaobao didn't have any good ideas. One of the 2 teas was fully fermented, and the other was partially fermented. If a girl was willing to drink it, it could help her lose weight. After thinking for a while, he said, "Why don't you drink some flower tea? Jasmine is fine. Or how about this? Let's ferment this Xinyang Maojian. What do you think? This can be fermented?" Wang Wan asked with a smile. "Yes, why not? You know pu-er, right? How do you ferment it?" Back then, it was picked and carried. As we walked, it rained. The tea was soaked. We continued to walk. When it was wet, it was dried. When it was wet again, it was fermented again. People who eat a lot of meat found that this tea was good for the gastrointestinal tract. It helped with digestion and also cleaned the intestines. Zhang Xiaobao continued to explain. Wang Wan was stunned. Really? Could it be that the tea I drank in the past was the kind that was drenched in rain? What you drank is not important. What's important is that this method can be fermented. Not only is it rainwater, but the person carrying the tea is also sweating. The smell is really not ordinary. Think about it. Carrying such heavy tea, crossing mountains, and using crutches. After walking for a few dozen steps, you have to stop and rest. You call it crutches. How can there be any lack of sweat? When it came to this kind of thing, Zhang Xiaobao was better than Wang Wan. He often drank tea with people in the past. He heard from others that besides horses and mules, the tea horse ancient road was mostly carried by people. There were mudslides, rainstorms, landslides, and all kinds of situations could occur. When they were drinking tea and talking, they wanted this kind of feeling. The harder the other person worked, the better the taste of the tea. Therefore, after Zhang Xiaobao cheated that person of 160 million yuan, he also felt very comfortable. The more that person was in pain, the more comfortable Zhang Xiaobao felt that the money was spent. Don't say any more. I will never drink that kind of tea again. It's disgusting. Did you do it on purpose? Wang Wan listened to Zhang Xiaobao's introduction and felt waves of nausea. She didn't even want to touch the tea in front of her. Little young master, little miss, those two people are coming. At this time, a waiter came to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side and reported in a low voice. The two people he was talking about were naturally the man and woman who came to inquire about the news. Oh? They're here? Okay, later tell them that there are no seats on the second floor. Tell them to eat on the first floor. If they don't want to eat, then forget it. When you order, take out the menu. The golden menu. Go, don't come back. When Zhang Xiaobao heard this news, he became spirited. He ordered and paid attention to the entrance. Chapter 129. Not long after, two people came in one after another. The one in the front was a woman, and the one behind her was naturally the man. As soon as they came in, a waiter went up to greet them. Find a room on the second floor where you can see the scenery outside. The woman casually gave the waiter a dozen copper coins, which were strung together with a string. It seemed that she had been prepared for a long time. The waiter smiled happily, but said to the two of them, "Two guests, there is no room upstairs. They are all occupied. Why don't you eat on the first floor?" As he spoke, he seemed to be a little unwilling and wanted to return the money in his hand. He meant that it was fine if the two of them didn't want to eat, but if they wanted to eat, they could eat on the first floor. The woman frowned and then relaxed. She said with a smile, "That's fine. Name all the good dishes between the clouds and the water and see which one you like. Guest, there is a menu in the restaurant. If you like it, I will go to the kitchen and let the chef make it." The waiter magically took out a menu that was half an inch thick. Fortunately, he had this thing. Otherwise, he would be exhausted to death if he had to name the dishes one by one. The man and the woman didn't expect that the restaurant between the clouds and the water had such a preparation. The woman said again, "But the two of us can't read. What do you think we should do?" "Guest, you are right. There are indeed people who can't read. It doesn't matter. There is a picture on the menu. You will know when you see it. If you think it is good and want to ask, I will explain it to you." The waiter admired the young master more and more. He even considered this point. The woman and the man found a seat and sat down. They opened the menu and felt that something was wrong. The price of the dishes was not less than 5 taels of silver. Looking from the beginning to the end, the most expensive one was 300 taels of silver, and the cheapest one was exactly 5 taels of silver. This was not something that ordinary people could afford. The man looked at the most expensive dish in a daze. The woman closed the menu and said to the waiter, "Is everything in your restaurant so expensive?" As soon as she said that, she regretted it. She had just said that she was illiterate, but now she was saying that the price was high. The price could be written on the paper, and there was no drawing. "It's all my fault for taking the wrong menu. This menu is for distinguished guests to order. I'll go and change the cheaper menu for you. The cheapest bowl of soup costs only 1 copper coin for a piece of cake. That's how it tastes. It's just right for people like you to eat." The waiter hurriedly put on a panicked expression and bowed to apologize, "Please forgive me. It's all my fault for taking the wrong menu. This menu is for distinguished guests to order." When the waiter said this, his voice was rather loud. Not only did the man and woman understand, but the surrounding people who were eating also heard it clearly. They all turned their heads and looked over, sizing up the two people. Some even had looks of disdain in their eyes, and some even whispered to their companions. "You want to go up to the second floor like this? Look at what you're wearing. I thought you were rich, but I didn't expect you to be pretending. Tomorrow, I'll take out the clothes I wore during the new year and wear them to pretend." When the man and woman heard this, their expressions immediately became ugly. The woman snatched the menu back from the waiter, flipped through it, and said to the waiter, "Do you not understand human language? I'm asking you, the dishes on the menu are so expensive. Is the food you make really that delicious? If it's not delicious, don't blame me for smashing your between the clouds and the water. Sir, you're making things difficult for me. How can I know whether it's delicious or not? Everyone has their own taste, and it's difficult to adjust. If you think it's good, then it's delicious. If you eat it and say it's not good, then it's naturally not delicious. It's just like how some people are willing to eat scallions, ginger, and garlic." The waiter was not fooled at all. Whether it was delicious or not, didn't it all depend on the mouth of others? Even if it was delicious, what could he do if he was lying through his teeth? "Well, serve these 4 dishes, and this soup. Also, warm up 2 pots of wine." The woman casually ordered a few dishes on the menu and didn't argue with the waiter. This time, she was here to inquire about some matters. Just now, at the manor, she didn't ask much. Once the child finished school, she casually stopped a person, and the person looked at the two of them with eyes full of vigilance. They wanted to ask the teacher, but they were sent out by the teacher. They did not understand anything, which made them feel very depressed. Since they could not get anything from there, they knew to find a more crowded place. That was why they chose this restaurant. They also knew that the Between the Clouds and the Water restaurant was also in Zhuangzi. While waiting for the waiter to serve the dishes, the two began to listen carefully. They wanted to get some information about the Zhang family and Wang family in Zhuangzi from these people. In the end, they heard nothing useful even after the dishes were served. They only knew that there was a market here and that the crops were still growing well here, even though there was a drought elsewhere this year. The two already knew these 2 points. When they came, they saw the crops in the fields. Not only were they not good, they were very good. However, these things were far from enough to satisfy the Prime Minister. The two of them looked at each other and decided to ask someone. When the two of them set their eyes on a certain table, they found that the people at the table were not avoiding them at all. They had no intention of talking to them at all. They also understood that this was because the dishes they ordered were too expensive. The person felt that it was not appropriate to talk to such people. If they said something wrong, it would easily cause trouble. The two of them looked around and finally found 2 3- or 4-year-old children sitting there drinking tea. While they were surprised, they also had some ideas. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not know that the others had estimated their ages. They pretended that nothing had happened and drank one sip after another. The temperature of the tea was obviously not enough, but they did not ask the waiter to refill it. The woman looked at Zhang Xiaobao and felt that it was not good to serve the dishes to them when they were drinking tea. Children who could drink tea here probably had some spare money at home. She looked at the clothes the two children were wearing and finally understood that it was not as simple as a little spare money. Just the clothes alone cost dozens of taels of silver. Thinking of this, she gave the man a look and told him to stay there and continue eating. She went over to the two children and wanted to talk to them and ask some questions. Children from rich families should know more than others. Who would have thought that as soon as she stood up and took 2 steps toward that side, 6 or 7 people suddenly stood up in the lobby of the first floor, looking at her vigilantly. At the same time, 2 of the shop assistants also came over. One stood in front of the 2 children, and the other slightly blocked in front of her. They smiled and said, "Sir, is there anything you want this little one to do?" This time, she and the man finally realized that something was wrong. They were just going to go over. She was a woman, so the reaction of the waiters in this restaurant was a bit too much. There was a sense of evil in them, similar to when they entered Zhuangzi. Seeing that the waiters had no intention of retreating, the woman smiled and said, "It's nothing, I just want to talk to these 2 children." "Oh, the children are young and don't know anything. They don't have much courage. If they get scared, then, if you want to go over, then go ahead. As the waiters spoke, they suddenly changed the topic and moved aside. The other waiters didn't move and continued to stand by the table. They even put a chair there for the woman to sit. When the other people who stood up saw the waiters like this, they also sat back down. The waiters were still a bit worried. When they were talking, they glanced at the young master. When they saw the young master nod his head, they had no choice but to move aside. The woman didn't know about this. Her line of sight was blocked by the waiters. Seeing that she could go over, she tried to make the smile on her face more amiable. She sat down and looked at the two children who were looking at her curiously. The woman smiled at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also returned a pure smile. With her chubby appearance, long eyelashes, and big eyes, anyone who saw her would want to kiss her. Tell me, how old are you? The woman lowered her seniority and asked softly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan blinked their eyes. They put their little hands in front of their faces and carefully counted. After counting for a while, they stretched out 3 fingers and answered softly, 3 years old. Seeing the two children's cute actions, the woman reached out her hands and wanted to hug them. The waiter standing there suddenly said, "Sir, would you like a pot of tea?" This kind of interruption was too obvious. The woman could only resist the impulse in her heart and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Baby Xiaobao, who are the people in your family?" "He's a good person," Wang Wan replied. "Her." Zhang Xiaobao pointed at Wang Wan. "Good people, yes, good people. Are the two of you a family? You're so obedient. Can you tell me where you live?" The woman didn't get anything out of them and asked again. "We live at home." Wang Wan. "On the couch." Zhang Xiaobao. Good. Then where do you live?" the woman asked. "In the courtyard." Wang Wan. "Where?" Zhang Xiaobao asked in confusion. "Then what are your surnames?" The woman tried to calm her breathing. "What's my surname?" Wang Wan asked Zhang Xiaobao. "Different from mine." Zhang Xiaobao answered. The woman felt like she was going crazy. She asked so many questions, but she didn't get any useful information. Just as she was about to continue asking, a child's voice came from the entrance of the restaurant. "This between the clouds and the water looks pretty good. Buy it for this young master." "That Zhangjia Zhuangzi looks pretty good. Buy it for this young master too. Come, let's go upstairs and eat first." The voice wasn't soft. The people on the first floor all looked in that direction. They saw an 11 or 12-year-old boy wearing a light blue brocade walking in under the protection of a group of people. The others didn't know where this child came from. His tone wasn't small. However, the woman stared at the jade pendant hanging from the child's waist and revealed a puzzled expression. Chapter 130. Xiao Bao, did you see that? This person is probably the one who bought Zhuangzi. It seems like he won't be easy to deal with. Such a playboy, do you think he's a prince or an imperial grandson? Wang Wan also turned her head and pretended to be curious. After a glance, she asked Zhang Xiaobao with her lips. In the past year, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had a tacit understanding of each other. Just a glance was enough for them to divide the work. Wang Wan focused on observing the child and the people protecting him, while Zhang Xiaobao paid attention to the expressions of the other people on the first floor. He happened to see the woman's eyes and made a judgment. He replied to Wang Wan, "I can't tell. I don't think it's anyone important." The two people sent by Yao Chong weren't that afraid of this child. Maybe it's someone from a remote royal family? At the very least, he's not Li Longji's son or grandson, nor is he from the family of the prince who abdicated the throne. Are you sure? Li Longji has 5 brothers. While he's monitoring them, he's also giving others the impression of brotherly love. He's attacking us. Have you thought of how to deal with him? It's not easy to answer a playboy. Even if you give him a profitable business, he might not take it seriously and just want to take our place. Wang Wan was a little anxious when she saw that Zhang Xiaobao couldn't make an accurate judgment because of limited information. She was from the Zhuangzi Wang family. Even if something happened to Zhang Xiaobao, her family would avoid it. At most, they would sell the land together. However, she knew Zhang Xiaobao's thoughts. These lands were the lifeblood of his family. He wouldn't let others take them away. If something happened to Zhang Xiaobao, what else could she pursue in this life? That would be true loneliness. With him around, the two of them could understand each other. They could help each other, encourage each other, and rely on each other. If she was left alone, the world would become gloomy. Zhang Xiaobao smiled sweetly. Don't worry. It's good to be a playboy. A gentleman can be bullied, and a villain can be tempted. Such a young playboy will have a way as well. When we go back, we'll announce that Zhang Xiaobao, and Zhuangzi will organize a competition. The winner will get 5 century eggs. When we go back, we'll start making century eggs. Actually, this is my least favorite. Other people might like it. Other than the eggs, we'll also get a champion's medal. It's made with 1 tael of silver. Rubik's Cube. That's the first round. The second round will be a competition of understanding of history. Similarly, the winner will be a medal made with gold and 50 century eggs. The third round will be a test of intelligence. The two of us will come up with some brain teasers. The prize will be a silver medal and 10 century eggs. The fourth round will be a calligraphy competition. A gold medalist will get 50 century eggs. After the 4 rounds, whoever wins the most will get a trophy. It has to be big and made of iron with a layer of gold on the outside. It has to be 2 meters tall, and the largest diameter has to be half a meter. When Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao's confident expression, she knew that he had a plan. When she heard about the 4 rounds of competition, she couldn't figure out what Zhang Xiaobao was planning. What does this have to do with that playboy? Eating too many century eggs isn't good for the body. You gave him 50 each time, but he ate all of them. It's over if he gets sick after eating them. Wang Wan couldn't keep up with Xiaobao's train of thought. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the child who was stopped by the waiter and explained that there was no seat upstairs. He said to Wang Wan, the second and fourth rounds are prepared for him. He's still so young, so he'll definitely fight for the seats. Even if you don't invite him, he'll still force his way in. You have to consider what kind of education he received in the past. In terms of history and calligraphy, which of the 3 Zhuangzi can beat him? A person like him definitely has a good upbringing. Even if he doesn't want to learn, he'll have to pretend. That way, he'll be better than the children in Zhuangzi. Plus, the remaining 2 are more fun to play with, and there are so many children playing with him. He won't be able to resist this temptation. Rubik's Cube? If this thing is made of wood, won't it wear out too much? Wang Wan finally understood. There were unique ways to deal with playboys. However, the Rubik's Cube used to be made of plastic, so it was resistant to wear. In this situation, metal was too heavy, so it could only be made of wood. When it rubbed against each other, it would definitely break. That depends on what kind of wood it is. Find a good wood, and it can at least be used for a while. As long as this thing is broken or disassembled, others will be able to copy it. Kites are easier to break, but there are still so many people playing. How much do you think a silk kite costs? How much does a Rubik's Cube cost? Zhang Xiaobao corrected Wang Wan's pragmatism. When playing, people tend to ignore the cost. For example, firecrackers. The most important thing was to achieve the goal. Alright, I'll listen to you. I can make a Rubik's Cube with one hand. What you need to solve now is that he's going upstairs, and we're about to start. Are you going to let him go to the second floor? If he goes up, what will happen to the two people here? Wang Wan's small hand made a few movements of playing with the Rubik's Cube. Then, she asked Zhang Xiaobao to solve this dilemma. Zhang Xiaobao also understood that if he let the kid go up, it would be hard to say to others. He could only say to the waiter standing next to him, "I'm going home." As he spoke, he opened his two arms, meaning to let the waiter carry him. When the waiter saw that the young master actually let him carry him, he was so excited that he didn't know what to do. His eyes were wide open. He found another waiter, and the two of them carried the car out of the door. They walked for nearly 100 meters before they put down Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The waiter who carried Zhang Xiaobao just now hurried back to the restaurant. When he saw that those people were still asking to go upstairs and were about to start a fight, he quickly said, "Dear guests, there is indeed no space on the second floor. If you want to go up to the top to see the view, you can go to the top. There is a shed there for you to drink and enjoy the scenery. But the price?" The waiter stopped talking and looked at the 11 or 12-year-old child. "Can we go to the top? How much is it? Lead the way." This child really didn't care about money. "Sir, you can go up for 100 taels of silver. Do you want to go up now?" When the waiter said this, his voice was trembling. It was really too expensive. If it wasn't for the young master's order, he wouldn't dare to ask for 100 taels of silver. The child looked at the people around and saw that they all had awkward expressions. He knew that no one had a single tael of silver on them. He put his hand into the sleeve that was obviously a little heavy. When he took it out, he was already holding a bag. He opened it and took out a few yellow things. There were little rabbits, ponies, and small fish. He gave them to the waiter. "That's all. See if it's enough." He threw down this sentence and walked up. "It's enough, it's enough. Only these. Take them well. Naturally, someone will come and give you the money in exchange for these things. If there is one missing, be careful of your head." Before the waiter could finish speaking, one of the people stood up and threatened him. Before he went up, he snorted. Seeing that the person went up, the waiter didn't dare to stay. He took these things and ran out. He also knew what these things were. He heard that when the palace rewarded people, they would usually make various shapes of gold. There would be a mark on it. Not to mention that someone would come to exchange for it, even if no one did, he wouldn't dare to spend it. This was such a big matter. The waiter understood that the restaurant manager couldn't handle it. He could only send it to the young master and see what he planned. "People can go up to the top of your building?" The woman was still thinking about the jade pendant. For a moment, she couldn't think of who would have such a thing. But she knew that it definitely came from the palace. Seeing that the person went up, she asked the waiter. "Yes, you can go up. The top of the building has no shelter, but it's like floating clouds. It's just that the price is too high. Ordinary people can't go up." The waiter was quite sensitive and knew how to respond. "Little sister, since we're almost done eating, why don't we go back early?" At this time, the man spoke. He was thinking about the identity of the two children and was ready to go up and see. "Yes, it's time to go." The woman also reacted. The people upstairs could slowly investigate, but the matter arranged by the Prime Minister couldn't be delayed. The two children were definitely not ordinary. She had just made a move, and someone wanted to protect them. How could they be ordinary people? The two of them paid the bill and left. The dishes had not yet been served, and the plates on the table had not been touched. When the two of them chased after them, they saw from afar that the waiter who had just taken the gold was saying something to the two children. Because it was too far away, they could not hear what they were saying, so they could only continue to chase after them. After walking a few more steps, the waiter had already turned back. The two children were sitting on a strange thing, and their two legs were moving very fast. The road in Zhuangzi was well built, and the ground was flat. Also, it wasn't raining. The man and woman wanted to chase after them, but they were stopped by the waiter. By the time they got rid of the waiter and chased after them again, the two children had already sat on that thing to a small slope. Just as the man and woman were overjoyed and thought that they could catch up, one of the two children had something in his mouth. He blew with all his might, and the ear-piercing sound spread far and wide. The children they met on their way here, who still couldn't get anything out of them, rushed over from all over the place. Nearly 30 people surrounded the two children. Then, they saw that the two children were still sitting on that unknown thing, and were being carried forward by others. When the man and woman saw this scene, they finally gave up the idea of continuing to chase. The woman looked in that direction and said, "The little ancestors of Zhangjia Zhuangzi and Wang Zhuangzi are eating on the first floor of the restaurant." The people who stood up on the first floor of the restaurant were the two villagers of Zhuangzi. The man also agreed. Yes, no wonder the two children dared to come out and play. When the whistle blew, the two Zhuangzi people who heard it moved even more. "Look over there," the adults who live nearby also came out. Chapter 131. Xiao Bao, just hiding is not a solution. Give them some information and send them away. Staying here will delay things. Prime Minister Yao is still waiting. Give the rice seedlings to Gu family's Zhuangzi and reveal that they are growing well. Tell them about the relief provided to Gu family's Zhuangzi during the drought. What do you think? Wang Wan sat in the car and asked Zhang Xiaobao softly as they were being carried back. Zhang Xiaobao first turned his head to Wei Wei and then glanced at the two people standing there. He nodded and said, "Okay, let Ergo find someone from Gu family's Zhuangzi. It will be more convincing to hear it from someone else." The children on Zhuangzi didn't know what the two were talking about. They were all grinning as they carried the car. To them, being able to do something for their master was the happiest thing. The little young master had mentioned the whistle before, but he had never used it. Today, he finally used it. Under the protection of the children, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the courtyard. When the car was put down, the children ran away noisily before they could even thank them. This made the two feel a special feeling that they couldn't get rid of. For the first time, I realized that these children are better than my bodyguards. They make me feel safer. Zhang Xiaobao said with a smile. I think so too. They have a kind of kinship. They don't have bodyguards. Let's arrange things. Today at noon, we will sleep next to the swimming pool. It is cooler there. Wang Wan agreed, even though she knew that these children couldn't compare to Zhang Xiaobao's bodyguards in terms of professionalism. As the two talked, they arrived at the swimming pool. At this moment, the sand was already being filled. The fine sand was sifted out and pushed into the pit. After that, it could be filled with water. Zhang Xiaobao asked someone to call Ergo, who was in charge of organizing the market. After giving some instructions, he lay there and began to take an afternoon nap. Ergo left after a few words of assurance. Should we go back and take a look at the person at the top? A man and a woman, who were standing not too far away from the restaurant, were stunned for half an hour. No one knew what they were thinking about. Only when someone ran past them quickly did the man open his mouth to ask. The woman glanced at Zhang Ergu who was walking away and gave up on stopping him for questioning. She couldn't understand what had happened to the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi. It was as if all of them had contracted some sort of illness. It was not until the figure of the person running away was out of sight that he said, "There's no need for that. We don't have to worry about this. Ask the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi." I don't believe that the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi would hide. The three Zhuangzi are so far away, they should know something. After speaking, the woman strode towards the Gu family in Zhuangzi. The man looked at the vague figure on the roof of the restaurant and turned to leave as well. The two crossed the small bridge and saw a person squatting by the side of the field. His eyes were fixed on the seedlings in the field, motionless. Even if they deliberately made their footsteps louder, that person only turned his head to glance at them before turning back again. Seeing this scene, the two felt their hearts tremble. They wondered if the people from the Gu family in Zhuangzi were also like that person over there. Brother, it seems that your family is doing well this year. At the beginning of autumn, you will have a lot of grain, right? At this time, the man walked forward and squatted there as well. He looked in front of him and asked casually. What do you mean by doing well? There is a drought this year. The entire Sanshui County will not have half of the usual grain harvest. It will be rent-free and transfer-free. The person from the Gu family's farmstead looked at the two of them warily and tried to explain himself. He was afraid that the two of them would praise his land and end up having to pay the rent. The other places in Sanshui County had already reduced their production, so they had to report the same. Brother, you are right. It is indeed a little worse. Of course, we will be rent-free. Brother, I see that the crops in your Zhuangzi field are not as good as the crops in the two Zhuangzi fields over there. If I were you, I would also use new seeds. The man also knew why the farmer said this. The entire county was in drought. If there was a good harvest here, they would be able to save up a lot of grain. His family would be more well off. He followed along and asked about the rice on both sides. He even sighed and shook his head. The people from the Gu family's farmstead were finally a little happier. You're right. That place is indeed better than mine, but it's not because of the use of new seeds. Look at my field, that tree, and the few trees in front of it, don't you think it's not much worse than that place? The man and woman looked in the direction that the farmer was pointing. Sure enough, there were some seedlings that were better than the others in the field. They looked carefully and found that there were many seedlings that were the same. Compared to Zhangwang and Zhuangzi, they were a little worse, but they were not bad. It is good. It is about the same. Is there another way? Why do the same seeds produce different crops? The man asked again. The farmer sat down and put his hands on his lap. He looked across the small bridge and said, there is a way, that is, to buy the seedlings from the Zhang family's farmstead and plant them. Look at these seedlings. When a gust of wind blew, the seedlings that grew in that area were all uprooted. During that time, our people in Zhuangzi wanted to die. They cried and helped the seedlings. The people from Zhangwang and Zhuangzi also came to help. However, the seedlings were broken and it was useless to help them. The master was kind and helped us buy a lot of seedlings from Zhangjia Zhuangzi. He asked us to replant them. Look, now they are like young men. Replanted? They can grow so well? The two people asked in surprise. Even if they did not know how to farm, they had heard about it. The woman asked again, they came to help. Aren't they afraid that the seedlings in the field will be blown away? Blown away? It is different. I went to see the seedlings in Zhangwang and Zhangzhang's fields. They were not this big at that time. They were like fat boys who had eaten their fill. They stood in the water with their hands on their waists and let the wind blow. They could even block the wind for their younger brothers and sisters behind them. The farmer obviously thought that the seedlings in Zhangwang and Zhangzhang were people. As he spoke, he gestured. His face was flushed with excitement. He was no longer as stiff as before. After the farmer finished speaking, he saw that the two people were in a daze. He continued, you don't know, but the seedlings in my fields are the same as the ones in their fields. I don't know how they got the seedlings. Next year, we will change from them. Oh, so their temples in Zhuangzi grow well. Good, we must plant them next year. I am afraid that there will be a drought next year and the harvest will not be much. It is a pity that such good seedlings will be lost. The man sighed regretfully. Don't be afraid. What is a drought? With Zhangjia Zhuangzi, there is no need to be afraid of drought. How would you know how good the Zhuangzi of Zhangzhang and Wang Zhuangzi are? This year's spring plowing is coming, but there is not a single drop of rain. Everyone is anxious. But when it comes to spring plowing, they let us carry the precious water. In the end, they could not carry it anymore. There was a lot of land. They used bamboo tubes and put them here. They left a hole there to pour the water. In just one day, they filled up most of the land here. There were so many bamboo tubes. They were all paid for by them. They are good people. After that, they exchanged for the seedlings here. As long as the farmer talked about the Zhuangzi of Zhangzhang and Wang Zhuangzi, he seemed to be more excited. He stood up from the ground, stamped his feet and clapped his hands, wanting to express his gratitude. Then where did they get the water? The man asked. Where did they get it? Of course, they saved it in advance. 6 big ponds have been filled with water long ago, and 7 wells. Oh, now there are 10 wells. My Gu family has also dug 3 wells in Zhuangzi. Their ponds are used to raise fish, plant lotus flowers, and release ducks and geese. I heard that they sent the ducks and geese to another place a few days ago. It is said that there are many locusts there. Such good people, no matter how far they are, they will help. The man and woman looked at each other. The woman said, they are good people. They are not bad. I just went to see. They even built a school for the children in Zhuangzi. Unfortunately, the farmers do not have much money to begin with. If they have to hand in some things to study, their lives will be even harder. Hand in things? What things? You said that they asked the farmers in Zhuangzi for things to give to the teachers? That was impossible. The main family was the one paying for everything. Even the food that the children ate in school was paid for by the main family. That was not a big deal. Every time there was a festival, the main family would send something to the villager. They would send clothes, food, and clothes. They would even help raise the poultry together. I heard that after the autumn harvest, the children in Zhuangzi of the Gu family can also go to school, but they don't have to eat. When there are more chickens, ducks, and geese, the farmers in Zhuangzi of the Gu family will help raise them. Their lives will be better. The elders of the 2 families will definitely live to 100 years old. They are all good people. When the farmer talked about this, he became excited again. It seemed that a good life would appear tomorrow. His eyes, which were originally a little cloudy, became clear. The 2 of them finally understood why they didn't tell anyone when they went to scout for information, and why so many people came over when the whistle sounded. The main family had given them all the benefits that they could. Anyone who wanted to scheme against them through the manor could be said to be daydreaming. Good, brother is right. Those people will definitely live to 100 years old. Brother, is there anything else? After knowing the reason for this obstacle, the 2 wanted to get more information from the farmer so that they could go back and report to the Grand Chancellor. They were very satisfied with what they had learned. No, what else do you want to ask? That's all I know. The farmer shook his head and did not say anything else. He had already said what he could according to Ergo's instructions. He was not willing to reveal anything else. When the 2 saw the farmer's expression, they gave up on asking any more questions. They felt that it was good enough that a farmer knew this much. They thanked him and got up to leave. The farmer also grinned and walked back, humming a song that they did not know the name of. He was very happy to be able to help the Zhang family and Wang family Zhuangzi. Are we going back directly? The man asked the woman next to him as he watched the farmer walk away. "We won't go back first. We'll go to that restaurant and see if anything happened. We'll report to the Grand Chancellor together." The woman was a little worried that there would be a conflict. If that happened, it would be difficult to deal with the Grand Chancellor. After all, Zhangjia Zhuangzi had done a great service. Chapter 132. Green Mountains and Boundless Green Grass. Birds were flying, spreading their wings freely. Like a jade pond, sparkling under the light. Upstairs of chatting and laughing, drinking wine. The wind blew the bells, echoing faintly. Clouds covered the sun, the sound of a flute was long. Suddenly looking, there were bandits fleeing from the wilderness. Stumbling, only then did they know that their country was in peril. Beside the clouds, it was not heaven. On the rooftop of the Water Cloud Tavern, the young master dressed in luxurious clothing was enjoying the scenery around him amidst the cheers of the crowd when he heard the sound of a flute. He saw a group of people fleeing from the wastelands, bringing their wives and children with them, playing the flute as they begged for money. Finally, he woke up from that fleeting feeling. Thinking about the drought and the plague of locusts in so many places, his mood worsened. Why hasn't Li Cheng bought this restaurant yet? Someone should go and take a look. The young master's mood was ruined, and he couldn't bear to look at that family anymore, so he could only vent his anger on someone else. That person hurriedly ran downstairs. After a while, he came back and reported in a low voice, "Young master, Li Cheng went out. I heard the manager of this restaurant say that there are 3 owners of this restaurant, and they need to agree before they can sell. Li Cheng went to look for those 3 owners. Well, let's go, we won't eat here. The refugees can actually come here, those officials are all freeloaders. They deserve to be killed for ruining my mood." The young master in luxurious clothes said impatiently and led the way downstairs. The surrounding people immediately surrounded them. The money for going upstairs had been paid, but the money for the meal had not been paid. Moreover, they had ordered a lot of good things, so the manager didn't dare to stop them. Since he saw the gold, he knew that their identities were different, so he ordered the waiter to send it outside. When someone came to exchange money for the gold, he would ask for as much as he could. Otherwise, he would have to pay for it. Naturally, the waiter on the roof went up to clean up. Seeing that the dishes were basically untouched and that they drank a lot of wine, he sighed at the extravagance of the rich. The 2 waiters put away the dishes that could not be left behind, waiting to eat together in the evening. When they looked at the dishes that could not be left behind, they shook their heads and could only eat 2 mouthfuls and throw them away. They didn't dare to continue to sell things to others like other small stores. The owner had already given a death order that they could not earn money. Just as they were feeling regretful, they heard the sound of a flute coming from below. They looked up and saw a family of 4 fleeing here. The youngest child was on the man's back, and the woman was leading a 6 or 7 years old little girl. They looked pitiful. Looking at each other, the 2 waiters finally knew how to deal with these things. There were also the untouched big steamed buns that had been sent up. Ignoring the other dishes, they put the untouched ones on the tray. They also took the steamed buns, 3 pairs of chopsticks, and a spoon. They ran downstairs as fast as they could to welcome the 4 people. Surprisingly, not a single drop of soup spilled from the bowl on the tray. Just as the young master brought people out, he felt a burst of wind beside him, accompanied by the fragrance of several dishes. He glanced around and saw the 2 waiters running with the tray. The dishes on the tray were very familiar. With his good memory, he could even remember the names of the dishes. Oyster and winter melon soup, fresh mixed bamboo shoots, steamed beef marrow, shrimp tofu, 3 dishes and 1 soup. Young master, those are the dishes we ordered up there. They can't even leave these dishes. Do they want to sell them to those 4 people? A servant at the side also saw the dishes clearly and said to the young master, "Get out of my way, are you stupid? Do those 4 people have the money to buy anything? If I knew this would happen, I would have sent them myself. At least they would be grateful. If my father knew, he would praise me even more. Between the clouds and the water restaurant is not bad." The young master glared at the servant next to him. He regretted that he didn't personally give the dishes to them. "It is not bad. Young master is amazing. You can see it with one look. The people in the restaurant are kind." After being scolded, the servant quickly continued to flatter. "You stay away from me. Learn more from Li Cheng in the future. What does kindness have to do with me? The disaster victims will be taken care of by the imperial court. What I mean is that the restaurant didn't sell the untouched dishes to others. Otherwise, why would they give them to the refugees? You must buy them." The young master glared at the servant again. The servant said the wrong thing twice in a row. Finally, he didn't dare to comment anymore. He said to the young master, "Then let's go back. You like the pond here? Let's dig one that is bigger than theirs. Wait, let's take a look first. When we go back, we can tell my father what happened here. Otherwise, if I don't know anything, I will be scolded. If I am scolded, you will be beaten." Yes, young master is right. Let's take a look. If we don't get beaten, then let's take a look here. When the servant heard that he would be beaten, he trembled and continued to agree. This time, the young master didn't pay any attention to him at all. He walked straight ahead. By the time he got close, the family of 4 had already understood the intentions of the 2 workers. The food was for them to eat. They pulled their children to kneel and kowtow to the young master, but the 2 workers kept stopping them. When one of the servants saw the young master with a different identity leading a group of people over, he quickly said to the 4 people, "Don't thank us. This was all ordered by the young master. He asked us to specially prepare the dishes and send them over. Look, the dishes were just done." After hearing the servant's words, the 4 people also turned their heads to look. At first glance, they knew that the young man was from a rich family and didn't care about other things. They turned around and knelt in front of those people again. They kowtowed to them from a distance and said words of gratitude. This young master originally wanted to see the situation here. When he went back, he would have something to say when his family asked him. When he saw this situation and heard the words of gratitude from the 4 people, he suddenly felt good again. He asked someone to help the family up and said, "No need. There's no need to be like this, there's no need to be like this. It's all because of this disaster. Get up and eat first. Look at this child. Servant, go and ask them to send a bowl of white fungus bird's nest soup. Put it under my name. Young master is kind and righteous. I'll go now. When we were upstairs just now, if it wasn't for young master's words, I really wouldn't have known that someone fled here." The servant naturally knew what to say and what not to say at this time, so he ran back. The family of 4 was helped up. They found a stone and put the food on it. Under the gaze of everyone, they ate. The child on their back was too small, so he could only eat something soft. The soup and bone marrow were given to him. The little girl was the most sensible. She let her parents eat first. She ate a steamed bun and took care of her brother. While eating, she looked at the young master standing in front of her gratefully and smiled shyly. When others saw this, they didn't feel much. They had already known the hardships of the world. Only the young master, who encountered this kind of thing for the first time, didn't know what to say when he saw the 4 people eating. Especially when the girl with dirt on her face and messy hair smiled at him gratefully, he suddenly felt a little guilty. When the girl used her sleeve to wipe her brother's mouth, he was a little envious. For a moment, he felt that he wasn't as lucky as the child. Seeing the child smile after eating a few mouthfuls, saliva and food falling out, the corner of his mouth also curled up. "Young master, why don't we go back first? If we're late and the housekeeper tells the Wang master, I'll be beaten." At this time, the young master spoke again. The young master's smiling face immediately darkened. He stared at the person and said, "There's no need for others to beat you. When we go back, this young master will let you know what to say and what to do. 20 beatings, remember." After being disturbed, the young master didn't continue to think about this matter. He said to the remaining servant, "After lunch, what should we do at night?" "Go get more steamed buns." The servant left and went to get the steamed buns. The young master said, "After dinner, what should we do tomorrow? Give me some money to do some small business." As he spoke, he prepared to take out some money. Suddenly, he remembered that he only had gold, and he left it with the servant. Even the restaurant didn't dare to use it, let alone 4 fugitives. Looking at the people around, those people immediately began to take out money from their bodies. Some took out a silver bean, and some took out 1 or 2 copper coins. The 4 people avoided the silver as soon as they saw it. It wasn't that they couldn't spend it, but they were afraid of being targeted. They could only take the dozen copper coins. The father knelt down and kowtowed again. He didn't want the money, but he could stand it, but the child couldn't. "Young master, I still have some money." The person who was beaten just now took out a string of 70 to 80 copper coins. It was the most standard Kai Yuan Tong Bao. It was quite heavy. Who knew why he was carrying such heavy money? When the young master saw the copper coins, he was happy. He took it and let someone give it to the 4 people in front of him. He looked at the person who was about to be beaten and nodded. When the person saw that the young master didn't say to exempt him from being beaten, he had to give another idea. "Young master, you can tell them that they don't have to go too far if they want to do business. At night, there will be a market here. The price of all kinds of things is fair, but they are not allowed to buy in large quantities. Let them buy a little bit of everything. At dawn, they have to walk 20 miles to a place in front of them to sell. They can earn 10 or 8 copper coins, which is enough for their family to eat." When he spoke, his voice was not low. Not only did the young master hear it, but the 4 people also heard it clearly. They knelt down and kowtowed again. Fortunately, the man knew that he should thank the person who gave the idea. Otherwise, he would have harmed others. While the young master asked someone to help him up, he praised, "Good, this is a good idea. Then you don't have to be beaten. When you go back, you will receive 5 taels of silver as a reward. Benefactor, please tell us your name. We will definitely remember it. When we survive, we will work hard for you." The man of that family cried with gratitude and asked for his benefactor's name. "This. I. My surname is Li, and my name is Wang Sun. You don't have to remember. Live a good life. If you can't eat, you can go to between the clouds and the water to eat. Just remember my name." Chapter 133. This young man who claimed to be Li Wangshuan's son, who was also a child, gave the surrounding people a fright when he said those words. Only when they heard those words did they calm down. Li Wangshuan wouldn't wait here to make people kneel and thank him. The people around him didn't dare to persuade him. One of them was almost beaten up, so no one dared to say anything. Just as Li Wangshuan was about to leave, 2 waiters from the restaurant ran over. One was carrying a bowl of white fungus bird's nest soup, while the other was carrying half a basket of steamed buns. The white fungus was also grown by pomegranate. It was similar to the fungus, but there were some slight changes in the details. Pomegranate was a professional and managed to grow it. Now she wanted to grow pine mushrooms. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan tried to persuade her, but Pomegranate insisted. Seeing how persistent she was, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan let her do it. If she could grow pine mushrooms and pomegranates, Zhang Xiaobao would dare to ask her to get reticulated mushrooms. Not to mention this era, even back then, the price of reticulated mushrooms was the highest. Wild ones were even priceless, unlike other mushrooms that were sold by kilograms. Although there were 3 dishes and 1 soup, as well as many steamed buns, all of it had been finished by the 4 of them. Not even the soup was left. The child digested the food very quickly. He had just been fed some soup. At this moment, he peed. His small eyes looked at the new thing that was brought over. Being carried by his sister, he stretched out his arms and opened his small hands to grab it. "Quick, waiter, feed the child. Let me see if everything in this bowl is good." Li Wangxuan had never felt this way before. The more he looked at the child, the more he liked him. He asked the waiter to bring the soup over, but he was afraid that the waiter would cheat him. He went closer to take a look and found that everything was good. Only then did he feel relieved. The older sister hugged her younger brother, wiping her tears as she thanked Li Wangxuan. She could imagine how much the soup was worth just by hearing its name. Not to mention the fact that they could eat it when they were escaping from the wilderness. Even in the past, they didn't even dare to think about it. A bowl of soup could be exchanged for several years of her family's rations. In addition to the white fungus and bird's nest, there were also soft lotus seeds and rock sugar in the soup. It was sweet and fragrant. Children instinctively pursued sugar and couldn't stop eating once they took a bite. This had nothing to do with whether it was sweet or not. The main thing was that sweetness represented sugar. Sugar was exactly what the human body needed. It was a kind of genetic inheritance. The more immature a child was, the more they wanted to eat sugar. This time, without waiting for the older sister to wipe it with her sleeve, Li Wangxuan took out a handkerchief and helped the child wipe the drool from his mouth. When his hand touched the child's tender face, he couldn't help but pinch it lightly. Amidst the worries of the adults, the child didn't cry as he usually did when strangers touched him. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and opened his arms with a smile, letting Li Wangxuan hug him. Li Wangxuan wanted to reach out, but he was stopped by the people beside him, so he couldn't do anything. At this time, the person who had almost been beaten pulled a waiter over and told him what had happened. The waiter immediately knew what to do. "Young master, don't worry. Leave this family's matter to between the clouds and the water. Between the clouds and the water just happens to be lacking a dishwasher and a chopper. Oh, the dishwasher only needs to do 8 hours a day. Between the clouds and the water will give the dishwasher a bowl of clear water pig's knuckle soup, at least half a pig's knuckle each time." When the waiter said this to Li Wangxuan, he felt that he was lying. Since when did between the clouds and the water have to be responsible for feeding people? The wages were higher than other places. How many knuckles did a pig have? This was going to be counted as the main family's account. Li Wangxuan was happy when he heard this. He didn't know much about the lives of commoners and really thought that the dishwasher would be fed pig's knuckle. With one look, he knew that the mother ate little and didn't have milk. He wasn't stupid and knew that the knuckle soup had milk. He nodded and was relieved. He nodded and said, "That's good. This young master will be back in a few days. If I don't see the 4 of them or find that someone has lost weight due to hunger, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Make the knuckle soup better. This young master knows that you put a certain kind of seasoning in your food. Put in more. Salty? You still want to put in that seasoning? Young master, this won't do. You can't put too much seasoning, and even if it's salty." "What? You dare to not listen to this young master?" Before the waiter could finish, Li Wangxuan's face darkened and he shouted. Benefactor, please don't make things difficult for them. This little girl likes to eat bland, so I want the knuckle soup with clear water. Don't put any salt or seasoning in it. This time, the child's mother spoke up without the waiter saying anything. She naturally knew what she had to eat for her child. No matter how disgusting it was, she had to swallow it. No salt could be added. When Li Wuxian heard that the other party wasn't willing to eat anything with seasoning or salty, he naturally wouldn't force the waiter to do it. Wei Wei nodded and said, "All right, waiter. Do you understand?" "I understand. This little one will remember it well. You have to use clear water to cook the knuckle, especially the fatty ones." The waiter didn't care about who said the wrong thing and nodded vigorously. "Waiter, you have to do as you say. Take this money." The one who was almost beaten took out a dozen copper coins and stuffed them into the waiter's hands with reddened eyes. He understood what this mother was doing for her child. Since someone had taken over the matter of the family of four, Li Wuxian didn't want to stay any longer and prepared to go back. At this time, Li Cheng, who was in charge of buying the restaurant, rushed over. He didn't even bother to wipe the sweat off his forehead as he reported to Li Wuxian. "Young master, the main family of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi said that they went to the temple by the Luoshui River to burn incense. The head of the Gu family in Zhuangzi fell ill and was taken to seek treatment. No one saw him. The housekeeper was there, but unfortunately, he couldn't speak and the restaurant couldn't be closed. So coincidental?" Li Wuxian frowned in disbelief. "Yes. This little one has already asked 3 farmers in Zhuangzi. At first, they didn't say anything. This little one gave them a lot of money. The farmers of the Zhang family and the Wang family took the money and told this little one. Early in the morning, the main family of the Zhang family and the Wang family left in a hurry in Zhuangzi. So did the Gu family in Zhuangzi. Li Cheng had spent a total of 3 taels of silver this time. He felt a bit of heartache. After all, he had forked out the money himself. Li Wuxian finally believed him. "All right, when you go back, you will receive 10 taels of silver. Let's not talk about this today. All right, come back with me. Tomorrow, send someone over to ask about this family of 4. At the same time, see if they have good food and lodging." "Yes, this little one understands," Li Cheng replied respectfully. While they were talking, a man and a woman came over to join in the fun. They didn't get too close, so Li Wuxian's bodyguard only watched and didn't chase them away. He didn't want to make the young master unhappy. "How is it? Did you see the ability of the Zhang family and the Wang family in Zhuangzi? More than 2 taels of silver was thrown in, and it didn't even make a splash. If it were any other place, not to mention Zhuangzi, even the people in the manor could be bribed. When we came in this morning, the carriage of the Zhang family and the Wang family was still there. After a while, it disappeared. We can't stay in this place for too long. They already know that we are here. If I'm not wrong, they even know who we are. If we make them unhappy and kill a few cows, we can just say that we killed them. 3 Zhuangzi farmers said so. Even if you didn't kill them, you did." The woman was meticulous and could roughly analyze the situation from this incident. The man was bold and had good skills, but he wasn't good at such things. He said, "Don't be afraid. When the time comes, as long as we go through the authorities, we don't have to worry about anything. Today, we finally know that the Wang family's son is not bad. He knows how to help the poor. You only saw this. In fact, the ones who are willing to help are the Zhang family and the Gu family." When the servant came out, he brushed past him. Usually, if the master didn't arrange this, would the 2 servants do this? Remember, our identities can't be exposed. If the authorities know, then County Magistrate Cheng will also know. I think they are together. The woman corrected the man's mistake. Just as the man was about to refute, he suddenly heard a rush of horse hooves. He turned his head and saw 3 yamen runners from Sanshui County. Each of them had 2 horses, and they rushed over from the other side of the bridge. As soon as they came to the bridge, the one in the lead shouted, "Hey!" reporting to the master of the Zhang family. At noon, the little Luoshui pier has been built. Congratulations, congratulations. Young Master Song has also ordered people to build 2 restaurants. Congratulations, congratulations. When the man heard this, he was dumbfounded. Before they came, they naturally knew that the little Luoshui pier was a place where auspicious signs were placed. It was in the county seat of Sanshui County. Now, it wasn't even 5 yet, but it took them only 3 hours to come all the way from such a far place. It was almost 600 miles away. If the yamen runners of the Zhang family in Zhuangzi County could report good news like this, if it was an emergency, they could use the courier station that was 800 miles away. Do you know now? Will the authorities here care about you? Look at this speed. You didn't come from the yamen, but from the little Luoshui pier. The yamen runners need to know about the little Luoshui pier before they can come to report. How much time will it take? If there is any danger, I believe that they will report 800 miles away and chase after the stars and the moon. They will change horses but not people. The woman sneered and said to the man. At this time, the 3 people on the 6 horses had already galloped in front of them, leaving only the sound of horse hooves and the dust that hadn't settled yet. At this time, the man couldn't say anything. It was too scary. This yamen didn't seem to have a normal relationship. It felt like it was run by someone else. From the expression of the yamen runners who just passed by, there wasn't the slightest bit of unwillingness to accept the mission. Then, we only know so much. Let's go first. The man asked a little fearfully. Pay attention, pay attention. Everyone pay attention. The children of the Zhuangzi County of Zhang family and Gusan family can join the competition. There will be a prize if they win. At this time, a child's voice sounded. Chapter 134. Anyone below the age of 13 and above the age of 6 can participate. This competition is divided into 4 rounds. The first round is a competition of a new item called the Rubik's Cube. The winner will receive 5 century eggs and a champion's medal, which is made with 1 tael of silver. The century eggs are a secret food made by the Zhang family's Zhuangzi. The second round is about historical facts. The winner will get a gold medal and 50 century eggs. The third round is about intelligence. The winner will get a silver medal and 10 century eggs. The fourth round is about calligraphy. The winner will get a gold medal and 50 century eggs. If the winner is also the winner of the 4-part competition, he will get an extra trophy with gold in it. The child's voice came from afar. Everyone heard it. The others didn't react, but the eyes of the little girl who was taking care of her brother and Li Wangxuan lit up. The little girl's thoughts were simple. If she could participate and win, she could get a lot of things. She didn't know much about century eggs, but she knew that since they were made with a secret recipe, they must be expensive. After selling them, she could make a beautiful dress for her mother and buy some good things for her brother to drink. She could also buy a beautiful hairpin to wear. Her brother's diaper was gone. It was ruined from washing. She could get some good cloth to change it so that her brother wouldn't feel uncomfortable. She could also give her brother some money so that he wouldn't be worse than the other kids. Li Wangxuan's thoughts were even simpler. After hearing the 4 rounds, he felt that he could get first place in 2 out of the 4 rounds. Which child in Zhuangzi would dare to compete with him in calligraphy and historical facts? This was what he had learned. Originally, he was about to leave, but at this moment, his interest was piqued. He glanced at the people beside him. Before the others could react, Li Cheng understood what the young master meant. He shouted at the child who was about to run over, "Hey, are you the only 3 people in Zhuangzi allowed to participate?" The child stopped and thought for a while. He said, "No, outsiders can also join, but they have to pay 1 tael of silver. That Rubik's Cube is expensive." "Uncle, you can't. You're too old. I won't let you play. Don't go." Seeing that this child was about to leave with the other children, Li Cheng quickly shouted again, and then said, "Well, do you see the one next to me? Our young master is definitely not 13 years old this year. He is only 10 years old. Can he join? When can you get the Rubik's Cube?" The child stopped and turned around to look at Li Wuxian. He nodded and said, "You should be less than 13 years old. Very well, take out 1 tael of silver. I'll say this first, 1 tael for each event. If you don't have the money, don't participate. If you don't get anything, I'll feel bad. Don't worry about the Rubik's Cube. No one has it now, but I can make some tomorrow. When the time comes, just come to between the clouds and the water to get it. Have you thought about it? You've decided on the money? I still need to talk to the Gu family and Zhuangzi." "I have. Isn't it just 4 taels of silver? Take out all the money you have." Li Cheng was not an ordinary person since he was able to become Li Wuxian's confidant. He knew that his young master wouldn't care about this little bit of money. He called the people around and took out all the silver and gold except for the copper. He gave all the copper to the family of 4 earlier. At this time, Li Wuxian personally stepped forward and took out a piece of gold and handed it to the child. "This young master wants to join, and so does this girl. Let's go together. Go to the restaurant and tell them to change the money. Tomorrow morning, this young master will send someone to get the Rubik's Cube. Let's go." The little child did not hold back and took the gold. He let the others go to the Gu family manor first to report the news while he ran to the restaurant alone. Not long after, he came back with some good documents from the manager of the restaurant and some money. Li Cheng took the documents. Naturally, he didn't doubt the authenticity of the documents. Even if the 3 Zhuangzi didn't admit that the restaurant was opened by them, he would find a way to get it back. He nodded to his young master and the group finally left the place. They walked towards the newly bought Zhuangzi. When they were far away, the waiter didn't dare to delay and ran to the Zhang family's manor. When he arrived, he immediately looked for the steward. The gatekeeper knew that the waiter of the restaurant had important information, so he didn't dare to be negligent. Soon, he found the steward. That person has already joined. His surname is Li, and his name is Li Wuxian. He arranged for a family of 4 to stay in the restaurant. The other 2 people who were sent to gather information are watching from the side. They didn't come. The waiter finished his sentence and ran back. This information was quickly passed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The 2 of them were watching the water in the swimming pool gradually settle and become clear. "Xiaobao, do you know Li Wuxian? Who is he? Why haven't I heard of him?" Wang Wan bit a piece of orange in her mouth. It was so sour that her whole face twitched. She didn't forget to ask Zhang Xiaobao. "I don't know. I've never heard of this name. Many people used to tell me about history, but they didn't mention that there was such a person in the royal family of the Tang Dynasty." "What's his name?" "Li Wuxian. It's just a small trick. Isn't he Li Sun? He's the son of the emperor's father's second son." Zhang Xiaobao thought about it carefully and finally understood. He combined the last 2 words into one word. He had long been used to this kind of thing and disdained to use it. "Oh, I see. It turns out that he's Li Xian's son. He was adopted by Li Chengyi. Is he a prince, or, he's still the provincial governor of Feng province?" Yes, it's him. He's the brother of Li Longji. No wonder his son ran here. It turns out that he saw the auspicious sign in Zhangjie Zhuangzi. This is easy. We don't have to worry about how strong the opponent is. We just need to know his identity. It's such a good thing. If we don't make good use of it, I feel sorry for the people of Sanshui County. Didn't he agree to participate? You want to play well? That's easy. I'll make the arrangements. This time, no one can stop the 100 households of the Zhang family's farmstead. Not even the emperor, unless he wants the whole world to know that he treats his brothers badly. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at his face with his hand and laughed. Well, you arrange it. Don't kill anyone. This guy is good. He knows how to help the fugitives. It's reasonable to say that such a person will be arrested by the government and placed somewhere else. After all, they have land there. He didn't care about this and directly handed it over to the restaurant. Wang Wan was afraid that Zhang Xiaobao would use some extreme means, so she limited the content and also praised the successor of Prince Shen, Li Chengyi, who was the son of the emperor, Li Xian. She believed that if Zhang Xiaobao wanted to, even if he wanted to kill Li Longji now, it would not be a problem if she did not interfere. The palace was heavily guarded, but no matter how strict it was, it could not be more strict than the mansion of the prime minister of a country. It was all because of Zhang Xiaobao that she fell ill. Once she fell ill, she couldn't get up and died 2 months later. Otherwise, there would not be an international arrest warrant for Zhang Xiaobao. It was just that the guy did not allow the people of his country to participate in the Olympic Games in the capital and beat up the torchbearers there. 3 days. After this incident, only 3 days later, the prime minister fell ill. This kind of means made all the country's leaders want to kill Zhang Xiaobao. Of course, most people did not know. This was a worldwide secret. Such a person had money and a perfect planning organization. Who would not be afraid of such a person? When he boarded the plane, others did not blow up the plane. It was not because he was handsome, but because they did not know that he used the most common and most profound name, Zhang Xiaobao, a child in an orphanage. Except for the people of his country, no one would know such detailed information. Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a reassuring look and said, "Don't think of me as a demon. In fact, I am only missing a few pairs of wings. I am an angel, really. Yes, I admit. A fallen angel. If you are kind, you are willing to help all the people you want to help and make them thank you for the rest of their lives. If you are evil, you can easily kill anyone you want to kill and make them fear you for the rest of their lives." When Wang Wan heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, she curled her lips and gave Zhang Xiaobao a false conclusion. Zhang Xiaobao did not care at all. That is why I am a real person. I have flaws and strengths. I have loved and hated. I have no regrets. In this life. I have been here. Well, anyway, don't try to lie to me. I don't mind killing a liar if necessary. You are willing to kill me? Do you think you can kill me? Zhang Xiaobao asked. I will commit suicide, Wang Wan replied. Don't, I won't lie to you. If you die, who will I find to talk to in the future? Liars will also be lonely. Really? Zhang Xiaobao immediately compromised. Just like how Wang Wan did not dare to imagine losing him one day, he did not want to lose Wang Wan. It had nothing to do with love. The main thing was that the two of them understood the same world. If they were really gone, who would listen to the broken string? He could not talk about finance, currency, Mo Fei's law, why Yao Yao exploded, nor could he talk about idealism and materialism. It was the saddest thing to not have a person who could understand him. Don't raise your hand. All right. You don't have to raise your hand to swear. I don't believe in this. Hurry up and find someone to make a Rubik's Cube. They'll be here tomorrow. If I had known this would happen, I would have studied military engineering. I would have made a sniper rifle with a range of 1,500 meters. I can kill whoever I want. Wang Wan saw Zhang Xiaobao actually raised his hand and looked like he was going to swear. She suddenly laughed. He said he was not going to lie, but he had already started. Well, okay, I'll arrange it. Just this method alone won't be enough to deal with that brat. We need to take out something else. Is Xiao Qiao so easy to cross? Zhang Xiaobao put down his hand and laughed. Chapter 135. Groups of dragonflies were flying close to the ground, or circling around the pond. Occasionally, they would touch the surface of the water, and when circles of ripples appeared in the pond, they would nimbly circle around a lotus leaf and fly away without a trace. The dry sand ground was emitting heat, making people feel absent-minded. The sound of cicadas kept buzzing. Wei Wei curled up the leaves that were covered with a layer of soil. Some insects living on the leaves were afraid of heat, so they spat out countless bubbles to wrap themselves in them. The old yellow dog stretched out its tongue and ran to the water basin to lick it a few times. Then it hid under the big locust tree and lay down in the short shadow. It stretched its paws forward, put its head on them, and squinted its eyes. Occasionally, it would look at the unscrupulous chickens in front of it. The fat house cat jumped to the window and curled itself into a ball. Even when the door was opened, it still did not move. The little swallow followed its parents out to look for food. It ate dragonflies and the insects that dragonflies ate. The old yellow dog stood firmly in the circle and looked at the things around it blankly, as if it was recalling the road it had walked. Only its tail kept swinging to drive away the mosquitoes and flies that wanted to come and take advantage of it. Along with the ringing of the bell, it was time for the children who had been studying for 3.5 hours to rest. There was still 3.5 hours before lunch, but the children had already sat in their seats and waited. After a while, someone brought them food. A small bowl of goat's milk exuded the smell of food. There were 2 vegetable buns on the plate and a fried yellow poached egg. This was their lunch break. Originally, they had to do exercises during the break. Later, they found that they were helping at home, playing in the mountains, and swimming in the water, so this was removed. Before eating, the headmaster admonished, one meal after another, think about how hard it is to come by. The children promised in unison that they would study hard in the future and repay the headmaster. Then they began to eat. The headmaster smiled and nodded at the side, reading a book in his hand. Occasionally, he would drink the green bean soup provided by the headmaster to cool down. In the swimming pool in the courtyard of the Zhang family, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were lying in it. Their faces were covered with a lotus leaf. Pomegranate, who had finished her work, found a small bench and sat aside to watch. She held a book in her hand and occasionally yawned. These days, she had been thinking about how to plant mushrooms. She was exhausted, but there was no progress. Xiaobao, do you think my family will be able to get some rewards this time? For example, like your family, you can get some food or something, and you can also relax quickly. Wang Wan's voice came from under a lotus leaf. After waiting for a few seconds and seeing that Zhang Xiaobao did not respond, she reached out and touched him. Zhang Xiaobao's body immediately sank into the water. Seeing that the water was about to enter his mouth, he quickly moved and lay down again. Unexpectedly, he fell asleep. Wang Wan had no choice but to repeat her words. Oh, you ask about this? It should be. After all, those grains and poultry were in the name of the Zhang family and Wang family. After so much effort, there should be something in return. The imperial court can't disappoint the people. I just had a dream. In the dream, the 6 ponds here are all connected together. There are several small bridges in the manor, and there are people rocking boats in the water. They are humming tunes while picking lotus seeds in the ponds. There are many small fish swimming and frolicking in the clear water. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, his two legs gently kicked, and his body moved to the shore. He pulled a wooden boat under the shade into the water and pushed it towards Wang Wan. There were snacks and fruit juice on the boat, but for fear of diarrhea, they did not dare to be cold. Wang Wan took a sip of fruit juice and smacked her lips. Then we should design the waterway well. It should be high and low. It's best to directly connect the small rivers in front of the door to the ponds. The water should follow the order, starting from the first pond and ending at the sixth pond, just right to flow into the big river. Remember to pull the net, otherwise the fish will run away. We should also do a winding river. Along the small rivers, build a wooden corridor, and plant some trees in the open space on both sides. It's picturesque from afar and secluded near. As long as we don't occupy fertile land, no one will care. Even in winter, we can drink wine and enjoy the snow. Yes, we can enjoy the flowers in summer. Zhang Xiaobao echoed. Get down. Wang Wan reached out and pressed Zhang Xiaobao down. At noon, the weather was getting hotter. Some people who had nothing to do spontaneously set up stalls by the small bridge. Today's new price had not been announced. Everything was according to last night's price. No one dared to break this rule, otherwise they would be chased out. Ergu hurriedly ate something and was busy again. He checked which stall was selling good food, whether the meat was fresh, and whether the food at the snack stall was spoiled. Did they wash their hands when they made the food? He collected the rent from yesterday. After all, they hadn't sold anything today. At the same time, he told a few stall owners that they had left too many dirty things behind when they left last night. He asked them to pay attention today and chat with familiar people. If a family's child could walk, and if a family's pig did not eat, they should go to the tea shop to drink a bowl of tea. When the owner pushed them, they should leave a small bag of salt as the payment for the tea. The number of people eating in the restaurant between the clouds and the water also increased. After Li Cheng looked around for the owner's family but to no avail, he took the Rubik's Cube and came here for lunch. He went up to the second floor, casually ordered a few dishes and iced wine, and asked the waiter to accompany him. The waiter naturally did not dare to refuse. He stood aside and poured wine for Li Cheng. In his heart, he silently said what could be said and what could not be said. Waiter, let me ask you, are you a local? Li Cheng took a sip of wine and a bite of food. He put down his chopsticks and turned to ask the waiter. In answer to your question, I am a local. My family is in Zhuangzi. Including me, it has been 3 generations. The waiter said respectfully as he filled Li Cheng's wine glass and put 2 pieces of ice in it. Then do you know what your master is busy with all day? Why can't I meet anyone? Li Cheng continued to ask. The waiter shook his head blankly. I don't know. How can the owner tell me what he is doing? Maybe something big happened? You should be more diligent. Then, do you know what's going on these days? Something big? Yes, I do know a little. Master's family is very good. I heard that there was a drought and a plague of locusts over there, so Master sent people to bring food, chickens, ducks, and geese over there. The locusts over there are in trouble. You don't know, but the chickens on our farm are different from other places. They start eating locusts when they are young. I still remember that there was a chicken called Old Black. That guy is extraordinarily clever. No matter where the locusts hide. Okay, I know. Lao Hei is a good chicken. Let's not talk about it first. Is there anything else big? Li Cheng was satisfied at first, but as he listened, he found that something was wrong, so he quickly interrupted the waiter. The waiter stopped and swallowed. Seeing that Li Cheng was asking him, he said, something else big? Yes, the old sow of the little swineherd in Zhuangzi just gave birth. Guess how many? 12 of them. That guy looks so scary. We knew that the pig wasn't normal. It could climb trees. That guy. That's right. Stop, I'm asking you. Don't make up stories. Whose pig can climb trees? Is there anything else big? Li Qing didn't know whether this waiter was clever or stupid. Oh, that pig can really climb trees. The wind is strong and the tree is crooked, so it went up. Speaking of other things, I heard that a pier was built at the little Luoshui River in Sanshui County. That guy, that place is so big. The whole mountain has been dug up. I heard that when they were digging, they saw a big snake. That guy is about 20 feet long and no one dares to catch it. It just slips on the sand and runs away. That guy. Don't talk about that guy. Let me ask you, how is life at home? Li Cheng finally figured it out this time. This waiter was not stupid, not at all. He was smart. When he was asked about something, he would tell others. When he was not supposed to tell others, he would not leave out a single word. The waiter was still very respectful. He helped to move the food closer to Li Cheng and replied, "It's okay. My family is pretty good today. We raised chickens and put them on the cart to eat the grasshoppers. We also caught 4 piglets. When they grow up during the new year, we will kill one and keep it for our family. As for the other 3, we will sell them for some spare money." Sigh. I don't think your family is doing well. Those pigs can't be sold for much money. Other people will also sell pigs during the new year. It's better to find a new owner. Maybe it will be better. Li Cheng liked this waiter. He was smart and tight-lipped. The waiter shook his head and said, "In reply to your question, we don't need to sell the pigs. The owner will set the price and negotiate with other merchants. We will kill the pigs first and sell them at different prices according to different places. It's the same for chickens, ducks, and geese. Aren't you afraid that the owner will cheat you and deduct a part of the price?" This was the first time Li Cheng heard that the owner was helping the villagers to negotiate a deal. He immediately thought that the owner was trying to take advantage of the situation. So be it. Let the owner have a good new year, the waiter replied indifferently. This time, Li Cheng was even more surprised. Could it be that the villagers in Zhuangzi were all idiots? They didn't even care about the owner deducting their things. Good. It was impossible to find such honest villagers elsewhere. Furthermore, they were willing to do so. Wouldn't it be better if they all moved to Zhuangzi over there? Hence, he started to bribe them. You know that there's a new Zhuangzi over there, right? The main family of that manor is more powerful than your current main family. Even the authorities have to give them some leeway. Why don't you gather the people close to you and move there together? Once you're there, we'll build a house for you. If you pay a bit of rent every year, the house will be yours in a few years. At that time, if you want to raise chickens, you can raise chickens, and if you want to catch pigs, you can catch pigs. During the new year, we will reward you with a few feet of cloth to make new clothes. What do you think? You won't be able to find such an owner." When the waiter heard this, he almost laughed. It seemed that the person from Zhuangzi did not investigate the situation here carefully. How could it be compared to the tailor-made Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family? How could it be compared to the owner's wife personally delivering the goods? Raising chickens? Where could they buy so many chickens? Chapter 136. Li Cheng tried his best to tempt the waiter for a while, but the waiter was still stubborn. "Are you sure you don't want to go? Since you know the past, I'll give you the best things. I'll give you the house, some food, and money. You'll be better off than the current farmers. Others will be envious of you. In order to pull the waiter over, Li Cheng promised a lot of things. After the waiter heard it, he poured Li Cheng's wine and said, "Sir, I heard a story a few days ago. It said that a shepherd saw a sheep in the wild and said that he would give it something good. In the end, the sheep followed him. When they reached the sheep pen, the shepherd really did that. He gave the sheep the best grass to eat, and the other sheep were envious of it. They ate the worst grass. In the end, the sheep left the next day. The shepherd chased after it and asked it, 'Why did you leave when I gave you such good things?' The sheep said, 'I thought you would treat all the sheep like this, but I didn't expect you to treat me like this. Once I become like the other sheep, when a new sheep comes, won't we only be able to watch it eat the tender grass?' Li Cheng didn't expect the waiter to say this. After listening for a while, he asked, 'Don't the new people in Zhuangzi treat them well?' 'Well, but they can't be compared to the previous people. You see, I'm a waiter, but if I really fall ill one day, the master will find someone to treat me without spending a single copper coin. The new people need to pay a part of the money. If they don't have it now, they can owe me first. In fact, before winter this year, the master will build a new house for us. Last year, the master didn't have enough money, so he only helped to fix it. We have hands and feet, so we didn't want the master to pay for it. But the master said, 'The farmer has worked hard for the master, so how can the master let the farmer sleep in the open?' The waiter was still so respectful when he said this, but Li Cheng saw a kind of arrogance in the waiter's eyes, which made him a little scared. It seemed that the Zhuangzi of the Zhang family and Wang family were not easy to swallow. Let's not talk about this. This is called the Rubik's Cube in my hand. Do you know how to play? Do you know what will happen when you play the IQ question? I can buy it from you. In reply to your question, this is also the first time I've seen such a thing. I've never played with it before, let alone an IQ test. Even if there was one, I wouldn't tell others even if I knew about it, the shop assistant replied decisively this time. Li Cheng had no other choice. He could only take the items back and let the young master familiarize himself with them as soon as possible. If he could get first place in all three categories, then he would definitely get that stupid trophy. He didn't know what was so good about these rewards, but the young master insisted on competing. The meal made him very uncomfortable. He didn't hear any good news, but he did hear some bad news. The Zhang family and Wang family's farmers in Zhuangzi couldn't be bribed, and he didn't dare to use his status to pressure them. After all, Zhangjia Zhuangzi had sent so many poultry. If something really happened, that Yao Chong, no matter whose son he was, would still go to court. Others would be fine, but he would be sent out as a scapegoat. Even if the emperor chopped off his head, it would be a light punishment. Seeing that he had left, the waiter packed up the remaining dishes and sent them to the new family of 4. It was mainly for the little girl. The restaurant couldn't provide good food for her family, especially when it was ordered by the rich. The cost was not low. On the official road, a man and a woman were running, one in front and one behind. They were about to reach the Prime Minister's residence in Hunan province. The two didn't care whether the horses were tired or not, and rushed to the Prime Minister's temporary residence. They jumped off their horses and ran straight in. Yao Chong originally wanted to go back early, but he found out about Zhangjia Zhuangzi's matter. There were so many poultry eating the grasshoppers, so he had to stop. He didn't dare to take away this great merit. He wanted to know the details so that he could write it clearly in the memorial. When he heard someone report that the people who went to investigate had returned, he quickly called the two in for questioning. After learning about Zhangjia Zhuangzi and Zhuangzi's matter, the two left. Yao Chong sat there and wrote some things. He let out a long sigh. He found a copywriter to accompany him. When the copywriter took over what he wrote, he also became more and more shocked. Darren, Zhangjia Zhuangzi's business is not small. They say they are Zhuangzi, but they are doing business. Darren should do something about it. Who is doing business? I'm a proper farmstead and have always been farming. I've never done anything like buying and selling. Selling off the extra things in the farmstead is not doing business. Buying cheap things from other places and then selling them at a higher price is doing business. Yao Chong felt that the copywriter's brain was a bit slow, so he lightly reminded him. Yes, Darren is right. They are not doing business. There are more poultry coming later. How will Darren arrange it? The copywriter also reacted and said. This kind of business, as long as it didn't fall under his name, no one could find fault with it. On one hand, Yao Chong was happy that there were more poultry coming, but on the other hand, he was a bit embarrassed. An ordinary person with such a great merit couldn't be directly promoted to an official. How could he help the Zhang family and Wang family get some benefits without being promoted? Looking at them, it was clear that they wanted to eat food. Go and find County Magistrate Cheng. Yao Chong couldn't think of a way, so he had to ask the County Magistrate of Sanshui County to come over and tell him what to do. After County Magistrate Cheng came here, he had nothing to do. He was idle all day. Occasionally, when he was in a good mood, he would help pick the eggs. However, the other people who were in charge of picking eggs said a lot of unpleasant words. This was clearly a robbery. Darren, you looking for me? After County Magistrate Cheng arrived, he respectfully asked and began to ask about the business. Yes. Yao Chong held the attitude, snorted softly, and looked away. He seemed to ask casually, Zhangjia Zhuangzi wants to keep the food and Zhuangzi of the Wang family also wants to get one. Don't count on it. I can help with the food, but I can't control the population and farmland. Do you know what they think? They don't care about the people and the land? Then they have to find it themselves. It will cost a lot of money, right? I'm also in a dilemma. Zhang family and Wang family have done a lot of good deeds in Zhuangzi. The reward from the imperial court seems to be a bit too much, right? When County Magistrate Cheng saw that the Prime Minister had relented, he was happy, but his face showed that he was in a dilemma. He wanted to help the Zhang family and Wang family to get more benefits in Zhuangzi. Oh, this is indeed a difficult thing to do. Why don't we let them come here and see if any of the victims are willing to go elsewhere? But we can't give them the land. For the first time, Yao Chong showed a difficult expression to County Magistrate Cheng. He also knew that if he were Zhangjia Zhuangzi's people, he wouldn't be happy either. He wasn't an ordinary person who didn't know anything. Naturally, he knew the importance of benefits. After he finished speaking, he stared at County Magistrate Cheng. County Magistrate Cheng held back his happiness and said, "You're right, sir. Zhangjia Zhuangzi should think of a way themselves. They can't ask for benefits from the imperial court after getting nearly 10,000 poultry, sending hundreds of thousands of kilograms of grain, and bringing 20,000 poultry back with carts. They can't think too much when doing good deeds." In fact, his words made it clear that no matter how much Zhuangzi had done, whether the Zhang family and Wang family wanted the Zhuangzi's land or not and whether the imperial court gave it to them were two different matters. Yao Chong was a little unhappy with County Magistrate Cheng's subtle threat, but he couldn't say anything. Suddenly, he thought of what the two people had said when they came back, so he said to County Magistrate Cheng, "I heard that the farmers in Zhuangzi are all protective of their masters. I don't know what methods the Zhang family and Wang family used. Could it be that they pressured others when signing the contract?" Yao Chong showed a thoughtful expression as he spoke. County Magistrate Cheng admired the Prime Minister from the bottom of his heart. Since he had sent people to investigate, of course, he would know why those farmers were protective of their masters. He was not an ordinary person to ask such a question. The Prime Minister was indeed the Prime Minister. "Sir, I've never heard of the Zhang family and Wang family's Zhuangzi deceiving others to sign the contract. Maybe it's because of generations. If Sir still has concerns, why don't I go back to investigate and report to you when I come back? That's not necessary. I believe that they will help with the disaster relief and will not treat the farmers unfairly. There must be some jealous people spreading rumors. Well, I'm going to report this matter truthfully. When the time comes, County Magistrate Cheng will testify. It's already late. Why don't you stay and have dinner with me? Yao Chong had already found out from the two men that the Yamen of Sanshui County was like their own to the Zhang and Wang family. They could even use a 600 li express to deliver good news. If there was really a small matter, then it would be a 800 li express ride, 60 li on the official road and 40 li on the small road, with a change of horses. County Magistrate Cheng hurriedly said that he still had something to deal with and got up to leave. He didn't think that the Prime Minister wanted to invite him to dinner. Li Cheng, find me more people to figure out this thing. Why is it so difficult? I've been looking at it for so long, but only one side. There are 6 sides in total. In the newly bought Zhuangzi, Li Sun was fiddling with the Rubik's Cube in his hand. He thought that he was smart, but he only managed to figure out one side after a long time. The other 5 sides didn't match at all. If it weren't for the fact that the 6 sides were so neat when he brought it here, he would have thought that he was deceived. Li Cheng was not familiar with this thing, so he could only agree to go out and find people. Ordinary people couldn't do it. Whoever solved the 9 chain rings the fastest would be the one to try. He didn't know who came up with this thing. When Li Cheng went to find people, Li Sun put down the Rubik's Cube and began to think about intelligence questions. He didn't know what intelligence questions were. He thought that it was nothing more than a test to see whose brain was still useful. He found a few people and asked them to ask him some questions. It shouldn't be too difficult. After all, the little boy on the Zhuangzi couldn't know too many things. When the people found couldn't stump him, he was finally happy. He thought that this time he could definitely bring back a trophy and show it to his father. Chapter 137. 2 days later, the poultry from the Zhang and Wang families' farmsteads were transported to their destination. Along the way, there was no lack of worry. Not only did they need to be fed, but they also needed to be fed. These poultry did not have a common owner, and they were not so well behaved. Regardless of day or night, their cries could be heard. There were more than 20,000 birds in total. After they got off the carriage, they did not know where to go. The hens usually gathered next to the roosters, and the roosters were ready to fight with each other. Dozens of birds died on the way. Fortunately, there were no infectious diseases. When the poultry came, it was troublesome to make them work. They were in a mess, and if someone approached them, they would attack. When others were helpless, cherries came forward. These poultry were all hatched by her alone. Especially when they were young, she had to take care of them for a few days, big and small, batch after batch. At that time, she was exhausted. Just taking care of the eggs made her hands blister a lot. When the poultry saw her, they all wanted to come closer. She was their mother, even if they had grown a lot. After a busy time, the poultry quietened down a little. They did not need to take out the eggs anymore. They directly rushed to other places. They were divided into several batches, and there was food for them to eat along the way. There was no need to worry about drinking water. There was a lot of water on the grasshoppers, and a little dew was enough for them. Including those that arrived first, more than 30,000 poultry were scattered to several places in Hunan province where the locust disaster was the most serious. The local people who raised poultry were also grouped together by the government. However, there was a small conflict in the distribution of eggs. It was impossible to clearly distinguish the eggs laid by each household. There was often some quarrels. There were 3 roosters and 2 hens, and he insisted that his family could lay 3 eggs a day. He was only obedient after being warned by the government runners. Cherries did not have so much trouble. She hired a lot of people to help pick the eggs, which could be considered as more income for the people here. There were more than 10,000 eggs every day. Cherries, Xiaofan, and the others followed the young master's instructions and sold all the eggs on the spot. They could not be exchanged for food, but other things. Wood, dried fish, shrimps, cloth, domestic animals, and some metal tools could be exchanged. This place was close to the Yellow River, and the other side was not far from Shandong. There was an estuary, so seaweed, crabs, and other things from the sea could also be exchanged. In addition to replacing the eggs, in order to urge Yao Chong to quickly get the credit for the 2 farms, he specially took 1/10 of the eggs and sent them to other prefectures to be sold. The money from the sale was directly converted into food and shipped over to be evaluated. Yao Chong had not returned to the capital, which was not too far away. He wanted to stay here for a few days to see the situation. More than 30,000 poultry brought him great pressure, especially the exchange of eggs. He did not understand, so he asked County Magistrate Cheng. "Sir, are you looking for me?" County Magistrate Cheng asked respectfully after he arrived. At this moment, he was not nervous at all, unlike at the beginning when the arrival of 30,000 poultry gave him a lot of courage. "Well, let me ask you. The poultry of the Zhang family and the Wang family can be exchanged for other things, but why do you keep looking at the things on the other side of the sea? 5 caddies of powdered shells and other smelly fish and shrimps can be exchanged for an egg, 7 caddies for a duck egg, and 10 caddies for a goose egg. Why do they want these worthless things?" Yao Chong heard that many people paddled boats in the small Yellow River to pick up these things that no one wanted and were ready to exchange them for eggs, but he could not figure out the reason. County Magistrate Cheng knew the reason. It was to feed the chickens. Looking at the poultry, he knew. They were obviously stronger than the poultry of other places, and at the same time, they produced more eggs. In the various markets of Sanshui County, every night, there would be people coming to pick up food. No matter what it was, they would take it back. In the beginning, he did not know that this was arranged by the Zhangjie Zhuangzi. Later, when he saw that the market was cleaner than usual, he found someone to ask and found out that the bailiffs also helped to pick out the food when they were free. After they dried it, he found out that it was to feed the poultry. He knew it in his heart, but he would not say it. Otherwise, if others found out about this, it would be time to raise the price. The seaside was not his place, so he would not help them. Therefore, when faced with the Prime Minister's question, there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. "Sir, I just found out about this from you." "Yes, why do they want to exchange these things?" "There is no place to throw these things at the seaside, so who would want them?" "I think that the 2 Zhuangzi are deliberately giving benefits to the people here. Perhaps they are afraid that the people here will suspect them, so when the time comes, they will take these things back to make dung." County Magistrate Cheng's explanation did not satisfy Yao Chong, especially the last part. If they used the powder of shrimp and fish in the river, it was possible, but if they really made dung from the sea, did they want to change the farmland into the middle farmland, and vice versa? The salt was left in the soil. "Well, why don't you ask them about this? I heard that some of the eggs are spoiled when they are transported to other provinces, so there is less food to be exchanged. Why don't they transport some salt from there and marinate it? The 2 Zhuangzi will have to pay for the salt, but they can keep some of the food and deduct the salt money." Yao Chong thought for a moment, then said to County Magistrate Cheng. This was a disguised benefit for the Zhang family and Wang family. The salt used to marinate things depended on how much salt a jar needed. When the time came, the price would be calculated by the jar. Because the salt was used to help exchange for food in other provinces, the price would be lower. However, after a batch of eggs was marinated in salt water, they would not need to throw it away. In this way, the people marinating the eggs could save some salt and sell the salted eggs at a higher price outside. They could keep some of the food and sell the rest at a lower price. No matter what, they would make a profit. He was the prime minister, so he could not let the people keep paying for it. When County Magistrate Cheng heard this, he was happy and quickly agreed, "This official understands. I will go and ask them now and tell them what you said. You are really a good official who thinks for the people. This official is not as good as you. Yes, it is the imperial court and the emperor's favor." After Yao Chong finished speaking, he did not want to say anything else to County Magistrate Cheng. He picked up a book and looked like he wanted to read it. County Magistrate Cheng was sensible and immediately said a few words of praise. He left and rushed to where Xiaofan and Cherries were, ready to tell them the good news. As for the matter the Prime Minister asked, he would say that the Zhang family and Wang family were Zhuangzi, but they were unwilling to say. Xiaofan and Cherries had been busy for the past few days. They had to remember all the eggs they received and pay the workers. They had learned a little bookkeeping from the young master. At first, they were a little unfamiliar with it, but later, they became familiar with it. When they heard the news from County Magistrate Cheng, they did not dare to delay and sent someone back to report the news. At the same time, they exchanged all kinds of eggs for jars and prepared to marinate them. Zhang family and Wang family were also busy in Zhuangzi. They had to arrange the children's affairs. Originally, they were going to start in 2 days, but none of the children could make 6 faces. Not only the children could not do it, but the adults also could not help. Instead, the Rubik's Cube was sold a lot. Zhou Shihu even came to ask how to make it and opened a few to take a look. When he went back, he would ask people to make a lot of them so that he could sell them to other places. When he made money, he would still mix them with Zhangjia Zhuangzi according to the ingredients. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been in the swimming pool for a few days. Today, they finally did not go into the water. They found someone to start making a bath and prepared to build a sauna house for their family. The two of them tried hard to think of what stone to use, but until now, they had not come up with a result. Forget it, let's not think about it. Let's try with the Maifan stone. There is no electricity, so we can only heat it up with charcoal and let people pour water on it. Those children have not been able to make 6 faces yet. Should we write a method to remind them? Wang Wan really could not think of what kind of stone was, so she just casually used one. She felt that the Maifan stone was at least not harmful to the human body. Then, she discussed with Zhang Xiaobao whether to teach others how to play with the Rubik's Cube. Zhang Xiaobao had steamed the Rubik's Cube countless times before, but he had never studied it and could not think of a method. He temporarily put this matter aside and said to Wang Wan, "I think there is no need to tell them. At most, it will be delayed for a few days. Since others can find a method, the people of Tang will not be so stupid that they can't find one. 5 days, it will start in 5 days. Let's see which child can make the most faces in the specified time. That will be the winner. At this time, let people go and find those scholars who think they are smart. Then let them watch and hold a competition for adults. The venue will be between the clouds and the water. The purpose of you organizing these competitions is to win over Li Sun. It's okay to spend money, but if you find adults, it will cost a lot." At first, Wang Wan didn't realize what was going on. She was only thinking about the money. After saying that, she suddenly realized something and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "You want to use this to make money? Is it? I knew that you were up to no good. Let others give you advertising fees and rent some stalls. Let all kinds of people who sell snacks come here to promote their own things. Oh, it can be like this. Why didn't I think of it?" Zhang Xiaobao looked at Wang Wan in surprise. Wang Wan did not pay attention to him at all. Her acting was so bad. "Well, that's it. You are right. Now let's not talk about this. What should we do with the brain teasers? It should be suitable for this era and interesting. Zhang Xiaobao changed the topic again. This is simple. Listen to me. A person is walking on a single plank bridge. Suddenly, there is a wolf in front of him and a tiger behind him. They all want to eat him. He fainted. Let's change to another one. It's easier to understand. Before Wang Wan could finish, Zhang Xiaobao interrupted her. Chapter 138. Young man, do you think it's right? Oh, it's not right. Then I'll change it. It's not right either. Behind the Shuiyun restaurant, in one of the several courtyards that were specifically used for living, the little girl that was arranged by Li Sun was currently playing with her little brother. The little child had just been fed milk today and was currently smiling foolishly. He didn't know what his big sister was saying to him, but as long as his big sister smiled at him, he would smile along with her, and a lot of saliva would flow out. Once the food was served and the pig's knuckle soup was served, the woman had milk the next night. She held the child in her arms and fed him with a face full of happiness. She was in charge of washing the dishes and always washed every plate clean. She never needed to be urged. After washing the plates, she rushed to do other chores when she saw that there were others. She was grateful to that young master Li Sun for giving her something to do, but his status was definitely not low. Perhaps he didn't want someone like her to work for him. She could only try her best to do something for the restaurant. She knew the price of the pig's knuckle. It cost 1 pig's knuckle every 2 days. Even an ordinary person couldn't afford it, let alone a poor family. That young master didn't send anyone to ask about them these 2 days. If the restaurant wanted to deduct something, no one would know. She still had that young master to answer to, but no one would care about Lu. She had been eating good food these few days. She also knew that it was the leftovers of those rich people. Some of them didn't even touch a single piece of food. Wouldn't they take it and sell it to others? Wouldn't the waiter eat it himself? A plate full of mutton was sent over. If this wasn't a big deal, what about the clothes that were specially made? It was said that everyone in the restaurant had to wear the same clothes. She and her man wore the same clothes. Lu and young man also made clothes for them, especially young man. She was wearing a silk dress. When she put it on, young man smiled comfortably. Many diapers were prepared. When they were brought over, they still had the fragrance of flowers on them. They were specially made for them. Since he was being so considerate, he would feel guilty if he didn't do more work. He even gave young man a lot of toys. He even gave her a cart to teach her how to walk. It was a big circle made of thin wood with 3 poles connected to it. Below the poles were small wheels. There were a few strips of cloth on the circle, and the circle was wider when it was connected to the middle. He could put young man in that place and she could sit there without moving. She could also walk around when she wanted to. There was no need to be afraid of falling. This thing was too rare. He had never seen it before. Sister Fang, help me bring 20 plates over. Just as she was thinking about this, a waiter in front of her called out to her. Sigh. I'll be right there. Hearing someone call her, she naturally had to go over. She took the 20 plates and looked at them one by one to see if there was a gap. If there was, the restaurant would definitely not use it. Unlike some small stalls, they would continue to put things in even if there was a gap. Waiting for her to bring the plates over, the waiter took them over and looked at her leaving figure. He sighed. Gotzi, hurry up. What are you doing? Are you planning to do something to her? A chef was waiting over there to put the dishes. Seeing him like this, he said. What do you mean? I'm only 15 years old today. After I save more money, I'll find a wife in the future. I feel that his family is really pitiful. Fortunately, they met us. Otherwise, I don't know what would happen to them. That young man just started to put on weight these 2 days. She used to be thin before, the waiter said with emotion as he brought the plates to the chef. The chef put the dishes on the plates and handed them to another waiter. He turned around and said, "There are so many people suffering in this world. Can you help them all? The main family is still better." The one surnamed Li left her alone. The main family heard about it and specially sent clothes for her. Today, they sent the fattest pork shoulder. I'll cook it in a while and stew it until it's soft. When the time comes, you can hold your breath and drink it in one mouthful. Take some time to go back and check on the 2 children. Don't hurt them. Didn't the main family bring some pictures the day before yesterday? They showed them to Lu and said something like 165. They want us to treat their family well. The main family wants to eat and drink well. They also want to make a midnight snack for Lu. I heard that they want to find a doctor and put it in the restaurant. One is to check on people who are not feeling well after eating, and the other is to take care of Lu. If she's sick, she must be cured. Oh, yes, there is such a thing. Master and I, please do it first. I almost forgot something important. The main family said that if you don't want the fruits, I'll send them to Lu immediately. I don't know what the picture is. I looked at it for a while but still couldn't understand it. When the waiter heard the cook's words, he didn't dare to delay. He got some fruits and quickly made a fruit plate. He carried it and walked to the small yard. When he arrived at the small yard, he happened to see Lu with her brother turning the Rubik's Cube twice. All 6 sides were correct. He was stunned. He was almost 10 years older than Lu and had played with this for a long time. At most, he could only get one side right. He didn't expect that such a big child could get all 6 sides right. Xiaofan, now I finally know. It's not too difficult. When I win, I'll buy you something good. Lu's voice woke the waiter up. He quickly walked over and gave her the fruit plate. He said, "Sister Lu, you're so good. You actually got the Rubik's Cube right in 1 day. Can you show it to me again?" "Thank you, Brother Gotzi. Here, you can mess it up. I'll show you. In fact, it's very easy. I've thought of a way to solve the Rubik's Cube. I'll tell you later. Come, Xiaofan, drink this juice. When you grow up, you'll have strength to work more and be filial to your parents." Lu saw Brother Gotzi coming over to give them fruits and juice. She smiled sweetly and handed the Rubik's Cube to him. She took the juice and fed her brother first. After the shock just now, the waiter remembered that Lu had just messed up 2 parts of the Rubik's Cube and got it back. Seeing that Lu didn't care about him and fed her brother first, he took the Rubik's Cube and spun it vigorously. When Xiaofan finished drinking the juice, he had already messed up the Rubik's Cube. He handed it to Lu and watched her play with it skeptically. His eyes widened. If Lu could really solve it, he wanted to learn from Wuxia. Lu took the Rubik's Cube and looked back and forth. Her hands moved quickly. In less than half an hour, she had solved the Rubik's Cube into 6 sides in front of the waiter. She handed it over again and said, "Brother Gotzi, I just figured it out, so it's a little slow. It'll be faster after I practice. I won't play with it after I win the prize. It's not fun." Gotzi took the Rubik's Cube and looked at it carefully. He couldn't see any difference and finally believed it. At the same time, the way he looked at Lu's changed. No wonder the main family was so good to Lu's family. He heard that if an ordinary person didn't know the rules of the Rubik's Cube, it would be very difficult for them to solve it. Lu had never learned this before. She brought it in the morning, and it was still bright. In less than a day, she had solved it. What did the person who brought it say? If you're not smart, don't even think about playing with this unless someone tells you the rules first. Gotzi, what are you doing? Stealing Lu Er's toy? Just as the waiter was in a daze, Steward Zhang's voice came from the courtyard door. Gotzi was so scared that he immediately stuffed the Rubik's Cube back into Lu Er's hands. Steward Zhang, why are you here? I didn't steal Lu Er's toy. I came to give you fruits. Lu Er just solved the Rubik's Cube. Let me see, it's really amazing. The waiter turned around and explained to Steward Zhang. Okay. Steward Zhang responded. When he turned to Lu Er, he said, Miss Lu Er, don't you have any more toys to play with? The main family thought of this long ago and specially sent you new toys. This is the 9 linked rings. Everyone else is playing with them. There's also this, which you can't find anywhere else. It's called Huarong Dao. Chow Chow is trapped. You need to use the least amount of effort to move these things and let Chow Chow escape from this place. The main family said that it would take at most 2 days. At that time, they will send you new toys. At night, a father and son will come to teach you about historical facts. There are still 5 days left. When the time comes, the competition will begin. The main family said that historical facts, Rubik's Cube, and intelligence are all prepared for you. You can at least get first place in 2. Lu Er, the main family said that as long as you want something, the main family will do their best to give it to you. Tell me, what do you want? After the housekeeper finished speaking, Lu Er and the waiter both had different expressions. Lu Er didn't understand why the main family of the Zhang family was so good to her. She looked at the 2 new toys in front of her. The 9 linked rings seemed to be able to be removed when one was alone or in pairs. When it was time to put them on, it could be reversed. The waiter was no longer as shocked by Lu Er as before. He suddenly thought that no matter how good Lu was, could she be compared to the young master and the young lady? The housekeeper's words had explained everything. The main family was actually just the young master and the young lady. They were actually able to come at this time, and this was the moment when Lu had just faced the Rubik's Cube. Thinking about what Lu said just now, she wouldn't play with it after she won the prize. It wasn't fun, it was too easy. The young master and the young lady had even calculated this. The new toys were also sent. Compared to this, Lu Er was really nothing. Good. Fortunately, I didn't have any second thoughts. When Li Cheng came, I didn't waver at all when he gave me benefits. Otherwise, the young master would definitely know. If he wanted to beat me to death, the government wouldn't go after him. The whole family had an irrevocable contract. Even if it wasn't an irrevocable contract, it would still be the same. Lu Er, have you thought about it? This is the first time the main family has treated someone like this, Steward Zhang asked Lu Er again. Chapter 139. Lu Er's thoughts were interrupted by Steward Zhang's voice. She smiled shyly and said, I don't want anything. I just want my parents and young man to eat and wear. We don't have anywhere to go now, so we'll stay here first. When we have the money, we'll build our own house. I was looking at the 9 consecutive rings just now. It's not that I didn't want to answer you. When Steward Zhang heard Lu Er's words, he felt that he was starting to like this little girl. She was always thinking about others and not herself. However, she didn't know that she was the one that the young master and young lady really liked. Otherwise, they wouldn't have given her so many benefits. He thought about what the young master said when he asked him to come over and asked, Lu Er, did you think that if you want to get all the rings, you have to go up in pairs? That's right. Actually, it can be said that if you want to go up, you have to go up first. If you want to go down, you have to go up first. If you want to go up, you have to go down first. If you want to go down, you have to go up first. If you want to go up, you have to go down first. If you want to go down, you have to go up first. If you want to go up, you have to go down first. If you want to go down, you have to go up first. Lu nodded seriously. She looked at the housekeeper differently. She felt that the housekeeper was thinking the same thing as her. Steward Zhang really couldn't feel this resonance. At this moment, he was thinking the same thing as the shop assistant. The young master and young master were really meticulous. They even knew what Lu was going to say in advance. Although there were some differences at that time, the meaning was the same. Uncle housekeeper, I really don't want anything. Are you angry? Lu saw that the housekeeper didn't say anything after she finished speaking, so she asked worriedly with tears in her eyes. I'm not angry, I'm not angry. Lu is such a good child. Why would I be angry? Uncle was very happy. After Lu finished competing, there would be other teachers coming to teach Lu in the future. There would be some who specialized in arithmetic, some who taught calligraphy, and some who taught physics. When the time came, the main family would give Lu a few books to read. Lu don't worry about the house. The master has already said that before this winter, he will build a beautiful house for Lu's family. He will also make winter clothes for Lu as long as Lu studies hard. The housekeeper didn't dare to let Lu cry. The two young masters had said more than once that they had to make Lu happy. Why are you treating us so well? Lu was a little surprised by the Zhang family's care for her family. She found it unbelievable. Just because you are a good child. Uncle likes good children the most. When the time comes, you can go to the school in Zhuangzi to have a look. If you want to learn there, you can learn from them. If you feel that the teacher speaks slowly, I will specially find a teacher for you. Steward Zhang naturally couldn't say that this was the little lord's arrangement, so he could only find an excuse. Lu had a high IQ, but that did not mean that she had a high EQ as well. She only felt that the people at Zhangjia Zhuangzi were all good people who helped her family, and they never considered themselves. Meng nodded and said, Uncle, don't worry. Lu will definitely study hard and repay Zhangjia Zhuangzi when the time comes. Xiao Man, why did you pee again? Look, you have dirted someone's car. Lu didn't forget to take care of her brother while she was talking. As soon as her brother peed, she picked him up, smiled at Steward Zhang and the shop assistant, and walked into the house. Steward Zhang, of course, knew what to do. He looked back at the shop assistant and said, Gotzi, remember to take good care of her family, especially her. The little lord ordered me to do so. I know. I will take some time to come and see her in the future. The shop assistant didn't expect the little lord to treat her so well. He nodded and left with the housekeeper. At the same time, he was thinking that Lu was indeed different from ordinary people. Not only did she solve the Rubik's Cube, but she also seemed to know how to solve the 9 consecutive rings at a glance. He also had 9 consecutive rings at home. Usually, he would just mess around with it. He would either take the ones that had already been taken down and put them back on, or he would just stick a few poles together. Was she still a 6-year-old girl? No wonder the little lord valued her so much. She has such a high IQ. She is almost catching up with me. Xiao Bao, what is your IQ? Wang Wan looked at Pomegranate, who was making some rice noodles, and asked Zhang Xiaobao, who was reading next to her. Isn't it good to be high? She will have someone who can do things in the future. I feel that it is a bit unfair for such a person to be a talented girl. At least, she should be a female CEO in several government departments, such as the Jidushi. It's just that one is in charge of military and administration, while the other is in charge of business. I know you have a high IQ, a master's degree at 14 years old. I can't compare to you. I have a low IQ. Who with a high IQ would go to prison for no reason? I am an honest person. I just want to make a living. The food in prison is free. At most, I have to do some work. Sometimes, you can't even find a place to eat even if you want to work. Zhang Xiaobao put together a lot of powdered seasonings. He was making 13 spice. He had learned this before. He didn't learn it in prison. He learned it from a person who sold 13 spice. At that time, he had just left the orphanage. After the flood, he heard the person selling 13 spice sang well and followed behind him. In the end, that person pitied him and brought him along. Later, he was hit by a car and died. The driver ran away. He reported it to the police. After they understood his situation, they ignored him. He knew that the person who had hit him was not an ordinary person. He had no choice but to continue wandering. As for what happened in the future, of course, it was simple. The person who had hit him was also hit by a car in the end. The car was the same model, and even the license plate was the same. In the same place, Zhang Xiaobao was like that. He would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. As an orphan who had suffered so much, why would he care about morality and the law? Who would show him the justice of the law? Wang Wan didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao was thinking at this time. She nodded and said, "Oh, yes, there are more people with low IQs. Those who have been cheated by you don't have high IQs." Among them, there was a 26-year-old doctoral student who was a deputy minister. How did it happen? At that time, he was praised by the news again and again. Yes, it must be the tragedy of the education system. I firmly believe in this. Otherwise, why would that fool build a primary school in an area where landslides are common for political achievements? It's so far away from where the child lives. It takes more than an hour to drive. He specially built a road. If he didn't cheat him, who would he cheat? He only took more than 9 million yuan from the school, the road, and the school bus. Why would a person with a high IQ spend so much effort to steal such a small amount of money? Zhang Xiaobao disdainfully curled his lips. He sniffed the 13 spice he had just made, suddenly turned his head, and sneezed. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao's appearance and suddenly laughed. I believe you. His IQ is indeed not high. Who with a high IQ would smell 13 spice? You seem to have less ingredients here. You don't understand. Sneezing can ease the tension in the body. Who said 13 spice has 13 kinds of spices? I helped to sell 16 kinds of spices. Later, he taught me 2 more. It's just that it's not easy to get them. It depends on what you cook. I will mix them according to different recipes. When Zhang Xiaobao talked about 13 spice, his hands moved differently. He took a piece of paper from the side and a small spoon to mix the spices. He put the paper on one side and began to put the spices on it. He swung the spoon steadily. He didn't put more spices on one side, more or less. Wang Wan was stunned when she saw his movements. She felt it was strange. However, Zhang Xiaobao not only moved, but also started to talk. Winter is short, and summer is long. You are always busy. If you want to eat vegetables and sweat, remember to add some fennel. You can pay for 2 yuan. I don't want your 2 yuan, but I want 1 yuan. Don't say that I don't put enough. If you eat too much pepper, it will hurt your stomach and intestines. Zhang Xiaobao seemed to have returned to the time when he was helping the person who brought him to sell 13 spice. His little hands moved faster and faster, and his little mouth sang more and more smoothly. Pomegranate was making noodles when she suddenly heard the little child sing something she had never heard before. She stopped what she was doing and turned around to look. Seeing the little child like that, she felt that he was even cuter. He seemed to be selling spices, but he could sing so well. Wang Wan opened her eyes wide. It was the first time she heard someone sing like that. She had heard a person sing in a skit nearly 100 years ago. She felt that it was not as good as Zhang Xiaobao's. Her every movement or expression would be seen by Zhang Xiaobao. He would immediately change the way he sang, making it sound so sweet. He was an international swindler. Who would have believed that he could sing the 13 Spices song so beautifully if he were to do so? As she listened, Wang Wan's eyes turned red. She thought of what kind of scene it was at that time. Other children were beside their parents acting like spoiled children, but Zhang Xiaobao was guarding a place surrounded by cloth. He sat there, with open cloth bags in front of him. He looked at the various expressions of the people around him to see who wanted to pay and who was just watching. He tried his best to grasp the various attitudes of those who wanted to buy more, and those who did not want to buy more, to pay more. You won't lose out if you buy it for 1 yuan. You can buy garlic, but you can't buy ginger. Look at my 13 spice. I'll give you a jar for 2 yuan. If you think it's still not enough, give me more. I won't bargain. Looking at the paper in Zhang Xiaobao's hand, he folded it into a funnel shape when he was singing, and it was almost filled to the brim. He knew how much profit he would make. If he sold such a big bag, it would be different from the boxes bought at the supermarket. He might only make a few cents. What kind of life were they living back then? Seeing how Zhang Xiaobao had already immersed himself in it, and how he would put in less of a few special items each time, and frown slightly every time he put in more, they knew that those items were expensive. It was really not easy to put in so much effort for such a small amount of money. Wang Wan finally couldn't control her tears and shouted, "Stop singing. I'll buy it. I'll buy it all." Chapter 140. Sister, don't worry. Others are still waiting on the side. Although the 13 spice is good, you can't put too much of it. Buy a pack and you can eat it for half a year. Half a year later, I will come back to sell the 13 spice. Zhang Xiaobao was still thinking about the idea of selling the 13 spice, so he didn't react for a while. With a special smile on his face, he added 2 spoonfuls of things to the paper. "Xiaobao, are you still going to make instant noodles? You only put these things. Did you put salt and monosodium glutamate? Stop." Wang Wan wiped her tears, squatted down and stopped Zhang Xiaobao. She stared at his eyes and said, "Oh, yes, I am going to make the instant noodles stuffing bag. Hee, I forgot. I thought I was going to sell the 13 spice. Let's keep these for cooking. There are too many big ingredients, so they are not suitable for making instant noodles stuffing bag. When we offend an unreasonable and powerful person and have no way to live, I will sell the 13 spice, and I will definitely make a fortune." Zhang Xiaobao was stopped by Wang Wan. Only then did he remember that it was not the days when he sold the 13 spice anymore. Wang Wan nodded with red eyes. She touched Zhang Xiaobao's face and said, "Well, I believe you are the best. When the time comes, I will sell it with you." Who is Zhang Xiaobao? He is an awesome person who can summon the wind and summon the rain. Who dares to talk about money in front of you? Who is qualified to talk about suffering next to you? Do we still need to make the sauce packets? Let's not make this. At most, we can make some dried vegetables and dried meat and put them together. If you want to sell the sauce without packaging and with ceramics, how much will it cost? If it doesn't work, we can put the sauce into the noodles and fry them together. Didn't we agree that we will make 1 copper coin for 2 servings? We can give it to those who have a long way to go. There will be no shortage of nutrition. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and proposed a new idea. He smiled at Wang Wan and told her not to worry. Well, then put it in the noodles. When the time comes to fry it, it will definitely taste good. You can't put beef in the meat and vegetable buns. Otherwise, you'll suffer a huge loss. Tell me, have you ever polished shoes? In the future, when I have leather shoes, I won't have to bother to clean them. If I want to find someone, I'll find a professional. Wang Wan also returned a smile and whispered to Zhang Xiaobao. She was too curious about Zhang Xiaobao's past. I've really used it before. When I was using it on a child who was about my age, he even gave me the new ice cream he bought. It was very sweet. It's okay if you don't know how to use it. I'll teach you. Zhang Xiaobao put aside the bag of seasonings in his hand and whispered to Wang Wan. No, I'm stupid and have a low IQ. I believe in you. I want to make a pair of small brown buckskin boots. I'll leave the maintenance to you. Wang Wan replied with a smile. At this time, Shirlu had already turned her body around. She was humming the song that the little lord had just sung while rushing to cook the noodles. These noodles had to be made into thin slices, and when the time came, they would be fried in the wok. She did not know what the little lord and little lady wanted to do. What was instant noodles? It would taste good. Putting the noodles into the pot to fry, and then putting them into the pot to cook, then it was better to bring some noodles and seasonings. Why did they have to fry them first? She really didn't understand. Anyway, the little young master and his wife couldn't be wrong. It didn't take too much time for Pomegranate to roll the noodles into a ball. She took it to the kitchen, boiled the oil, put the dough in, and fried it. After a while, the noodles turned brown and a fragrance floated out. She fried 20 servings in a row. After that, she emptied the oil and put it in a big plate. She brought it back to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked, "Little young master, little young lady, the instant noodles are ready. How do you eat it? It's done so quickly." "Well, I'll tell you how to eat it. You go and get a big bowl. It's better to get a small one and bring it here. Cut some braised meat and fresh vegetables. Don't forget the salt and MSG. Also, bring some hot water." Zhang Xiaobao looked at the fried noodles and asked Pomegranate to get the things. Pomegranate moved quickly. It didn't take long for her to bring the things Zhang Xiaobao asked for. She waited at the side to see how to eat it. This time, Zhang Xiaobao didn't have to do it. Wang Wan rushed to do it. She put the noodles into the big bowl, put the meat and vegetables in it, and finally left some chopped scallions alone. She let Zhang Xiaobao mix some seasoning and threw it into the bowl. She added hot water, covered the small bowl, and waited there. The fragrance in the bowl slowly rose. Pomegranate sniffed and swallowed her saliva. She couldn't wait anymore. After about a quarter of an hour, Wang Wan said to Pomegranate, "Okay, you can take the small bowl. Be careful, don't burn it. Put the scallions in, mix it, and it's ready to eat. Try it." With the permission of the little girl, Shirlu couldn't wait to walk over and pick up the small bowl. She sprinkled a few pieces of scallions on it and mixed it with her chopsticks. Then, she took a bite and nodded in satisfaction. "Little young master, little miss, these noodles are so delicious. There's a smell of shredded meat noodles. It turns out that little young master and little miss want to eat shredded meat noodles. You just need to tell me. It's easier to make than this instant noodles." Pomegranate's words made Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan speechless. "Xiaobao, tell Pomegranate which is more convenient. I don't understand." Wang Wan pushed this difficult task to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had to prove the advantages of this instant noodles compared to shredded meat noodles. It was easy to store, convenient to eat, and good to eat. It could be soaked in water, even cold water. Without water, it could be dry chewed. It tasted better than fried noodles, and it was not easy to swallow. If conditions permitted, it could be carried along with fried noodles. Pomegranate was convinced by the little young master's eloquence. She felt that what the little young master said was true. It just took a bigger space and was more expensive than fried noodles. However, the things put in here were better than ordinary fried noodles. The most important thing was that this thing could be eaten as fried noodles when it was made into foam. Fried noodles couldn't be cooked as noodles. Moreover, no one would put this kind of dried vegetable in fried noodles, let alone match the little young master's seasoning. Little young master, little miss, I know. Do you want me to make this thing? I have to find 2 people to help me. The fungus has grown up again. Pomegranate suggested to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that they should help her. Wang Wan shook her head, you don't need to do it. I just want you to try it. It's the same as the dough. Let others make it. It's not something precious. Then I'll go find someone. Do I need to ask others to make the seasoning? Pomegranate was relieved. She could devote more time to studying the cultivation of mushrooms. Don't tell others about the seasoning. Let Xiaobao make it. Although there are only a few things, it takes a lot of knowledge to match them. Make more and send them to our own restaurant. These 2 things can definitely make the dishes taste better. You go find someone to make noodles. There was no way Wang Wan would agree to give the 13-spice formula to someone else. She saw that when Xiaobao was packing the ingredients onto the paper, some of the bigger bags didn't contain more than one side. Only 2 of the bigger bags seemed to contain more valuable items. This definitely wasn't as simple as it seemed. He had just randomly mixed the ingredients together. Especially after that, he kept adding more ingredients. When one was done, he would definitely add another. According to the bipolar theory, it was the balance of yin and yang. According to that scientific theory, the combination of these 2 things could neutralize the harm to the human body. At the same time, it was the same for the taste. For example, sometimes if there was too much vinegar, it was necessary to add some sugar. Of course, Pomegranate wouldn't refute. When she heard the order, she ran out. She wanted to find someone to make more, so that Zhuangzi would have another source of income. Okay, we can take a break. Let's go and swim. There's a child in Zhuangzi with an IQ of 60. What should we do? No wonder he studies so hard, but his grades are not good. Do we need to test the children in Zhuangzi? If there's a good one, we can poach him. After Pomegranate left, Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao to the back and asked as they walked. Zhang Xiaobao, on the other hand, did not look down on a child with an IQ of 60. Most of the time, IQ was not everything. Everyone had their own talents. It all depended on whether you could find them and whether you were willing to spend a lot of energy and money to nurture them. Let's test them. We can't bury the really outstanding people around us. Usually, it's easier to cultivate people with good IQ. That Lu just wanted to give it a try. I didn't expect that she would succeed. The Shengguan family got their household registration and registered them as Zhuangzi. Zhang Xiaobao looked up at the sky. He felt that it was especially stuffy today. He said to Wang Wan, later, let's find an old man and see if it's going to rain. Also, let's see if the ants will move. Then we can't go to the swimming pool. The ants in the yard have all been burned to death by your lime. It's good that it's raining, it's cooler. The ground is about to crack. We always sprinkle water on the ground here, but in other dry places, there might be holes. It's a pity that we don't have the smelting technology and can't make a good water pipe. With what we have now, it's better to make a closed iron pipe than to drink water. It's too expensive. If we had that pipe, we could use it to heat the air in winter. Wang Wan raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. She quickened her pace, wanting to jump into the pool as soon as possible. 3 days passed quickly. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan gave Lu some tangram and other intellectual toys. Lu learned very quickly under the guidance of the teacher who taught her alone. She didn't need to learn how to write. She only needed to memorize the historical events. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't want Li Sun to get the trophy in the end. It would be easy for him to become arrogant and feel that he couldn't compare to the children here. They only wanted him to get a single trophy. At that time, he would need to prove himself and move on to the next step. During these 3 days, the heavens finally sprinkled rain. For 3 consecutive days, there was no heavy rain. Instead, it drizzled continuously. The water level of the small river gradually rose. Everywhere was moist. However, the rain came too late. It couldn't solve the problem of the drought. Some people were even afraid that it would rain again when the food was ready. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.